Recording in progress. Okay. We are at the Brazilian Center for Analysis and Planning. At 2:30 a.m. of September 5th, 1976, a bomb exploded in this research center. The Brazilian Anti-Communist Association claimed the attack. After the 2022 elections, a series of similar attacks were either perpetrated or attempted against the inauguration of the elected president. A military coup was staged to maintain the defeated candidate on power. In January 8th, 2023, the coup took highways of the country and the streets of Brazil's capital, Brasilia. They have been defeated, but they haven't been held responsible until now. Neither have been the agents of the military dictatorship of 1964. In 5 days, it will be 60 years since the military coup of 1964. The current president called off all the already scheduled commemorations of the date. This is where we stand. When we talk about crisis of democracy in Brazil, we are not talking about some distant past or about some totally new configuration. This is the present. As Karl Marx taught us relentlessly, crises are the moments when structures become visible. Christoph MENKE is a thinker dedicated to scrutinize such structures, to put the fundamental question of the nature of liberalism and its language of the rights, of the nature of autonomy and liberation under the liberal order. Menke's book, Critique of Rights, begins by laying out all the crucial assumptions and consequences of the amalgam between equality and equal rights. The book closes with an analysis on the violence, Gewalt, it's difficult to translate, embedded in such rights and with the possibility of a new form in which this violence will dissolve itself, a violence which will be one of liberation. This would be my way of interpreting the alpha and the omega of our discussions in the next days. Today, we have the great honor and the extraordinary privilege of going to the bottom of such configurations. I don't know if going to the bottom is the correct translation of zugrunde gehen. What it means in this case. In the name of Cebrap and its Law and Democracy Research Group, I deeply thank Christoph MENKE for having accepted our invitation. It's a very special opportunity to think about the many aspects and dimensions of his work in his presence. By thanking all the colleagues that accepted to present in this conference, I would also like to thank you all that came to join us, be in presence or by video. I call now the organizers to say a few words about the plans for our next 3 intense days of debate. Please welcome Luciana Reis, Arthur Bueno, and Ricardo CRISSIUMA.
So thank you all. I don't know if this is working. Should I? Okay. Okay, so thank you all for being here. We're looking very much forward to all the discussions in the next few days. So I'm just going to read a short text that we prepared, laying out a little bit the questions of this conference. So paradoxes of autonomy. So the manner in which norms define human conducts, forms of interaction, and the constitution of communities is both a topic to be elucidated and a challenge for critique. A critique whose imminent elaboration involves delving into the practices the norms reference, reevaluating the very normative parameters initially under scrutiny. This challenge intensifies when one confronts modern normativities that eschew the possibility of a transcendent underpinning. Practical normativities, in particular, are more explicitly tied to the concrete imperative of establishing order in pluralistic societies. In the realms of law and politics, the task is to comprehend the constitution of ideals that are sufficiently general to serve as accessible reference points in everyday practices without imposing unattainable or overly abstract normative standards. The contemporary perception of a dissolution of once widely shared consensuses, such as the one regarding constitutional democracy as the most suitable political framework for plural societies, provides fertile ground for addressing practical normativities within their boundaries and potentials, as Marcus already pointed out. In legal and political spheres dominated by liberal constitutionalism, it is crucial to grapple with the potential exhaustion of modern forms of normativity structured around the concept of subjective rights. This theme is central to Christoph Menke's as well as Thomas Kurana's works, both of which are distinguished for insightfully synthesizing developments stemming from three seemingly disparate traditions that have profoundly shaped contemporary philosophy: classical German philosophy, critical theory, and analytical philosophy. Whether in the fields of aesthetics, political philosophy, or philosophy of law, their works strive to reconstruct and intervene in the debates between these three traditions, which have been reconfiguring the frontiers of philosophy in recent decades. Central to these endeavors is the concept of autonomy, drawn from the tradition of classical German philosophy. Particularly significant for our purposes here is the way in which authors from the analytical tradition have highlighted the grounding of normativity as a crucial question for understanding the passage from Kant to Hegel. These authors have sought to elucidate how Hegel's practical philosophy offers a means to transcend certain paradoxes arising from an overly juridical conception of autonomy. When one thinks of autonomy as an act of self-legislation that grounds normativity, the question arises, where would the normativity of this act itself come from? Instead of assuming a juridical paradigm in which legislation is grasped as an act of giving oneself one's own law, it may seem more appropriate to adopt an expressivist paradigm in which the law is understood as an expression of the individual's self. However, Menke cautions that the normativity resulting from this way of thinking about self-legislation cannot come from a self taken as an isolated subject, one that could normatively constitute itself outside a practical context. Instead, it would have to be traced back to previous social practices responsible for giving each subject a kind of second nature. In this way, unlike many authors of the analytical tradition, Menke does not consider that the issue of normativity associated with autonomous action could be grasped solely by appealing to the concept of second nature. For him, second nature also has a subjugating dimension, insofar as it is produced by habit, and developing a habit can only be correlated with a certain mechanization of behavior. In this way, habit, and therefore second nature, may function as an external mechanism that makes the subject act in this or that way. Liberation would therefore not only entail a break with the power of natural determinations, that is, of our desires and inclinations, but also an overcoming by the spirit of its own naturalistic constitution. These reorientations of how normativity is conceived in the context of the philosophy of action have, moreover, wide repercussions in the context of social philosophy and philosophy of law. In his critique of rights, Menke proposes an interpretation of the history of modern rights, according to which these rights are established within the framework of a specific form, namely the form of modern law, or the modern rights, in which the difference between law and non-law, or between normativity and nature, is embraced within law itself. This form enables the self-reflection of law, providing the conditions for the realization of autonomy, but at the same time, it restricts this very self-reflection, converting law into domination. In this regard, the crisis of liberalism and its conversion into, or its authoritarian dimensions, points to a crisis of its own normativity, that it points to its inability to make politically explicit the processes of norm and subject formation. Taking up the task of a critical theory of society, MENKE focuses on showing how domination is not external to normativity, but intrinsic to it. As a way out of this impasse, he conceives of a new right, which could be capable of dissolving, of self-reflectively dissolving, although never completely, the forms of domination that it itself establishes. In so doing, MENKE advances the idea of a law based on processes of liberation, the topic of his most recent book, Theorie der Befreiung, about which we will hear more tomorrow. Thank you, and would you like to say something about the practicalities of the...
Well, thank you all for being here. On behalf of my colleagues that are organizing this conference, I deeply thank all our guests that could be here with us, especially Professor MENKE, Professor Thomas Kurana, and thank you, Marcus, for your opening remarks. And I think we can now dissolve this opening session and invite Felipe Gonçalves Silva to be the chair of our next session. Thank you. So I think I'm scheduled to go first on the session, and I would not like you to submit you to my poor English accent. So I will try to share my draft on the screen, and maybe that could be.
So good morning, everyone. Thank all of you for coming. It's my great pleasure to be here at this meeting, Paradoxes of Autonomy, Normativity, Liberation, and Domination. My name is Felipe Gonçalves Silva, and I'll be the chair of this first panel. I'm very glad to introduce you Luciana REIS and RICARDO CRISSIUMA. Luciana REIS is Associate Professor at the Law School of the Federal University of Uberlândia and Associate Researcher here at Cebrap, being a member of the Law and Democracy Center. She's also an Associate Researcher at the Center for Analysis of Freedom and Authoritarianism. She holds a PhD in Philosophy and Theory of Law from University of São Paulo and was a guest professor in the graduate program at the same university. Her production is concentrated in topics as history of legal thought, post-positivism, and authoritarianism. RICARDO CRISSIUMA is Associate Professor in the Philosophy Department at Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul and also a member of the Law and Democracy Center here at Cebrap. He was one of the editors of Revista Fevereiro, a journal of theory, politics, and culture, and is now one of the associate editors of Revista Eletrônica de Estudos Hegelianos, the online journal for Hegelian studies. His doctoral degree was completed in the graduate program in philosophy at Unicamp, the University of Campinas, with a one-year research stay at Humboldt University in Berlin. In 2023, he was a visiting scholar at the Ruhr University in Bochum. His main areas of research include classical German idealism, Hegelian philosophy, critical theory, and theory of recognition. And as you know, they are both organizers of this important event. I've been informed that each of you have around 45 minutes for the presentations, followed by a joint discussion. Thank you very much. Luciana, please.
Thank you, Felipe. Yeah. So, thank you, Felipe. I will present a draft that I'm working on, and I should, at the beginning, apologize with the conferences who received an abstract that will not be entirely presented, as the last part about counter rights will be, unfortunately, not possible to encompass in this presentation today. So the title of my presentation is The Crisis of Rights, Domination and Authoritarianism in Legal Normativity. And I start with the already mentioned by Marcus notion of crisis. This notion, always so popular to describe modern normative orders, is ever more common in current political and legal thought. Generally associated with democracies and liberalism, and often liberal democracies, the mention of crisis rarely entails more than a vague dismay with the growing stability of valued social practices. If we see crisis as, quoting Menke in his The Crisis of Liberalism, and just a quick note, I'll be quoting The Crisis of Liberalism, which is this 2020A, and The Critique of Rights, which is 2020B. So to quote Menke, the crisis is the moment in which the dependence of the normative order on its opposite emerges. Then there is more to a crisis than simply trying to overcome it. For this moment of ambiguity is also the moment when a decision or judgment can be made, as indicated by, quoting again, original medical sense of crisis, the decision on the outcome of a disease. In crisis, the expression of a normative order as its opposite carries an ambiguity. Neither a merely good or a merely bad outcome is assured. And, quote, if critique means to grasp the crisis in thought, then its task is also to lead to the point where this ambiguity comes into view. Whereas the crisis of democracy or the crisis of liberalism have been frequently in sight in recent times, one does not easily encounter diagnoses on the crisis of rights. This diagnosis is not a mere assertion of their ineffectiveness or incomplete universalization. To diagnose the crisis of rights is to show how their dependence on their opposite, and what can that be, is coming to view in our current situation. If anything, the very idea that our concept of rights should be criticized, that rights may not be the answer to authoritarian or totalitarian political endeavors, seems to be little empathetic in times when many, perhaps most dramatically displaced world victims and refugees in general, times when many are simply deprived of their rights. But what is the concept of rights? If we pause to reflect on it for a moment, we may still be able to be amazed, despite the dominance of such a concept in our social practice. The idea that there is a subjective dimension which adheres to individuals of lawfulness is far from being evident. I remember when I entered law school, and one of the first and most striking oddities that I encountered, later of course came several, was having to assimilate this division between the law and the rights. Law as something that is in the world, but also necessarily as something that is in me. What could that mean? Legal doctrines have, of course, many disparate theories to tackle that, and eventually one comes to be convinced by some of these, without the need to stress the oddity of the concept. Additionally, the historical facts following the Second World War, namely that human rights came to constitute an international legal order and the national legal systems came to establish a set of fundamental rights, were certainly decisive for the assimilation of rights language as probably the most common legal language. But this normalizing of the rights language has never been immune to critics, quite the contrary. If we look at modern thought, although we do not easily find reference to a crisis of rights, we will find in different ways and in different ideological flavors compelling formulations of the critique of rights. From Karl Marx to the critical legal studies through utilitarianism, Bentham, post-French Revolution conservatism, Burke, and its reactionary derivation, the concept of rights has been one of the most mercilessly criticized by political and legal theorists in modernity. As well is well known, on the Jewish question, Marx firmly asserted, commenting on the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen in France, that it is puzzling, quoting, "It is puzzling enough that a people which is just beginning to liberate itself, to tear down all the barriers between its various sections, and to establish a political community, that such a people solemnly proclaims that rights of egoist man separated from his fellow men and from the community." This fact becomes still more puzzling when we see that the political emancipators go so far as to reduce citizenship and the political community to a mere means for maintaining the so-called rights of men, that therefore the citoyen is declared to be the servant of the egoistic homme, that the sphere in which man acts as a communal being is degraded to a level below the sphere in which he acts as a partial being. Christoph Menke, in his Critique of Rights, takes up exactly the task of elucidating such puzzle, as we'll see. But it bears to notice that almost 120 years later than Marx in 1983, it was Michel Villers, an important French natural lawyer and notorious Catholic conservative, that targeted human rights, thus ending his classic Les droits et les droits de l'homme, Law and the Rights of Men. And quoting Villers, I won't go through the whole quote as is enormous, but it's very interesting. So he says, "The emergence of human rights attests to the decomposition of the concept of law. Its advent was the correlate of the eclipse of perversion in modern individualistic philosophy of the idea of justice and its instrument, jurisprudence. Justice's purpose was to measure just relations. This autonomous art fulfilled its own irreplaceable function. Modern Europe's philosophies have set this aside. The care of a just division disappeared from its works. These non-lawyers, who were the inventors of human rights, sacrificed justice to their invention, sacrificed law. Thus, modern philosophers have gratified us with a language whose clearest result is a plunge into the mist, indistinct and dangerous imprecise language, generating illusions and false claims that are impossible to satisfy. If its triumph is total in the 20th century, it is because the decadence of culture is the repercussion of technical progress. We could go on with countless other examples from the father of utilitarianism, Jeremy Bentham, writing in the late 18th century, also commenting on the French Declaration, that, quote, natural rights is simple nonsense, natural and imprescriptible rights, rhetorical nonsense, nonsense upon stilts. To the critical theorist Wendy Brown, our contemporary, for whom the politics of rights is necessarily paradoxical, a kind of politics very difficult to negotiate, as it's infinitely self-cancelling. I do not intend here to articulate this criticism. Rather, I want to talk a bit more about rights in crisis, a contemporary phenomenon that, properly diagnosed, can maybe allow us to decipher the persistent discomfort with the language of rights. I want first to draw attention to the significance of making such a diagnosis as a fruitful path to avoid mistakes in which previous critiques incurred. Second, I'd like to propose a conceptual frame for the crisis of rights before finally elaborating what I think is currently the best critique model of rights, the one presented by MENKE's critique of rights, in which we can, I believe, become aware of our critical tasks concerning legal normativity. So going to the first part. The language of rights is powerful, indeed revolutionary. And this is so not just because it has broken with traditional domination and constituted our modern political institutions, but because it is in fact a language of equality, and the only one of which we presently dispose. Its critique cannot be based on the possibility of abandoning such a language. As is widely known in legal theory, critical legal studies critique of rights, for example, was harshly criticized by minorities not willing to give up on rights semantics. CLS failed in asserting that rights reinforce liberal domination, not because this thesis is for itself wrong or unbased, but because it was presented, as the critical race theorist Patricia Williams has forcefully phrased it, from the, quote, Olympus of rights discourse, an appropriate height from which those on the resourced end of inequality, those already rights empowered, may wish to jump. For the historical disempowered, the conferring of rights is symbolic of all the denied aspects of their humanity. Rights imply a respect that places one in the referential range of self and others, that elevates one's status from human body to social being. For Blacks, then, the attainment of rights signifies the respectful behavior, the collective responsibility properly owed by a society to one of its own. And this is the end of quote of Williams. This critique of the critique is not a reason for abandoning the task of diagnosing rights otherness, their conversion into domination patterns. Rather, it points out that any critique of rights needs to base itself on compelling diagnosis of crisis. It is not difficult at all, especially to lawyers or to devotees of constitutional credos, to simply dismiss the critique of rights. Against the right-wing critique, we can reaffirm the egalitarian character of rights, reinforcing that they are indispensable if we want a society in which equality of status precludes the possibility of domination of one person or one group over other persons or groups. Thus, these right-wing critics would have at least to reveal themselves as explicit defenders of the legitimacy of some kind of domination. Against the left-wing critique of rights, we can reaffirm the actuality of their liberating character, their existence as an effective resource in the here and now of day-to-day oppressions for the exercise of a minimum of power by groups or people in subordinated positions. These easy defenses of the rights language must be met with the indication of how exactly both the promises of equality and liberation are frustrated by the very structure of such language. The fact that from the moment of its explicitness in history, which we can identify in modernity, the Declaration of Rights is being called into question cannot lead us to forget that the character and the uses of these declarations have radically changed through history. A critique of rights that reveals domination on the ontological basis of rights, as is proposed by MENKE, is indeed possible, but our conditions for asserting it are always historical. When Marx, for one, claimed to have accomplished a genealogical critique, stating that the French Declaration is only the empowerment of the egoistic Homo economicus, who, by the granting of rights, is legitimized to pursue his ends in a way that is separate from his community, which then becomes useful to him only as a means of realizing interests, Marx had before him the newly constituted bourgeois society. Even if Marx's critique failed in grasping that modern law is always already social law, and not only, as he taught, the law of private civil sphere, as MENKE teaches us in his critique of rights, we can nevertheless excuse him for not witnessing the institutionalization and respective expansion of precisely this social law by the labor's movements. In other words, one's historical perspective is inextricably connected with one's critique. So if Marx had before him the newly constituted bourgeois society, what kind of society do we have? Certainly, we have much more social complexity and much more diversity of political arrangements. The 20th century saw the spreading of social rights as the principal expression of the idea of citizenship, and the humanitarian tragedies of the Great Wars forced the advancement of not only national, but also international rights orders. The entrenchment and spread of the language of rights led notorious jurists such as Norberto Bobbio to affirm in the 90s that we live in an age of rights. To quote Bobbio, from the point of view of the philosophy of history, the current increasingly widespread and intense debate on human rights can be interpreted as a prophetic sign of humanity's moral progress, given that it's so widespread as to involve all the peoples of the world and so intense as to be on the agenda of the most authoritative international judicial bodies. It is, of course, very difficult to recollect the last decades without putting such optimism in check. The dismantling of the welfare state's social protection policies by the neoliberalization of the economy and the society of the neoliberalization of the economy and the society assaulted social rights that had been barely born in some places. And the diminishing of the public space for political deliberation opened up opportunities for the entire system of rights to be instrumentalized in favor of regressive agendas. If we go back to 1990s, even in a work that is sometimes criticized for its supposed and undue optimism, Jürgen Habermas, Between Facts and Norms, we find a gloomy prognosis. In the preface written in 1992, he alerts that, quote, in contemporary Western societies governed by the rule of law, politics has lost its orientation and self-confidence before a terrifying background. A background of well-known contemporary crises, ecological crises, increasing global inequalities, the end of real socialism, migratory crisis, ethnic, national, and religious tensions, geopolitical tensions. All processes very much alive and active for us 30 years after Habermas has written. So going to the second part. If Marx had before him the newly constituted bourgeois society, we apparently have a newly deconstituted post, non, or neo, or illiberal society, as one pleases. I propose that this is the moment in which the crisis of rights is made ever so more explicit. The crisis is not the immediate revealing of rights as domination. Such a revealing is not even attainable as a factual happening. To ground the critique of rights in our current historical conditions, I propose we must expose how the language of rights is being progressively emptied of its normative force. That is not to say some rights are not being enforced or that they are being denied for some groups, which we know is a fact, but which can only amount to a dogmatic critique, as Marx taught, not a true one. Rights are becoming semantically void, and that is their true crisis. To illustrate this diagnosis, I will refer briefly to the United States and to the Brazilian scenarios. Analyzing the ruins of neoliberalism in North American society, again, Wendy Brown pointed out how some civil liberties, such as freedom of expression and religion, invoked in an atomized way and without the context of collective mobilizations or pressures for the implementation of public policies, gave opportunity to constitutional interpretations that, by safeguarding the sovereignty of individuals, frayed the social fabric and revealed, paradoxically, as she had long warned, the destructively undemocratic power of the language of rights. A constitutional case in point was the recognition by the American Supreme Court that a civil rights commission violated a baker's right to the free exercise of his religion when this commission asserted, backed by anti-discrimination law, that his bakery could not refuse to make cakes to same-sex couples. This is the famous Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission case. The commission decision was reversed as the court decided that it showed hostility to the baker's religion, thus violating state neutrality towards religion. Brown sees in that, quote, a right-wing political and legal strategy. Free speech takes free religious exercise by the hand, pulls it into the public and commercial world, and uniquely empowers it there. As American constitutional lawyer Jamel Green puts it, this case can be seen as, quote, a portrait of rights on one side, bad faith on the other, and powerful disagreement about which is which. This conflict is reconcilable only at wholesale and without mercy to the loser. In Brazil, analysis of the rise of authoritarianism and of the new reactionary right-wing movements have accumulated during the far-right government of Jair Bolsonaro, who has positioned their country in an infamous prominent place in the global process of degradation of constitutional democracies. Here, as in other cases, the use of legal or constitutional instruments specific to democratic institutions to degrade democracy itself has been pointed out as a central aspect of democratic erosions. These analyses tend to focus, however, on actors occupying institutional positions of power and not necessarily on civil society actors. At this point, I would like to refer to an investigation that I conducted alongside three colleagues, namely Adriane Santos, Ana Silva Rosa, and Mariana Amaral, in the Center for the Analysis of Liberty and Authoritarianism, a Brazilian think tank also, as Cebrap. In this research, we seek to map how the language and the institutions of constitutional democracy, and especially of the rights, figure in the imagination and in the actions of conservative and reactionary movements and actors in Brazil. We began by analyzing manifestations made in sites of official power, most in the judiciary and the legislative, and residually in the executive. In what follows, I will use some of our collective formulations. Of course, all mistakes and possible misrepresentings of our results are entirely on my account. So we build on the perception that legal mobilization and politics of rights, strategies originally associated with the struggles of the so-called new social movements, aiming at the expansion and enforcement of rights, have been used to advance conservative or reactionary right-wing demands. Proponents of such demands use the language of rights to mobilize political and legal institutions. They vindicate freedom of expression, association, and religion, due process of law, equal participation in democratic decision-making, etc. The entire repertoire of liberal constitutionalism can be mobilized. What is at stake in these uses of the vocabulary of constitutional rights and guarantees is the attempt to appropriate the instruments of the rule of law as weapons against pluralism and the democratic order. It is a complex challenge to identify when such mobilization constitutes, in a paradoxical result, an extremist effort to degrade the spheres of formal power that are inhabited by the mobilizers themselves. Our analysis in three different areas of Brazilian right-wing movements, namely public security, morals, education, gender and religion, and agribusiness and environment, what is known commonly in Brazilian as the bullet, the Bible, and the beef, present some guidelines to face this challenge. These three areas compose coalitions of not only organized and non-organized civil society, but also official representatives in parliament. And the analysis of their strategies and forms of legal argumentation is revealing. Our analysis focused on the debates in the National Congress, lobbying of the executive, and arguments presented to the Supreme Court by actors or movements self-defined as right-wing and or conservative. By mobilizing in this way, such actors have, in many cases, explicitly reactionary intentions. In each area mentioned above, organized around the labels bullet, Bible, and beef, we can see a main goal in view. In the bullet coalitions, what is at stake is the public security seen as an individual private right that must be enforced with the permissions granted to citizens to own and carry weapons. These coalitions also argue that the state's armed forces, especially the military, should be empowered by expanding their corporative rights, including exemptions from criminal punishment when confronted with the so-called outlaws or bandidos. The bullet field is closely associated with the infamous saying, human rights for righteous humans, quite common in far-right discourses. This saying reveals the aim of radically redefining, but not abandoning, the language of rights through a specific definition of humanity itself. Although in their formal litigation and in their official discourses, these groups use the more diluted category of citizen and not human as such. In fact, the opposition between the good citizen or cidadão de bem and the outlaw bandido is the fundamental axis around which the bullet coalitions consider that rights can be legitimately attributed. In the Bible coalitions, the reversing or containing of progressive policies on the rights of sexual minorities is not surprisingly the main agenda. What is remarkable about these groups is the extent of their efforts to frame these reactionary goals in constitutional language. This ranges from the more predictable argument against abortion, which considers unborn fetuses not only as bearers of legal personhood and therefore of rights, but as a vulnerable minority to be protected, to the perceived need to defend the field against accusations of engaging in discriminatory behavior. For example, when it proposes restricting family law protections to the so-called traditional family. In the face of these accusations, the actors of these fields deny acquiescence to any kind of homophobia or discrimination, asserting their rights to freely express and defend the natural conception of family or marriage, claiming that the Brazilian constitutional text actually reinforces these conceptions quite literally. When it comes to the more heterogeneous field of the beef, the arguments become more intricate and consequently more passable than the previous ones. Bullet and Bible are coalitions that comprise a majority of actors morally committed to their causes, while the beef more clearly portrays the convergence of moral conservatism with economic opportunism, as it is organized around agribusiness interests. In this field, the defense of democratic decision-making procedures, as opposed to judicial and administrative norms, considered technocratic, judicial and administrative norms considered technocratic, gain centrality as a constitutional argument against the demarcation of occupied traditional indigenous land, a topic, as they say, that is supposedly better regulated by Congress than by the courts and government agencies or technocratic decision makers. However, claims based on identity and the protection of the rights of vulnerable groups are also present, as the beef coalition strives to build its image as the true defender of national interests, the true popular will, and a defender also of the hard work peasant that feeds Brazilian population with the sweat of his work. So in the most recent Brazilian literature on authoritarianism and democratic crisis, the strategies and legal arguments of these movements are rarely addressed as a serious challenge to established conceptions of democracy and rights. One ends up considering this appropriation of rights as a merely discursive, symbolic phenomenon or a phenomenon without major consequences. The solution pointed out is often simply to prevent far-right discourse and political actors from gaining power and influence, but this framework does not seem sufficient to us. Very recently, an attempt to map what is being called the misappropriation of human rights has been gaining traction in human rights studies. The phenomenon is global and transnational, with organized conservative coalitions acting in concert in several countries and also international human rights courts, most notably in anti-abortion and anti-gender agendas. Once again, what is highlighted here is not how these movements present themselves as opponent of rights. They do not do so. They present themselves as true defenders of rights, whether of women's rights or the rights of fetuses and children. This literature and misappropriation, as the very choice of words reveals, builds on the possibility or hope to distinguish between correct and incorrect uses of the language of rights. I believe the critique of rights, indeed, a theory of rights as such, should be directed not at this kind of gatekeeping, but to the unpacking of the consequences for legal normativity of these semantic disputes on the language of rights. So going to the third and final part, I propose that the crisis of rights is a crisis in their semantics. This proposal permits that we see the critique in all its potentiality. In the last part of this intervention, I will focus on MENKE's critique of rights and how this critical model can be squared with my diagnosis of semantic crisis. MENKE initiates by presenting a philosophical history of rights. He does not commit himself to the controversial historiographical question about whether rights are a distinctly modern acquisition or not. His point is to show that whether or not the content of subjective rights was included in Roman law or in medieval law, by means, for example, of the notions of facultas or privilegium, what modernity does that is effectively new is to declare rights as a proper form of use that until then had not been expressed in this way. Quoting MENKE, none of the modern authors who distinguish between right as law and right as claim consider this distinction to be a new conceptual insight. The distinction between right and a right, between law and right, between right as law and right as claim, right in the objective and in the subjective sense seems as ancient as it is modern. Ancient in what it says in its content, but modern to the extent that it is said that this content is explicitly formulated and established. In other words, the declaration of right as a subjective claim makes explicit a radical reconfiguration of modernity, of normativity, or it institutes explicit language and vocabulary. A historical argument that I think is helpful to understand that reconfiguration of normativity is presented by Lynn Hunt in her influential historiography of the declarations of rights during bourgeois revolutions. Her book, The Invention of Human Rights. Hunt develops arguments that can help substantiate this idea of a radical reconfiguration of normativity. She shows how the invention of rights was not the work of Enlightenment philosophers nor of the French or American politicians, but rather a broad set of social changes over decades of the 18th and 19th centuries that enabled the emergence of a sense of self as an individual person separated from one's community, a self worthy of value and respect, and most importantly, capable to feel empathetic identification with other people in the community. The exercising of an empathetic autonomy were, in Hunt's reconstruction, the central characteristics that would emerge in these practices, at first only as the experience of new sensations and feelings. Hunt's work is especially interesting because it traces these changes in social occurrences. Some of them apparently trivial, that did not emerge as self-consciously political practices. Occurrences such as the enormous popularity in the late 18th century of epistolary novels and their female protagonist, as the novelle Louise by Rousseau. The loss of meaning of the public application of punishment and torture, the growing practice of commissional portraits of oneself, even if one was just a commoner, the adoption of the habit of making silence in theaters and contemplating works of art, the separation of bodies, both in public and in private realms, with the adoption of hygiene practices and new configurations of houses architecture. When the bourgeois declarations of rights finally appeared, they were expressed in the language of self-evidence, as we read in the 13th United States Declaration of Independence of 1776. We hold these truths should be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Hunt points out that this is a paradox. If rights were self-evident, why did they need to be declared? This paradox can be dissolved if we realize that the act of declaring the expression of natural rights as something evidently real is the act by which a new form of political community is constituted. In this community, power is no longer exercised by dominion or imperium, but by the recognition of constituted authority as an authority constituted precisely to safeguard rights. The lawful, the just, the righteous cease to be a feature of the external world, and are acquired as individual subjectifications from which would normatively flow everything that could be externally constituted as having normative value. This is the reconfiguration of normativity of which I believe MENKE speaks. His critical model is, on the one side, a proposal against a common strategy in recent critical theory by which a keen apprehension of immanent normativities could be an effective way of criticizing their ideological manifestations and showing them as the opposite of domination. Contrary to that, MENKE wishes to stress the existence of domination within normativity. The critique of rights that he proposes on the other side is not exactly a restatement of Marx's mode of critique in this respect, because Marx would have failed to reveal how exactly the form of rights can succeed in creating a political community that in its act of constitution ends up being depoliticized. MENKE wants to make an ontological rather than functional critique of form itself, revealing that in this form lie interconnected possibilities of liberation and domination. According to him, if on the one hand, the form of subjective rights is the expression of a self-reflexive consciousness of normativity, the modern law's normativity, which is characteristically self-conscious, a normativity that is also self-reflexive. On the other hand, this form promotes a loss of the connection between the correctness of an individual claim and the political articulation of the good. Subjective rights, in other words, express an important and correct historical change, but they do so in the wrong way. The change they express, I would like to propose, borrowing Robert Brandel's interpretation of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, is the change in the basic normative structure of our knowledge and our action in the world. That's the revolutionary change. In traditional normativity, the attitude toward the normative status of the world, and the attitude status vocabulary is characteristic of Brandel's work, the attitude toward the normative status of the world is simply an adaptation to what the world already is anyway. But in the long transition to modern forms of life, this order gradually reverses. For what we strive to do reveals itself in the world as something new, and what is done does not simply enter into the order of things, but inserts into this order something of the doer. Quoting Brandon, the axis around which modernity revolves for Hegel is the idea that we make the norms that make us who we are. As MENKE points out, what is at stake is the self-reflection of normativity. In law, this manifests itself in a radical, violent way, because law is the normative order that we all share. In law, making the norms that make us who we are acquires a material, violent character. We make the norms that define us, socialize us, and limit us. The awareness, then, that there is something external to normativity itself, the awareness of a physis beyond the nomos, acquires both a liberating and an oppressive note. Quoting MENKE, modern law is law that is self-reflective. It is therefore law which is the way it is. It reveals what and how law essentially is. Self-reflection here is not only an ontological category because it designates modern law's mode of being. Rather, it is an ontological category because it explains modern law's specific mode of being on the grounds of law's being. The fact that modern law in the form of rights is law self-reflection means that this is the only form in which what law is can be represented and performed. By structuring the law on the system of subjective rights, what the bourgeois revolution sought was to avoid a kind of mythical violence, as famously criticized by Walter Benjamin, Critique of Violence. A violence repeated until eternity, as is the case with the traditional forms of expiation of crimes through the endless application of retributive penalties. The traditional forms of law, which are ethical, are violent, are violent because they want to totally exclude the extra-legal nature, everything that cannot be transformed into an ethical value, that which is merely natural and can never be an ethical habit and therefore an ethical virtue. It is as if the revolutions were saying, law must lose its normative sovereignty. It must internally recognize that what is outside is also right, or has rights. Revolutions want, after all, to question the boundaries between physis and norms. The problem is that the articulation of this motivation, which is completely correct, as Menke says, is done wrong. Quote, modern law's self-reflection is its essence, the modern form of rights, its appearance. Quote, the essence of bourgeois law is the standard not for its normative critique, however, but for its ontological one. Bourgeois law does not fail to be what it is supposed to be, but fails to be as it is. It fails to realize its essence. Bourgeois law fails at, indeed dissimulates and blocks the act of self-reflection that establishes it. By expressing subjective rights as a claim that is placed outside any possibility of action by the political community, nature, the extra-legal that law now wants to encompass, nature is affirmed as something positively determined, something given, not normatively articulated, because located outside of our ethical practice of transformation. The positivist understanding of nature itself, which subjective rights enable, entitle, and permit, is what Menke's critique of rights seeks to reveal. As Menke says, the positivation of subjective rights is institutionalization of Seller's myth of the given. And I think that's a very rich articulation of the problem. Again, to quote Critique of Rights, and this is a long quote, but I'm finishing. Quote, the autonomous normativity of law as legality is based on facticity or nature. In this respect, nature designates everything that exists before or outside the legal system as a normative order. Something is natural for law because it exists independently of or prior to law, and is thus to be validated by law. The legal system regulates the nature. It therefore proceeds grounded on strivings that it treats as facts. It does not attempt to intervene in such strivings, to educate or suppress, but to enable them, at the very least limiting, at the best promoting them from outside, accepting their giveness according to a law of equality. This is the first sense of the modern form of rights, the entitled, legalized, natural strivings seen as facts. The same normativity that establishes itself cannot ensure that its bases are shared, since autonomous law knows that its normative order is merely obeyed, and indeed is established because it is conducive to natural striving as fact. This is why autonomous law must free natural striving as fact. We thus arrive at the second sense of the modern form of rights. They permit or legalize natural strivings as fact. The legal system must leave arbitrary will alone, must put up with what appears, from the perspective of law and its basis, to be arbitrary discretion. This occurs through the modern form of rights. Rights entitle or permit their arbitrary contents and modes of natural strivings. End of Menke's quote. This critique puts us in position to comprehend the crisis of rights as the moment in which the form of subjective rights can be made explicit as an appearance of law's self-reflection. It is not that subjective rights are a false view, an ideology that masks legal self-reflexivity. As Menke reminds us, in Marx, as in both Hegel and Nietzsche, the concept of appearance does not mean a false view. appearance is not an epistemological concept, but an ontological one. Appearance designates a mode of being that first is a result of has been established and is thus dependent of presuppositions, and the second isolates what has been established and what has been presupposed from each other, so that they take on the character of something naturally given or even self-explanatory, which does appear to have this character. When the language of rights is revealed as a fragile semantics, as I would like to propose, one can clearly grasp how domination and authoritarianism are ever-present features of legal normativity. This is not because the language ceases to be effective, but rather because it becomes ubiquitous. The instability of its semantics is then the opportunity in which the presuppositions needed to the operation of the language of rights, or the arbitrary contents and modes of natural strivings, these presuppositions can no longer remain isolated from what the language of rights establishes, or the right as a normative claim. In this opportunity, I think the giveness or self-explanatory character of such presuppositions come into question, and the subjects of rights can be themselves revealed as either a genuinely liberal personality or an authoritarian one. As MENKE says in The Crisis of Liberalism, for the liberal order, it is a matter of chance or fate whether one or the other type of personality prevails. If it is correct that, again quoting MENKE, the liberal order, precisely by invisibilizing it, makes the authoritarian personality possible in strict analogy to the way the liberal order makes capitalist exploitation possible, because by tying politics to the legal form of individual rights, the liberal order deprives itself of the means to fight the cultural practices of authoritarian subjectivation, we can be tempted to discard legal normativity in its form of subjective rights as mere appearance and not true liberation. But that, I think, would be a mistake, as it would only reinforce, quoting MENKE again, the operation of denormativization or naturalization that is precisely what internally connects the liberal order and the authoritarian personality. In other words, to discard the language of rights would be to reassert the giveness of the boundaries of private spheres, spheres in which the arbitrary will reigns, and of private wealth, in which the assessment of values is a privatized judgment. I think our task before the legal normativity should be conversely to show how our language of rights has the normative force, or how can it have the normative force to demand reflexivity in the establishment of such boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luciana. Now we are going to listen Ricardo, please.
So, good morning. First of all, I would like to start. Now it's on. So, good morning. First of all, I would like to distribute a short handout of my talk. So, pass here. Yes, and I do also have great concerns about the quality of my English, so the handout was thought for you to follow up. Actually, maybe the full text would be even better, but I think that there are some passages that I may complement with free talk. So, first, I'm very happy to be here in this conference after months of planning and preparations. It's a pleasure to share this panel with Luciana Reis, my dear colleague here at Cebrap, and Felipe Silva, my colleague in the University of Rio Grande do Sul. I believe that perhaps just a word of explanation is advisable as to why I was led to explore this topic in the first instance. While preparing a course for undergrads on school and contemporary democracy, I came across some papers by a Chilean law scholar and politician called Fernando Atria. These papers were related to a series of public interventions that he made in the wake of the La Revolución Pingüina in Chile 2006. Leaning on T.H. Marshall, Atria interprets these social movements' main claim as a demand for education as a social right. And according to Atria, this demand necessarily meant an education universally and directly provided by the state. Because state-provided education was the only mean to conceive education not as derived from a contract conventionated by two particulars, but as a right due to honor the status of someone as a citizen. This difference, according to Atria, has deep political implications. If you treat education as a private service and conceive the relationship between students and institutions in contractual terms, the consequence will be to permit the installation of a selective logic with clear segregating effects. Students with advantaged economic, social, and cultural backgrounds tend to attend good schools, while students with disadvantaged economic, social, and cultural backgrounds tend to attend bad schools. Coming finally to my point, what caught my attention in interpreting the Chilean student revolt from Atria's perspective was the deep transformative potential that could be identified in an agenda of social rights in an unequal and segregated society, a societal configuration that is not hard to find in Latin America. My impression was that this transformative potential tended to be absent in the accounts of social rights that I've come across in my readings of many authors of recent critical theory. It did not take long for me to confirm that there was a significant discrepancy between Atria's account of social rights and recent critical theory's account of social rights. Subsequently, I presumed that all recent critical theory accounts share common ground, a reading of Marshall that reveals an inattention to the full difference between social rights and civil and political rights. In other words, an inattention to Marshall's assertion that social rights should not be straightforwardly conceived as subjective rights. So this presentation is my first attempt to articulate the effort to explain the contrast between an interpretation of Marshall's account of social rights inspired by Atria and the accounts of social rights exposed by three critical theories. This is still a work in progress. I hope that all you have now the handout. I just have to say also that my presentation will be somehow different from the structure that I presented in my abstract. Maybe some parts of what I planned to do in my abstract we could we could discuss afterwards of my talk, from the time for discussion. So let me now move on to the reading of my text. In the title of this presentation, I question whether social rights can be equated with subjective rights. In the first part, I will reconstruct some basic characteristics of Marshall's classical account of social rights to suggest that identifying social rights with subjective rights might be problematic and result in the loss of transformative dimension of social rights. In the second part, I will briefly outline Habermas, Honet's, and Menke's basic accounts of social rights to argue that these three critical theories assume a continuity between civil, political, and social rights that downplays the transformative potential of the latter. In the final part, with the concluding remark, I will attempt to point to an alternative stabilization of social rights, claiming that they have a unique socialization effect with the potential to restructure and liberate society. So part one, Marshall's account of social rights. As I said, I assume that there is a deep settled premise among recent critical theorists that leads to a downplay of the role of social rights in the constitution of democratic form of life. This premise is related with an appropriation of T.H. Marshall's theory that deprives his account of social rights of its full normative potential. This deficit derives, in my view, from a failure in recognizing the specific hybrid nature of Marshall's account. Marshall's path-breaking article, Citizenship and Social Class, published in 1949, offers a very timely diagnosis and opens a remarkable, fertile debate about how the introduction of social rights affected the dynamics of our contemporary capitalist societies. The main thesis is that social rights are to be considered as a new generation of rights. That social rights were created in the 20th century in order to ensure citizenship as, I quote Marshall, a status bestowed on those who are full members of community, end of quote. Because after the working class entered the parliament in many countries, and difference of class had decreased due to economic development, certain conditions of well-being were considered essential to a full notion of citizenship. Granting social rights is considered the culmination of a process of abandoning all other sources of status different than those derived from the notion of citizenship. Marshall's argument served to legitimize the claim for a broad state-centered offer of public service, such as health, insurance, education. An important point that is somehow dubious in Marshall's account is if the new classes of rights that are created under each generation of rights transforms the underlying conception of right to such an extent that the adjective, civil, political, social, just refers to a different modality of a common conception of right, or if the underlying conception of right is also changed. It seems that for Marshall, social rights are the only type of right that really implies a confrontation with the market. I quote, social rights in their modern form imply an invasion of contract by status, subordination of market price to social justice, the replacement of free bargain by the declaration of rights, end of quote. Despite depicting the relationship between social rights and the market as antagonistic, Marshall does not believe that social rights and markets are destined to enter in a life or death battle. Social justice principles could well be accommodated in the dynamics of the market. Marshall even mocks over those who assert that, I quote him, differentials based on these social concepts could not satisfy current economic requirements. They did not provide the incentives needed to secure the best distribution of labor, end of quote. The underlying assumption here is that social rights can disturb the well-functioning of the market based on civil contracts because they introduce considerations that are not grounded on efficiency. Even though Marshall states that citizenship and capitalism are at war, this war is related to the qualitative dimension of social rights. For most, when comprehended as service, social rights can wake a great array of legitimate expectation. It is this qualitative dimension that reveals how different from the other kinds of rights social rights are. That is to say, that they cannot be conceived as enforceable as civil and political rights. In Marshall's words, I quote, the qualitative element is too great. A modicum of legal enforceable rights may be granted, but what matters to the citizen is the superstructure of legitimate expectations, end of quote. This characteristic introduces a gap between the right and its enforceability, and this gap is fulfilled by politics. I quote, so we find that legislation, instead of being the decisive step that puts policy into immediate effect, acquires more and more the character of a declaration of policy that is hoped to put into effect someday, end of quote. I believe that recent critical theory has never rendered full justice to this specific character of social rights contained in Marshall's account. In my view, recent critical theory assumed sometimes more, sometimes less explicitly, that social rights share the same paradigm of civil and political rights. To avoid being misinterpreted, I insist that I'm not suggesting that critical theory is against social right. On the contrary, when it comes to this point, being for or against, critical theory always eloquently advocated social rights. I am concerned with the conception of social rights exposed by critical theory. So this is the first part. I'm trying to stress that there is this gap between enforceability and legitimate expectation that makes social rights of a different character than political and civil rights. And also, I try to emphasize this antagonistic picture that Marshall sees in social rights, that he does not attribute to political and civil rights. So now I'm skip to the part that I will try to reconstruct some recent critical theorists. Of course, this will be not exhaustive reconstruction. I will just select some works of them to make my point that there is an account of social rights that is identified with subjective rights. When Jürgen Habermas published The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere in 1962, Marshall's idea of social rights were already circulating in German academic cycles. I think more precisely on Dahrensdorf work that he was already using a lot of Marshall's idea, and for sure Habermas had not many times not very sympathetic contacts with Dahrendorf. So I presume that he was relatively accounted with Marshall's. But it's difficult to determine precisely how deeply acquainted Habermas was with Marshall's idea at the time. But it's evident that Habermas' defense of social rights in this book had a profound impact on the subsequent reception of Marshallian ideas by critical theory. In one of the final sections of Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere, Habermas makes an early defense of the constitutionalization of social rights. By the time the book was published, in the early 60s, political debates were still echoing the promulgation of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany. Some liberal voices continued to express dissatisfaction with the inclusion of social rights in the new constitution. These voices argued that, strictly speaking, according to their perspective, social rights should not be considered as rights. To rebut this argument, Habermas states that social rights have nothing preventing them from being aligned with all other rights. One of the main concerns of the liberals' opponents of social rights was that social rights tended to intervene in the self-organization of society, an intervention that liberal rights allegedly never dared to make, because precisely by doing
so they would not be liberal any longer. Firstly, Habermas tried to dispel these concerns, arguing that this was a misconception of the liberal rights. Habermas defies the non-interventionist assumption of liberal rights, emphasizing that by, in his words, a sociological perspective, the liberal tradition always intended to rule not only the state, but also the social. The liberal promised that the function of the free contracts would guarantee per se the integration of society was long been dismissed by historical reality. Habermas tends to picture the constitutionalization of social rights as just a ritual act of the liberal state losing its self-deceiving innocence and assuming what cannot be denied any longer. In other words, after a certain point, the appearances were just too hard to be preserved, and it became forceful to openly admit that the interference from the state was necessary. And there is a quotation in the handout that points directly to this. I will not quote that entirely now. Habermas' second argument was against the assumption that including social rights in the German constitution was a reckless attempt with no precedent experience in other times and places. Maintaining his eyes focused exclusively on the North, Habermas points out that social rights were also inscribed in French Constitution of 1946 and United Nations Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, sorry. Not to mention their importance in the Weimar Constitution. Thirdly, there was really no ground to fear that constitutionalization of social rights would imply an abandonment of liberal paradigm. According to Habermas, states' guarantee of active interference, what he calls Gestaltungsgarantie, were already current measures to secure liberal rights such as freedom of expression, the freedom of assembly, and others. There is also another quotation in the handout. In other words, actually, the best way to defend liberal society was defending social rights. In the same sense, William Sharman provides a revealing summary of Habermas' position on social rights at the time. I quote, "A perfectly sensible adaptation of earlier liberal and democratic ideals to contemporary social realities, where economic affairs have little relationship to classical visions of the free market." End of quote. Relying on the summary of Sharman, the meaning of social rights for Habermas would be a functional adaptation to a new way that the market works. Again, I'm not trying to deny that Habermas considered constitutionalization of social rights as a progress, because it was able to explicitate legal admission that and legal admitting that the functioning of the market had to be guaranteed by some interventions of the state was not without consequence. Habermas considered that constitutionalizing the social rights opened up bifurcated paths. On the one hand, admitting the necessity of an intervention was a step to publicly scrutinize the methods, amounts, and beneficiary of this intervention. On the other hand, there was the risk of instrumentalizing publicly to legitimize a refeudalization of the state. If we trace back what I'm calling account of social rights of the recent critical theory to Habermas, we should not exclude the hypothesis that since the structural transformation, critical theory has fallen prey to a kind of rhetorical trap. In order to refute those arguments questioning the legitimacy of constitutionalizing social rights, Habermas overemphasized the identity between civil, political, and social rights, and by doing so, he turned critical theory blind to the discontinuity between them. It won't be possible to pursue Habermas' further treatment of social rights here. But I think that he remained always at least moderate skeptic towards the transformative potential of social rights. Habermas dismisses any perspective of social rights, not only adapting the dynamics of liberal rights, but also creating, according to Marshall, a common experience that can foster the sense of togetherness. Atria, for instance, argues that social rights are endowed with a slow pedagogical effect. Having a health or educational public system that is valid for all fosters people to discuss at the same basis how can we collectively improve the public good to turn it more effectively and helpful for all members of society. We could almost conclude that for Habermas, social rights do not have almost any intrinsic emancipatory potential per se. Social rights give the opportunity for democratization of the intervention of the state in civil society, but the effective emancipatory progress depends on the further organization of the public sphere. So now I will treat of Axel Honneth. Since struggle for recognition, Axel Honneth has engaged with Marshall's reconstruction of the introduction of the social right in the 20th century to elucidate the development of the different patterns of recognition in our contemporary society. Unlike his comrades of recent critical theory, Honneth considers that social rights represent institutional achievements obtained by a long series of social struggles coming from below. Social rights will appear as one point to critically address Nancy Fraser in their controversy. According to Honneth, Fraser was not aware that social rights aiming equality was a possible target for or aim for struggles for recognition. Nevertheless, it must be admitted that it's not easy to locate social rights in Honneth's spheres of recognition, because struggling for social rights represents an extension of normativity principles of equal treatment beyond the sphere of legal relations of recognition. In other words, the struggle for social rights directs a claim of equal treatment in the interior of the sphere of performance principle, Leistungsprinzip. And in the performance sphere, recognition is claimed by a principle based on the particular contribution that is able to deliver to that each one is able to deliver to the social whole. Honneth describes what is at stake, I quote, as a penetration of the principle of equal treatment into the privileged autonomous sphere of social esteem, end of quote. This invasion is, according to Honneth, normatively defensible because, I quote again, it is essentially the hardly disputable assertion that members of society can only make actual use of their legally guaranteed autonomy if they are assured a minimum of economic resources irrespective of income, end of quote. Considering the introduction of a net of social rights achieved by welfare state, Honneth derives a difference in the way that, in his word, at least in Western capitalist countries, social stratification is constructed. According to Honneth, social stratification relies now on, I quote him, two different principles. A lesser share of socially available goods is now guaranteed to individuals as legal persons in the form of social rights, while the far greater share continues to be distributed according to the capitalist achievement principle, end of quote. This double determination of social stratification opened up the way for a twofold social distribution struggles. I quote Honneth again, since they can occur either by mobilizing legal argument or by prevailing definitions of achievement, end of quote. Even if we consider these elements that hint towards a higher consideration of social rights, Honneth assumes a radical alignment between social rights and individual rights. Honneth insists in connecting social rights as a mere expansion of individual rights, obliterating the socialist aspect presented in Marshall. The horizon of social rights for Honet seems to be reduced to basic individual rights and the enforcement of autonomy. Hence, Honet misses the point that social rights, at least those related with state universal service, are not just about autonomy, but also a matter of engendering a common experience and how this common experience leads to a new sociability. Now, I pass to Christoph Menk. Christoph Menk's critique of right is the most accomplished account of social rights in recent critical theory, in my view. Taking the risk of oversimplifying and doing justice with a complex and fascinating book, I shall synthesize Menk's endeavor by stating that his main claim is that rights has a dominating effect per se. This is deemed to be the kernel of truth codified in the so-called Marx riddle. The Declaration of Equal Rights is created by a political act that, at the same time that it breaks with a pattern of domination based on religion or traditional authority, it introduces another type of domination. This new type of domination is derived from the form that rights acquire in modern society. Rights are conceived as subjective rights. According to Menke, subjective rights entail a specific and depolitizing form of normativity. I quote from Critics of Rights. Rights are a specific form of normativity. To have a right means to have a justified and therefore binding claim. And to declare a right means to grant a justified and therefore binding claim. The bourgeois Declaration of Rights understands this to mean that a justified claim can only be a claim as equal. That is not all, however, for at the same time it understands this normative justification of a claim in such a way that the claim is thereby transformed into something factual that is prior to and separate from the political community. End of quote. Although reckoning that social right is not the same as private right, Menke suggests that social rights, conceived as a form of subjective right, still entails domination, a special kind of domination, complementary to the domination of private right, a domination but normalizing our participation on the social wealth. Menke censures those who criticize subjective rights and praise social rights for not realizing that both have a complementary domination effect. Critics of subjective rights assumes that they express a possessive individualism concerned just with the preservation of one's own private sphere of free choice. However, according to Menke, the subjective rights which preserve one's private sphere of free choice is solidary with the right to private wealth through social participation that guarantees the conditions or the capacities, Vermögen, that are necessary for the constitution of free will. That is exactly the point that he tries to make when proposing a reinterpretation of Locke in a section of the 9th chapter of Critique of Rights. Menke's judgment on the social right is really severe, denying what Honet has considered, that social rights is a result of social struggles from below, and radicalizing Habermas' accusation that social rights is the result of an adaptation to the present conditions of the market. I quote Menke, "Social law is not the result of a political struggle against domination in civil society. It is constitutive of this domination, nor is it belated creation of a politics opposed to civil society, but emerged simultaneously with it." I would even say that Menke's reconstruction of both Habermas and Honet, the way that Habermas and Honet treats or approach subject subjective and social rights has convinced me that all these three authors shares this presupposition that there is a continuity, plain continuity between subjective rights and social rights, and that there is so an equalization of subjective rights and social rights. So to the conclusion, as Marshall predicted, the horizon of implementation of social rights can vary enormously depending on the economic and political conditions of a society to satisfy its forever growing set of legitimate expectations. And that means not only the universalization of public service are good, but also a certain commitment to its qualitative dimension. I do not want to overemphasize contextual difference and reduce theoretical divergences to a matter of perspectives, but it is also futile to deny that social experience plays a significant role in the definition of our interest and sensibility. So, throughout this presentation, one of my aims was to explore the hypothesis that different emphasis identified in the accounts of social rights and the reception of T.H. Marshall is deeply determined by the different social and historical backgrounds. Modern Latin American societies were forged by a still recent colonial past determined by brutal subjugation of indigenous population, the massive use of slaves as working force, and the appropriation of the state by private interest. The kind of capitalism regime forged by this aspect resulting in a very segregated and unequal social structure. For that reason, an agenda of state-provided social rights has a deep transformative potential. At the same time, the transformation of European societies by the erosion of welfare state, the aftermath of the economic crisis of 2008, the increase of social inequality driven by the current trends of capitalism, and the significant influx of migrants also raise the question of whether it is not time for a new approach to social rights. So that's it.
Thank you, Ricardo and Luciana. We have some time now for a joint discussion. I invite you to raise your questions, comments, and criticisms. Please.
So thank you very much for your excellent presentations. My question goes to Luciana, and I'd like to know if you could develop a little bit more the critique that you presented about Marx, and especially when you state in the form of an objection that modern law is always already social, and not only, as Marx would have thought, law of private civil sphere. So in my understanding, this Marx critique of rights and law that he does since his early writings on the Jewish question regarding modernity and bourgeois civil society, for me, he defends even the defense of social or political rights is not enough to call into question this separation between citoyen and l'homme, but actually they exist, and Marx knows about them. So he talks not only about the civil rights, but also the social or political, and his critique is precisely to say they are not enough to call into question this separation. And actually, I think that ultimately what he says that is precisely the respect and the observance of these rights, also the social and the political rights, is what end up allowing that this process of alienation can go on. So I think this is my this is what I think his thesis is. And on the other hand, I think that is precisely the social aspect or the social form of that is characteristic to modernity regarding, for example, property, work, democracy, which are also presupposed in these rights, these civil rights, social rights, political rights, right to property, but also right to subsistence through one's own work or right to participate politically. I think for him, these social forms are what make possible what he calls in the Jewish question alienation and fetishizing character in the capital. So this, I think this does not imply that Marx would reject the struggle for legal recognition and for rights, be they civil or political or social, but this struggle would need to be kind of instrumental for a process of transformation that would radically put into question or call into question this modern form of rights. So I'd like to know if you could develop a little bit more this critique. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for now? I think that Luciana can start then answering.
Thank you, Polyana, for your question. Well, I do not intend here to dispute Marx's critique, as I am, in some sense, following the way in which MENKE presents his critique as somewhat different from Marx. Maybe Professor MENKE can state this better, but I think the main question here is that we don't see in Marx's critique of rights the critique of a specific form of domination that is not equated to coercion or exploitation, but there is the domination closely associated with social rights, which MENKE calls normalization. So the point would be to say that in the very form of rights as subjective rights, and I think this is closely connected with Ricardo's presentation also, in the very form of rights, subjective rights, it has to figure already at their genesis a sense of the possibility of making legitimate private claims and also of demanding social participation that is congenial to the rights form. So the social aspect of law would be present already at the beginning. And in fact, some historiographies of the Declaration of Rights in France, for instance, actually shows that, well, social rights were on debate already at that point. So I think the question here is one of the correct diagnosis of the form of rights as not something that first, in its first phase, is civil and political, in the second phase, social, and as perhaps some of you know, in law, we have this 3 generations theory of rights that is utterly popular, and that says that we have civil political rights, social rights, and then rights or collective rights of fraternity rights and so on. Yeah, I think to be brief about your question, I think the main point would be that about the diagnosing of the form of rights in its genesis, and how they already entail some possibility of domination that is not just the domination of coercion and exploitation, but also the domination of normalization. Yeah, I don't know if that answers.
So yeah, I have a question for both of you. Thank you for your great presentation. So to Ricardo, so I want to understand a little bit. So where's the direction of the argument? So what would you suggest? Which different understanding of social rights? So it seems to me that you're suggesting that there is a potential of social rights, so breaking up or going beyond subjective rights. But then what's the relationship between subjective and social rights, or civil and political and social rights? Is there an internal connection? Yeah, how would you, is it just external, etc.? To Luciana, I would like you to maybe come back to the, after going, you started with the bullet, the Bible, the beef, and then you went to critique of rights, and I would like to hear you going back, so to speak, and maybe addressing, because you were talking about mapping the semantics, what would be not only their understanding of the rights, of the form of rights, but also in what way that would be distinct from other left-wing understandings. And where is the point where they're both relying on constitutional rights, but where's the point where they differ in terms of their understanding of these rights?
Should I directly continue, or do you want to answer first? Okay. Yeah, there's somewhat related. Maybe all the questions are related. Thank you both for these very interesting and challenging presentations. So my first question is to Luciana. I think you're absolutely right that we have to take up the challenge of the current abuse of the language of rights in authoritarian and regressive forms. I mean, I think with this respect already, Wendy Brown's analysis of neoliberalism in this, I don't know what the title in English is, of silent revolution or transformation or something like that. So was very helpful, because she showed there how neoliberalism operates precisely by reshaping the concept of rights in an anti-emancipatory way. I mean, with the, for instance, I mean, if you remember, I mean, when in this chapter where she shows that the political sphere is reconfigured by the traditionally absurd idea that corporations should have political rights. Yeah, so then corporations can directly intervene into the political sphere by saying that is my right to free opinion. Yeah, so then I don't know, Mercedes-Benz has a right to free opinion like you, and of course this is a imbalance of power, and so on and so on. I think that is exactly right. So, and that makes it important to think about what an emancipatory, let's say, defense or an apology of rights would have to look like, right? I mean, how could we defend rights against these strategies? Yeah, and that there you made a very interesting remark, and I want to ask you about that. You spoke of the normative force of rights, and if we take that term seriously, it seems to me it leads us in a different direction than a more traditional view, where one would distinguish between the good idea or ideal and the wrong realization, yeah, of rights. That would say, okay, but there is a good idea here, and that is what our defense apology should unearth and strengthen, and against the wrong realizations. Yeah, because at least if we take this terminology of force, which I like, seriously here, that would mean that the relation between the normative force of rights and the very form of rights, it's a more complicated one, yeah? Because it seems that in a certain, that is the paradox of right, in a certain self-contradictory maybe movement, the very defense of rights in the name of the normative force is at the same time a critique, or is already a critique of rights. So the difference between, there is no critique of rights without an apologia of rights, and there's no apology of rights without a critique. I think that is the problem, but I think that is also the strength of any defense of rights. I mean, we can and we must defend rights, but we must also make clear that we can only defend rights by going beyond them. Yeah. So the movement, that means, I mean, maybe it's not very clear, but I want to say that in a certain sense, the process, if we understand that the defense of rights is the same as a critique of rights, and the critique of rights is the same as a defense of rights, that opens a different temporality and a different historicity, because it means that the time and the history of political struggle about rights cannot have the logic, like even Derrida says, that we have to invent ever more rights. Yeah, expanding rights. I mean, that is the progressistic interpretation, in a certain sense, behind the Marshall essay as well. So, for going from one generation of rights to another, and into future ones, and so on and so on. But that time of rights would also have at least the perspective of transgressing rights as such. Yeah? Okay. So that is the first remark. My remark to Ricardo is maybe there are certain remarks in my book that are not cautious enough in this respect. I mean, there are uncautious moments in the book. But what I wanted to say basically is something very simple, that if we do not look at rights so much from the perspective of the good intentions, and therefore the history that led to the formulation of a certain right, there are always good intentions. Yeah? So, so people always wanted something good, yeah, by claiming rights. I think I have no doubt about that. Yeah. So, and also especially the fight for social rights was the fight in the name of something good, social justice. Who can have something against it? So my question is rather, and I think it has to do with the first point, how do those rights then function when they are established? I think that is the question I'm interested in. It's more a social theory interest, yeah, than a normative theory account. How do they function? That means, in my view, what is the kind of interpellation, one could say, by social rights? What is the, to use the Althusserian expression, how do they address us? And in that respect, the form of legal address by rights has this very same structure, I think, than private law rights. They address us, and Luciana has reconstructed this, I think, very succinctly. They address us by turning us, or that what they legalize, into something pre-given, in naturalizing it. Yeah? In that respect, I think social rights do not break with the fatal ontology of rights, and that does not deny any of, I think, of the progressive interpretation where one would say that social rights also have an emancipatory point, and so on and so on. Yeah. So, and I wonder whether what your thoughts about that that structural interpretation of social rights is. Do you think that this is not so important, which I think would be a good claim, or what is your view on that?
Yeah, it was about, sorry, what's the dog? Okay, so yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, Arthur and Professor Menke, for these very interesting questions and remarks. So I will address Arthur's question first. I don't think we can simply state the difference between left-wing and right-wing understandings of rights. From the perspective of a correct use or misappropriation, as this recent literature is trying to state. Because if we think that legal normativity as such promises should be a completely open game of giving and asking for reasons, then we cannot simply bear someone to enter it. That would be to destroy the game itself. But of course, we can assert the appropriateness of these legal arguments as legal arguments, right? So yeah, we can say that's a bad legal argument or a wrong legal argument from the point of view of the system of law in question. And this would be an internal task for legal doctrine. My main worry is that this is not being made because all these right-wing appropriations are just discarded as inconsequential. They are not considered to somehow menace or change the legal normativity. And I think this is exactly the wrong way to address this challenge. When we think about what exactly these beef Bible bullet actors and movements are doing in Brazil, I think our main conclusion is that they are trying to reshape the language of rights as a language of universal recognition and then equality, and turn this to a language of, how can I put that? A language of creation of specific communities. Like this is very clear for me in this opposition of outlaws and good citizens. So the legal community is the community of the good citizens, not of the outlaws. So it's somehow a way to take the modern language of rights and try to put it in a traditional Sittlichkeit, as to speak, yeah. So yeah, I think it would be somewhere around there. Well, yeah, Professor Menke, thank you so much for your remarks. I think Wendy Brown's work, alongside with Melinda Cooper's, who work family values, are of the most importance to legal theory, albeit they are not often taken as works about the law. But especially Melinda Cooper in Family Values has showed how this so-called appropriation of abuse of the language of rights has been a consistent process of the neoconservative movements in the United States since at least the 70s. And I think this is now being addressed as a real cause of worry within constitutional democracies. So what would be the question? I think, as you stated, it would be the neoliberal reshaping of the concept of rights. What exactly is that? That is indeed happening. I don't know. I don't know exactly what an emancipatory defense or apology of rights that considers this phenomena would exactly look like. And I completely agree that there is no critique of rights without an apology of rights, and vice versa. When I talk about normative force, I have something very specific in mind. Namely, the way Robert Brandel interprets Frege's concept of force, craft, and relates this to the phenomenology of Spirit's concept of force. So Menke states in the Spirit of Trust, I'm sorry, I'm going to briefly quote here. The force, Fregean craft, is the normative significance of a speech act. What difference it makes to the commitments and responsibilities that the speaker acknowledges, undertakes, or licenses others to attribute. The content is what determines what one has committed oneself, or what one has committed oneself to, or made oneself responsible for by performing a speech act with that content. The key point that is brought to light by this concept of force is that performing a speech act involves coordinate dimensions of authority of the speaker concerning the claiming and responsibility with respect to what is claimed. So I think here we envisage a complex structure of mutual recognition necessary for the state of the normative force, for the very existence of the normative force. And I think that's really endangered in law specifically, because we cannot see in the positivist conception of law as one which, of course, naturalize its basis or the basis of its normativity. We cannot even start to conceive a structure of mutual recognition that asserts the language potential for having normative force. I'm not, that's not entirely clear, but yeah, I would go somewhere like this. And I think that what we have to do in legal theory, and that's somehow my personal endeavor, is to show how the semantics of law is endangered by this lack of normative force. Yeah, and I think it's very difficult to do that in legal theory, because one generally does not think about law semantics as something in need to be addressed, as is considered that law accepts any kind of semantics, and I don't think that's right. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the questions and the gentle remarks. Yeah, my point actually was, I think that both questions are pretty much related, and both wondered what the hell I'm talking about when I claim that there is a specific nature of social right. And what I'm trying to say is that when we go to Marshall, he states that social right has this enforceable character, but also, and that makes it very similar to all the other subjective rights, but also this dimension of legitimate expectation. And that is a qualitative dimension. And so that's prevent social right for falling in something given. That's why I try to defend that social rights have a specificity, and they are open to new interpretations, and that is a force that can dynamize a democracy. And yeah, my first comment when I try to explain why I got interest in studying social right and comparing, contrasting different interpretations of Marshall, the one of this law scholar Fernando Atria and the interpretation of critical theory. Because, I mean, when we see the effects, the consequence of the implementation of social rights in very unequal and segregated societies, we see that the social rights have a potential of transforming the structure of the society. When we implement universal public education system or universal health system, you create a new force of sociability. You are not just addressing an individual, you're not just addressing the free will of an isolated individual. You are really creating a new kind of sociability. And that differentiates social rights from subjective rights and civil rights. Political rights and civil rights that could be still considered in the paradigm of subjective rights. So I would, for instance, approach, let's say, prehistory of social rights, not by reconstructing Locke, that was really interesting, and showing how complementary the guarantees of the free will for the subjective rights are with the guarantee of the social rights that enable someone to form his free will. This social participation that enables someone to form his or her free will. But I would do a prehistory of social rights, tracing back to maybe Adam Smith and Hegel, when they diagnose that there is a crisis in the way that modern society tries to accomplish its own normativity. Modern society is unable to live up to its own normativity. So there is the necessity of that is already in Wealth of Nation,
a public education system. And in Hegel, that is really clear that when we go to the paragraphs on the rebel, the rebel, we see that he speaks of a right that is not precisely a right, because he says there is not a right when there is a nature phenomenon, but there is a right when there is a situation, a condition that is created by society. And this right is not the same right that is the subjective right. There is a certain right when we address the indignation of the rebel because their condition are not, their condition is not they to blame. I don't know if just construction is possible, but this is not the responsibility of individual that is structural. And so social rights would be maybe also a reaction against hegemony and one-sidedness of subjective rights. And that comes with a new principle of a new sociability as it appears in Hegel, in the corporation. That is also a kind of a new sociability that is necessary to transform and to overcome the crisis dynamics of modern society. So to modern society to guarantee its own normativity, there is this need of a new sociability, and that is addressed in my point of view in the way that Hegel deals with rebel. And I think that this kind of the same problematic is also contained when we think on social rights. I don't know if it was clear.
Yes. Sorry, we have time, do we? Yeah. I see your point, but I think your insistence on the dynamicizing, if one can say this, possibilization, I mean, this dynamic possibilities opened up for social rights is not something specific to social rights. I think that is the logic of all rights. And therefore, I think reading the neoliberalist, one hesitates to call this theories, pamphlets, yeah, Hayek, is so interesting because you see there that that this, let's say, neoliberal interpretation of rights has exactly the same rhetoric. I mean, the opportunities opened by it, the positive change of society. I mean, Hayek says society becomes vital. Yeah, so it's a vitalistic discourse, progression, and so on. So all that what you I mean, emphasize as specific to social rights, I think you can see there also in individual rights. It's not in neoliberal rights. It's not that neoliberals. This is not any more possessive liberalism, the possessive liberalism of the 17th century. It's a Nietzschean aesthetic, Schumpeter, vitalist discourse that is at stake here, an aesthetic discourse, one could say. Yeah. So I think in that respect, that is not specific to social rights. And so I think the reference to Hegel you make, that is really a crucial point. But then in a certain sense, you question the very form of rights, because if you interpret social rights in the Hegelian way, in this reference to corporation, of which Hegel says that is the return of Sittlichkeit into the bourgeois society. If we take that seriously, that means I only have a social right if I make good use of it. And I lose my social rights if I make bad use, evil use of it. So you condition I mean, that is, I think, what happens in the theory of the corporation. You condition the having of a right on the goodness or badness of the use of it, and that is a break with the tradition of rights, because rights are unconditional. So I have the right, whether independently or whether I make a bad or good use of it. That's for me a definition, a definitory point of rights. So, but if you interpret social rights as breaking with that, then we are really somewhere else. But I doubt that this is a description of how social rights in our society function.
Yeah, in this point, I tend to see in corporation is also this status issue that one finds also in the way that Marshall tries to interpret social rights. So in corporation, there is a status, and we can say, okay, if you break with this status because you don't have more the capacity of performing a certain work activity, you are out of the corporation. If it's in that sense that you said that the right is conditioned. But okay, but when you stick to the status, your right is guaranteed. And the point of Marshall is, as a citizen, you have a status. So now the only way to declare that you don't have social rights anymore is to declare that you are not a citizen anymore. So there is, of course, a great change, a great expansion of the same notion of status that is justifying a certain mutual duty that we see in the corporation, because the point is all the ones that pertain to the corporation shall help each other not to fall in a situation where its own subsistence is at risk. This same sense of mutual duty is transplanted to the society as a whole when you take social rights related with a status as a citizen. So yeah, I don't know if I was able to go to the point of your question, but that would be how I would answer it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have two questions to both great presentations as well. And I think they are connected, but I'm not totally sure. So I'll start with you, Ricardo, first. So you were asking, are social rights rightly conceived subjective rights? And you were answering in the affirmative, I take. But I took it that you meant this critically, so that's a bad thing somehow. Yeah. So I mean, on the Hornet case, we would imagine that social rights somehow limit the problematic character that subjective rights in capitalist societies have. They are somehow a balancing kind of form that kind of keep things at bay. And you was rather suggesting that's not the case, arguing with MENKE and in a sense with Habermas, that social rights are a form of subjective rights. Now, what I'm wondering is, can we be so sure that this is a bad thing? Yeah, so that's my question. In a certain sense, also coming from the question of, so our general topic today is paradoxes of autonomy. And so it seems to me that Habermas is an interesting case in point, because he introduces in the structure transformation of the public sphere, he, in a certain sense, comes from Arendt's point of the social, but doesn't share her her aggressive critique of the social. So Arendt thinks everything goes down the drain in certain sense by going into the realm of the social. If you just stick with the private on the one hand and state and the polis on the other hand, we would be fine. But then this strange hybrid thing comes up, the social, where my private concerns are public relevance, and somehow we have to deal with that. But Habermas thinks that's the great invention of modernity. Hegel, in a sense, agrees with civil society, and so we have a realm that is strongly a social arena or social realm, but in which we do not have already set forms of social coexistence, but an open social realm. And maybe the way we think of this realm when we regulate it on the basis of subjective rights is too individualistic, not quite the right kind of idea that we have. But isn't the whole, I mean, if there is a great idea behind social rights, would it not have to be the idea that there is a form of sociality that springs from the subjects itself, and that is in that sense open? So therefore, isn't it necessary that social rights conceived in an interesting, new, open form would need to be subjective rights? So why is it true that you take it to be a bad thing if social rights are subjective rights? And are you arguing for a kind of social rights that are not subjective rights, or do we have to rethink subjective rights and therefore social rights as subjective rights? So that's my question to you. And Luciana, thanks so much. I found this all very interesting. I wanted to invite you to say a little bit more about this this concept of semantics of law, or the kind of level on which you present your critique. So at one point, I took you to say or to suggest that from your point of view, the real problem is what you were describing as a certain way of making something semantically void, law semantically void. So that in a sense, we have this mere form, this empty formalism of the law in a certain sense, and everything can be packed into it. But now, in response to Arthur's and Christoph's question, you were suggesting that what happens in the right-wing use of rights, of subjective rights, is that they go away from a language of recognition and equality and universality, so in a certain kind of an open language, to one of community. Now we could, and now maybe the things are connected. So maybe it is because they are emptied of any content that we can reconnect it to this communal content. Maybe that's the problem. But I was first thinking, well, isn't the emptiness also something that something important about the form of subjective rights? So connected to that universalizing power. So in a certain sense, it seems that one way of presenting a problem would be to say that, well, the right-wing people, they have a very strong semantics of the law, tell you what it is about, and yeah. So maybe you could just say some more about this issue of semantics. I found that very interesting, but it wasn't totally clear how you want to work with it.
Do you prefer to answer it individually, or should we collect some?
I think it's better we collect.
Okay, so yeah, please.
Well, thanks very much to both of you, because they were great presentation. My question is closely related with the one before. I was wondering, it's directed to Luciana, but maybe Ricardo can say a word about it. When I hear your presentation, I was wondering if your presentation was like developed in two levels. One, we could say a formal level, or when you criticize this resemantization of rights and the abuse of rights, and the use of these neoliberal or new rights movements so it's like a formal critique, like a formal use of a formal level of right. But then you said to a previous question, you answered about something about communities, and I think that is implied to me that this is a different level. It's just not just a formal level, just a resemantization, but it's like a political level. It's maybe they are related, are closely related, but the problem what I see here, or maybe you can say something about it, is like, well, the left movement, the progressive movements, they cannot escape this critique of yours about the abuse of language of right. They need the use of rights. They need this language of But maybe they can say a word about this, because these neoliberal movements, what they are creating, on a political level, they are creating communities. They say, okay, these rights, the validity of these rights are for the good citizens, not for the bandits, for the illegals. They are creating communities where these rights are valid. So this is not just a formal level. This is a political level. So maybe in this level, in this political level, progressive movements or left movement, maybe they can have some space, because they need rights. They need the language of rights. They can not renounce this, but they can say a word about this political level of creating communities. It's just like, maybe saying, okay, you are creating a community where there's it's not universal. You are left outside a certain amount of people. So that's my, I don't know. Okay.
Thank you. We still have one question here.
Yeah, thank you so much for these two very rich and very enlightening talks. I have one question that relates to both of your talks, but maybe more immediately to Luciana's talk. So you were talking, or both of you were talking about, but mainly you were talking about a language of rights, which is a language of equality, which I also understand as a analysis. But I kind of like, and this was already, I think, implied in your talk, but I really doubt that this is the language that the current far right is actually speaking. So as you have shown, they use fragments of this language, but they don't actually speak this very like philosophical language, which in my opinion is not, and we should not forget that it's not a universal language. It's a philosophical language that has a specific historic origin. So my question, slightly provocative, but only for the sake of discussion, of course, is the following. Isn't this déformation professionnelle on the part of us philosophers to assume that everyone speaks our very philosophical, but actually not universal language, which is a language of rights, in this case? So isn't that the danger of the philosophical reconstruction of the present situation? I actually think that is a real danger, although it's very hard to see how to avoid it. So the more we frame the discourse of the far right in our philosophical way, I think the less they will be willing to actually interact with us. So as soon as we try to actually situate our philosophical endeavor in the present situation, as soon as we actually try to confront the far right enemies of philosophy, which, as everyone in Brazil knows, they are, we will learn the hard way that this sort of philosophical reformulation has its like own and very fundamental problems. So I just wanted to, I think this was kind of like already implied in your talk, but I just wanted to make it more explicit and ask the question how we can deal with this gap between our philosophical reconstruction and the sort of like, and the fact that a lot of what's decisive about the current situation is that they don't care about the premises of this language, which would be equality or shared public discourse and so on.
So thank you again very much for the questions. I would say that my proposal was precisely to make this differentiation, concede this specific status or nature or kind to social right and only to social right. My view, I don't know. I never thought in trying to reconceive subjective rights in this way. I think that the main reason for, or the way to try to conceptualize social rights could be taken from this classical account of Marshall and appealing to a certain experience of each citizen or each member of a society, and seeing how it is possible to create and increase a certain expectation that will also turn more distributed, more shared, this common concern of this mutual duty that each one has from each other. And I mean, the point when you have the implementation of a big public state-centered social system in education and healthcare is that all the society is concerned with that. I mean, if there is a situation, and that is not the situation here in Brazil, is not the situation in Chile, for instance, that all the children has to have to go to the same public educational system, all the society will have to be engaged in improving this system, the same as a health system. If all have to go to the same, all must be engaged in improving it. And that is the logic that is completely different from neoliberalism, that I think that is the kind of dynamization that I'm claiming for, actually. Is another kind of, there is a certain similarity in vocabulary of dynamizing of life and so, but it is another way to conceive this concept. And yeah, related to Honet, what strikes me is that Honet has in the center point of his model of critical theory the concept of social freedom. And despite that, he's not sensible in trying to incorporate this more, let's say, socialist interpretation of social rights. He always interprets social right as only an individual right, as a prerequisite, as the resources that are needed to the autonomy of the individual. So that is a little bit in contradiction, in my point of view, with his basis, his normative basis, most fundamentally, this concept of social freedom.
Thank you for all these very interesting questions. Maybe I'll start with Leandro's question about these two levels of my presentation. Yes, I think maybe there are two levels, one of the social critique and one of the diagnosis, or that's something I really try to do, but I think they are necessarily interrelated, and especially when we think about the law. And the law works with conceptualizations. So the formal level of law is always already political or social. There is no way we can disentangle that. So I think that in this political level of creating communities, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm rightly addressing your point, but I don't think that in this political level there is an opportunity for left-wing movements to also start creating communities as a realm in which specific value would be valid, and outside this realm would not be valid. I think this is in fact happening, but I don't think this is it's a great outcome, because I think the left-wing task nowadays, the way I see it, should be one of insisting on the possibility of us living together in a scheme of mutual universal recognition. I don't think this is an easy task, but yeah, that's how I would put it.
The last one is what I was meant to mention, because the left-wing movements must we must belong to some kind of universality, not to communities, to specific communities.
Yeah.
Not mention just, okay, these rights are valid to this community, and not
Yeah.
this community, but we all belong to just like some sort of universality.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and so regarding Oliver's question about the language of rights being a language of equality, and if we are not imposing to people a kind of philosophical reconstruction that is alien to their self-perceptions, I don't think that's the case when we talk about law again, because the beauty, I think, and the horror of legal normativity is that it is open. It is available to anyone, and people actually take this up. They do not see themselves as strange from that. And I think that's exactly precisely what we see in contemporary authoritarian movements and reactionary right-wing extremism. They are always trying to put themselves under the law. Always. You can say that's a rhetoric movement, that's just a false way of treating things, but and maybe it is. I don't think it is. I think there is a genuine moral conviction in some of these discourses, but even if it's just an external, as to say, appropriation of the vocabulary and the sense of the legal normativity, even if it's just rhetorical, I think that entails a change in the practice itself, because the practice is collective and it's socially conducted, is not something of which we can make an external philosophical reconstruction. But I don't think that to talk about the language of rights as not a philosophical, not a universal, historically situated language, but the real language in force in our current political, social practices. I don't think, I think that's precisely the correct diagnosis of what is happening. So, maybe we have to show this through empirical findings and empirical researches that I think some of them are being made, but we can also recur to anecdotal evidence, such as Bolsonaro's discourse about always being in the 4 lines of constitution. I am within the 4 lines of Brazilian constitution. I did not plan a coup d'etat because I was just drafting a decree of a state of emergency. And how can that be a coup d'etat? I was trying to do something the Constitution allows me to do. So my immediate reaction would be something like that, but of course we can think better about this. And Thomas' question about the concept of semantics. Again, I'm completely drawing on Robert Brandon's semantic inferentialism and the way he talks about semantics as being necessarily connected with pragmatic force. Yeah. I think that's very, very rich to think about the law and the legal normativity, because in law and in legal theory, semantics is somewhat of a cursed word. It suffers to say that the Dworkin's critique of positivism was framed, Dworkin framed this critique as a semantic sting. He said positivism suffers from a semantic sting. He was trying to imply that positivism is semantically essentialist. And this was the problem that Dworkin was trying to solve with his critique of positivism. And this was very unfortunate on the part of Dworkin, because it really drew away the attention of the core of his critique. That was a critique exactly about the impossibility of creating normativity solely based on social facts. And to say it briefly, that was what Dworkin was chasing when he criticized legal positivism. So semantics is a cursed idea in legal theory, because one does not often think about the possibility of legality or the rule of law having a semantic. That would be essentialist, and that would be against what the law promises, as it promises to be open. But if we see that normative force is necessarily connected with some kind of semantics, then we cannot abandon the necessity to talk about legal semantics. And here I think the critique that Brandon's asserts in one text called a Hegelian model of legal concept determination is exactly right. He says that the realm of law is distinct of other practical realms, because he says any semantic skeptical threat to the intelligibility of legal concepts as determinately contentful carries with it a collateral threat to the ontological status of legal statuses such as obligation and rights, which are instituted by laws. So the semantic skepticism, which is thoroughly pervasive in law. We cannot talk about legal theory without talking about skepticism. It's like the normal, the regular mode of functioning of legal theory is really a threat. I was thinking along those lines when I was talking about the emptiness of legal normativity and the possibility that the language of rights is becoming semantically void. I actually believe, and something I developed in other works, I actually believe the very concept of validity, of legal validity, is semantically void, and that's actually a problem. I think Luhmann precisely stated that when he said that validity is a symbolic achievement of modernity, because it is a form without any content, and that's right. And I don't think the legal practices are being able to deal with this paradox anymore. Yes, I think that's the crisis. So yeah, I don't know if I answered all of your points. Yeah, I think the emptiness, the semantically emptiness of the language is totally connected with the possibility of creating specific communities of legal recognition. Yeah, it is because it's semantically empty that you need to create a value to give the form its content. So yeah, thank you.
So we almost ran out of time, but we still have a small time for the follow-ups or maybe rejoinders. Not, well, we can bring the follow-ups during lunchtime. I'm very thankful for you. Congratulations for your very rich presentations. And we come back at 2 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
For the evening panels. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Afternoon, welcome back to the second round of these activities here in Cebrap, in Conferência Paradoxes of Autonomy. I'm Polyana, and I'm going to be the chair of this next round table of our conference. So in this next table, we have my colleagues Arthur Bueno and Felipe Gonçalves Silva as the main speakers of this table of discussions. And I will give you a short introduction of them, followed by their presentations. So we'll start with Arthur Bueno. Can we keep the schedule? So Arthur Bueno is assistant professor at the Department of Political Science at the University of Passau in Germany since 2022. He's also an external member of the Institute of Philosophy at the University of Frankfurt am Main, also since 2022, and affiliated professor at the Institute of Psychology at the Universidade de São Paulo. He's the president of the Georg Zimmer Gesellschaft and also the president of the Research Committee on Conceptual and Terminological Analysis of the International Sociological Association. And he's the author and organizer of a large number of papers and books. Two of the most recent ones are Critical Theory and New Materialism, published in 2021, and Decentering Global Sociology from 2022. Also here with us, we have Felipe Gonçalves Silva, professor in the philosophy departments at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, UFRGS. He is a CAPS Alexander von Humboldt Stiftung scholar, a researcher of the Law and Democracy Research Group here in Cebrap. And he's also the author of a large number of works and papers, especially in the field of political and social philosophy, with an emphasis on critical theory. So welcome you both. And so the first one, Arthur, you have the floor. Up to 45 minutes and a little bit more.
Very much. To the end of the presentation, there will be some simple graphics and squares and circles and so on and so forth. So, to see if I can make myself understand, you know, a little bit understandable. So exactly. So we'll try. I mean, the main goal of my paper is to bring together two diagnoses of reification: Lukács's diagnosis and Adorno's diagnosis, and also bringing together the idea of how can we move from one to the other, how can we think of emancipation under authoritarian conditions. So that's the main aim of the paper. So the commitment to emancipatory practice stands as a foundational principle of critical theory, representing at the same time one of its most notable points of instability. This predicament is tied to its ambivalent relationship with Georg Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, a work whose reception significantly shaped the intellectual trajectory of the members of the Institute for Social Research. From Lukács, they not only retained an interpretation of Marx's critique of political economy rooted in its connections with classical German philosophy, but above all, they embraced the centrality of the analysis of fetishism for diagnosing modern society. However, both the philosophical underpinnings and the political ramifications of Lukács's book were strongly challenged. Although in agreement with Lukács on the centrality of reification, Adorno conceptualized this phenomenon in a manner that led to a distinct understanding of its implications for the relationship between subjectivity and emancipation. It is true that, despite the nuances of each perspective, Adorno's characterization of modern subjectivity has important points of contact with Lukács's description of bourgeois consciousness. Both Lukács and Adorno viewed the reified subject as endeavoring to assert control over the world through calculation, only to find itself compelled to adapt to abstract laws it cannot entirely grasp or control. However, Lukács contended that these very processes, while attributing merely illusory activity to the individual, also established the potential to be developed through the proletariat's class consciousness for the emergence of a collective subject capable of reappropriating the objectivity it has produced. Adorno found this perspective untenable for at least two reasons. Firstly, as he argued in Negative Dialectics, Lukács's portrayal of the proletariat as the identical subject-object of history perpetuated a philosophical subjectivism or imperialism that, since Fichte, had functioned as an ideological accompaniment to the bourgeois individual. Conceiving the overcoming of capitalism as the annexation of the object by the subject, based on the principle of identity, such an account, Lukács's account, on Adorno's view, fails to acknowledge that which is alien to this principle, namely the non-identical. And I quote Adorno: "The thinker may easily comfort himself by imagining that in the dissolution of reification of the merchandise character, he possesses the philosopher's stone. But if a man looks upon thingness as radical evil, if he would like to dynamize all entity into pure actuality, he tends to be hostile to otherness." So this is one reason. I will come back to this later. So secondly, other challenges to the critique of reification arose as a result of transformations in capitalism itself. To the extent that Lukács's analysis of the contemplative attitude of bourgeois consciousness gave way to critical theory's investigations into the authoritarian character, the political consequences of reification also came to appear differently. From the mid-40s onwards, Adorno's essays emphasized the tendencies towards the dissolution of the subject in the context of the crisis of the liberal order and the emergence of monopoly or state capitalism. If Lukács could still envisage the revolutionary overcoming of reification, propelled by its internal contradictions, Adorno saw the intensification of this phenomenon under state capitalism as culminating in what he called the end of psychology itself. Instead of anticipating the annexation of objectivity by a revolutionary collective subject, Adorno suggested a tendency toward the abolition of subjectivity under the mounting pressure of powerful objective structures. In this way, his diagnosis seemed to lead to what Jessica Benjamin has termed the end of internalization, a scenario in which social domination is exercised directly, bypassing the mediation of psychic agencies of internalized authority and thereby undermining the very possibility of resistance. Now, when interpreted in this manner, despite the divergences, Lukács' and Adorno's analysis seem to share a common feature. They both culminate in the elimination of the subject-object distinction, either through the dissolution of objectivity by a revolutionary subject, or the dissolution of subjectivity by the object, in the case of Adorno. So as a result, the critique of reification seems to lead to a political impasse. So either with Adorno, the potential for emancipatory subjectivity is nullified to the extent that psychic conflict and psychology itself dissolves, or with Lukács, emancipatory subjectivity is conceived as eradicating such a conflict by itself, and hence also eradicating itself, since it eradicates the difference between subject-object by appropriating the world in its entirety. However, as I will argue, this alternative is rooted in partial interpretations of Lukács' and Adorno's arguments. In what follows, I will claim that one can find elements in their works that allow to envisioning the relationship between reification, subjectivity, emancipation, and authoritarianism in other terms. In particular, I will argue that the political impasses of the critique of reification can be circumvented by reading Lukács in some sense in the light of Adorno, and Adorno in the light of Lukács. This implies, first of all, revisiting a tension within Lukács' critique of reification as a simultaneously idealistic and romantic endeavor, a tension that he aimed to resolve through the conception of the proletariat as the identical subject-object of history. This is a step, however, as I already mentioned, that was deemed particularly problematic by critics like Adorno. So this is the end of the introduction. So now Lukács' dual critique of reification. Lukács famously builds on Marx's arguments on commodity fetishism to formulate his conception of reification. The crux of Marx's analysis of fetishism lies in his definition of the commodity as a sensuously suprasensuous thing. To the extent that they come to be mediated by the value form, the products of human labor, which are always ordinary and trivial sensuous things, that is, concrete use values, take on a thingly, a sachliche form. They become suprasensuous things which bear abstract value. The product is split. It appears both as a sensuous, useful thing and a suprasensuous value thing. However, the fetishistic character of the world of commodities does not solely arise from this split. Commodities are not merely things that are both sensuous and suprasensuous. They consist in Marx's precise formula that many times I think it's not correctly translated into English. They consist of sensuously suprasensuous things, not sensuous suprasensuous, sensuously suprasensuous. While the objectivity of value is not inherent in the object itself, but emerges from its relationship with other products of labor through the mediation of the value form, this value objectivity, which is social, appears as if it were contained in the individual object. Fetishism involves not only a split, but an inversion. Through the value form, the sensuous aspects of labor take on a suprasensuous form, which then is reflected to the producers as objective or natural characteristics, sensuously suprasensuous of the products of labor. So fetishism entails, in a sense, a becoming concrete of the abstract, a becoming sensuous of the suprasensuous, or a concretization of the abstract. Now, while many interpretations of Marx duly acknowledge this, there is another side of this process which often goes unnoticed. By making the suprasensuous appear as sensuous, fetishism conceals much of what is sensuous about things. So naturalization, if we consider this as a concretization of the abstract, as something abstract that appears to be concrete, if we take this to be naturalization, also entails denaturalization as a sort of concealment of the concrete. To the extent that what seems natural is a concretized abstract, we might say the actual sensuous aspects of the world do not come to appear as such. They seem strangely impalpable, ungraspable, even irrational and untamable. So this will be important further on. So what I want to highlight at this point is that Lukács conceives of his diagnosis of reification as a comprehensive analysis of the objective and subjective implications of this fundamental structural fact. Also particularly significant is the fact that he explores the consequences of fetishism for the individual's relations with themselves, not only with the products of labor. And especially important is the fact that by doing so, he comes to impart two distinct emphases to the concept of reification. So two different ways of understanding the structure of fetishism that I was talking about earlier. So Lukács first underscores how when labor power becomes a commodity, the same consequences apply to it, as Marx pointed out, for the products of labor under capitalism. Productive activity itself becomes a thing. It appears to producers as possessing inherent characteristics separate from their origin in social processes. And the same applies to actions taking place in other spheres of capitalist society. In politics and law, in knowledge and culture, I quote Lukács, a world of ready-made things emerges whose laws are gradually recognized by human beings, but which confront them as invincible, self-acting powers. So this is one side. However, Lukács also underscores a second facet of capitalist fetishism. This involves not just the autonomization of activities in relation to their subjects, but also the abstraction of human labor. By connecting Marx, Simmel, and Weber, Lukács interprets the capitalist labor process as an increasingly rationalized process, entailing a growing elimination of the qualitative properties of both the products of labor and the worker. This has significant implications for the producer's relationship with their own activity. As the labor process is fragmented into partial, abstractly rational operations, the worker's connection with the finished product is disrupted and their work is reduced to a specialized function that is mechanically repeated. And this also appears to other spheres of capitalist society. So in sum, what I'm trying to point out here is that the contemplative attitude, which Lukács views as a characteristic of bourgeois consciousness, can be considered from two angles. Firstly, the individual's actions are contemplative because they're passive, amounting to a mere adaptation to seemingly unsurmountable laws. But also, bourgeois consciousness is contemplative due to its mechanical nature. Abstracted from its concrete qualities, it is reduced to fragmented and arbitrary operations, detached from the concrete needs of human agents. So in the first sense, there is an inversion between subject and object. In the second sense, an inversion between the concrete and the abstract. Now, it is by bringing together these two aspects of the critique of reification that Lukács came to conceive of the proletariat as the identical subject-object of history. Overcoming capitalist reification was seen as involving two simultaneous processes: the establishment of human actions as both truly active and truly organic. Lukács envisioned these processes in a manner where each necessarily implied the other. True activity could only be concrete, and truly concrete relationship with the world could only be active. Now moving on to the next step, I wanted to highlight these two dimensions of the critique of reification. Now, I want to highlight how there is a tension between these two perspectives that was identified by the commentators. So while Lukács sought to integrate these two dimensions of his critique of reification, their mutual tension have not gone unnoticed by later commentators. In his reassessment of history and class consciousness, Honneth discerns two versions of Lukács' argument. In the official stance, Lukács, drawing from Hegel and Fichte, defends, and I quote, that we can speak of undistorted human agency only in cases where an object can be thought of as the product of a subject, and where mind and world, therefore, ultimately coincide with one another, end of quotation. Finding these idealistic conception untenable, Honneth identifies another unofficial notion of genuine praxis as one that involves, I quote again, experiencing the world directly in an unmediated, miterlebend way, as an organic part of one's personality. Others, however, have deemed precisely this romantic side of Lukács's critique of reification problematic. Lucio Colletti famously stated that Lukács, I quote, goes into a factory not with capital, but with Bergson's Essai sur les données immédiates de la conscience. In this view, the critique of reification would target not the power of capital over labor, but instead rationalization, abstraction, and quantification as such. For Lukács, says Colletti, and I quote, the supreme affront to man on the assembly line is that it has eliminated durée. So there is here sort of the two dimensions of the critique of reification, sort of there's a parallel between them and what has been identified by the literature between idealistic and romantic tendencies of history and class consciousness. And for Adorno, both these tendencies were equally problematic, as I already started mentioning. In Negative Dialectics, he criticizes Lukács's diagnosis of reification for not going beyond Fichte's subjective idealism, insofar as it confuses the realization of autonomy with overcoming dependence on the object. This results in a productivist approach lacking considerations of the subject's heteronomy in relation to the non-identity of the object. Simultaneously, Adorno accuses Lukács of regressing from idealism to a form of romantic anti-capitalism. So he both criticizes Lukács for being too idealistic and for not being idealistic enough. According to this critique, Lukács romanticizes pre-modern societies by envisioning them as oriented towards producing incommensurable use values, fostering immediate relationships between individuals without the mediation of reified objects. In Adorno's view, by vehemently opposing comparability and abstraction, Lukács loses sight of a central idealist aspect of Marx's critique of political economy, namely the horizon of a just exchange given by the relationship between formally equal subjects. In this way, Adorno points to an aporia intrinsic to history and class consciousness, insofar as Lukács's diagnosis pulls into two opposite directions. On the one hand, it idealistically projects a subjectivity capable of dominating the world through its activity, but by doing so, it loses sight of the object's otherness, its non-identity. On the other, it romantically affiliates itself with the notion of an immersion of the self in the concreteness of life, thereby neglecting the emancipatory potentials contained in the very notion of the subject. Curiously, it is likely that the tension between these dimensions did not go unnoticed by Lukács himself. Although they are brought together in history and class consciousness in a unitary diagnosis and a unitary figure of the proletariat, they refer to two distinct theoretical lineages that exerted an important influence on his earlier writings. On the one hand, Lukács understood his critique of reification as being capable of carrying out a task the idealist philosophy had set itself without, however, being able to fulfill the reappropriation of the object by a rational collective subject. Now, this task is not dissimilar to that which the very young Lukács had considered in Soul and Form to be proper to what he called the tragic man, who seeks to give form to the world from his own self. On the other hand, in continuity with the romantic critique of modernity, Lukács saw the overcoming of reification as involving a reestablishment of the primacy of concrete life over abstract form. Now, this perspective, in turn, is similar to that which, again in Soul and Form, he saw as proper to the mystic, who seeks to dissolve each and every form, including the form of its own self, in the concrete totality of life. As Lukács summarizes in Soul and Form, I quote, "The miracle of tragedy is a form-creating one. Its essence is selfhood. Just as exclusively as in mysticism, the essence is self-oblivion. The mystical experience is to suffer the all. The tragic one is to create the all." End of quote. So even before his conversion to Marxism, Lukács had noticed the conflict between these two perspectives. What is more, he had already observed the problematic nature of each of them. While appearing to the young Lukács as two ways out of ordinary life, a notion that anticipates what he would later call reification, these two paths are seen as ultimately marked by the impossibility of realizing their horizons. In mysticism, I quote, "It is beyond all explanation how a self can absorb everything into itself, how in a state of melting flux it can destroy everything distinctive about itself and the whole world and yet retain a self to experience this cancellation of the self." In tragedy, something similar occurs, yet in the opposite direction. And I quote again, "The self stresses its selfhood with an all-exclusive, all-destroying force, but this extreme affirmation imparts a steely hardness and autonomous life to everything it encounters and, arriving at the ultimate peak of pure selfhood, finally cancels itself out." So, just as the mystical affirmation of life tends to self-dissolution, the tragic assertion of form tends to self-annihilation. These two stances are entirely opposite, and yet they ultimately converge. Both, says Lukács, mysteriously combine life and death. So considered in the light of the young Lukács, his later critique of reification thus appears as an attempt to bring together, through the revolutionary action of the proletariat, two perspectives that in soul and form had appeared to be untenable. If this seems possible to him in 1923, it is because then it is no longer a question of criticizing ordinary life in general, but a society historically founded on the commodity form and therefore subject to change. The positions that in 1910, soul and form, were seen as inevitably leading to an impasse are taken in 1923 as the driving force of a radical transformation of society. Even so, the arguments in soul and form already point to what would appear to Adorno as problematic in history and class consciousness. As Lukács indicated in 1910, there is a point at which these two perspectives, the tragic and the mystical, meet, the dissolution of all otherness and therefore of oneself. Similarly, the idealist and romantic dimensions of the critique of reification appear to end in identity, in one case via the idealist subsumption of the object into the subject, in the other via the romantic dissolution of the abstract into the concrete. As Lukács later noted in his self-critical preface to History and Class Consciousness, the conception of emancipation developed in the book, and I quote, "would mean the end of objective reality and thus of any reality at all." There are compelling reasons, therefore, why critics of history and class consciousness have advocated for abandoning the notion of the proletariat as the identical subject-object of history. However, such criticisms have often resulted in overlooking some of the book's arguments about the struggle against reification. The emancipatory horizon of the critique of reification is sometimes abandoned. At other times, it is detached from a comprehensive diagnosis of capitalist society. We have already seen the reasons for this. The ultimate end of the revolutionary process seemed to be conceived as the eradication of all mediation. Nevertheless, and this is what's crucial for me, when Lukács endeavors to illustrate how this end could be achieved, he does so by presenting an account of the successive mediations through which a revolutionary class could emerge from the very contradictions of bourgeois consciousness. So this, I believe, makes it possible to reconsider his analysis in a way that might avoid the problematic aspects pointed out by his critics, in particular Adorno. So, as I will argue, and now the images will start to appear, Lukács' arguments on the emergence of revolutionary consciousness can be interpreted in a manner where, instead of an immediate identity between subject and object, one can find a continuous and never fully completed process of mediation. So basically, I'm suggesting let's forget about the subject-object identity and let's see how he describes how actually a class emerges. The development of an emancipatory subjectivity from the contradictions of the reified subject can then be delineating as occurring through a series of phenomenological stages, which I will interpret not necessarily in connection to a particular empirical class. So I'm focusing on the sort of phenomenological stages. So, okay. So the first of these, what I'm calling stages, consists in what Lukács calls reified or immediate consciousness. Here, reality presents itself in terms of an opposition between an active subject who attempts to dominate the world by providing it with a rational form and a passive object expected to comply with such a process. Oriented towards the domination of external reality through the discovery of its laws, the individual does not see itself as a material being which is concretely bound to its object. Rather, the concreteness of the world remains concealed behind a structure of rational domination in which one actually stands as a calculating subject in the face of objects to be calculated. So materiality is not really important from this perspective. This consciousness is contemplative insofar as it restricts itself to adapting to abstract laws, and yet it regards itself as an active, free, form-giving subject. To be sure, for Lukács, this consciousness cannot avoid somehow sensing the limits of its reified relationship to the world. These limits are manifested as an occasional external resistance of the object to the rationalizing activity of the subject. As Lukács says, as an outermost barrier that cannot be crossed, as a limit to rationalization, which is unclear why it's happening. The object may then appear temporarily split, that is, both as a mechanical rational thing, which can be calculated, and as an organic irrational element that resists rationalization for reasons that are not clear. Yet at this stage, those limits are perceived as surpassable, as the sign of an insufficient rationalization that shall be driven further. Just do it, just keep going, right? So, however, consciousness is led to move beyond those limits when that, and this is the second stage, so to speak, when that appearance of activity can no longer be sustained. When the external world not only occasionally resists the individual's efforts at dominating it, but when the world comes to appear as the dominating part, action. I quote Lukács, in every aspect of daily life in which the individual worker imagines himself to be the subject of his own life, he finds this to be an illusion that is destroyed by the immediacy of his existence. And this is a crucial step for Lukács in the path to revolutionary consciousness, precisely because the illusion of activity is partially dissolved. And at this point, which for Lukács could only be reached by the worker, the individual is compelled to acknowledge that its actions are only moments of a process of abstraction in which he is no more than a cipher reduced to an abstract quantity, a mechanized and rationalized tool. What appeared before as a form-giving activity, facing occasional but surpassable external limits, is now disclosed as mere passivity. Rather than an active subject, the individual recognizes itself as the pure and mere object of societal events. Now, the contradictory dynamic between the thrust for rationalization and the concrete resistances to this process now reaches the human being itself. What in the previous stage applied only to external object comes to apply now to individual itself, since it is also an object of abstraction. So the limits of reification no longer arise only in the confrontation with an external world, but also in relation to one's own interiority. I quote, "The outward barrier has become an inward barrier." So that which in the human being cannot be fully rationalized appears at this point as an inner contingent, ungraspable, organic, irrational elements. I quote, "Human qualities appear as mere sources of error." Once again, the concreteness of life can only appear as an irrational, ungraspable element that resists rationalization. Just to give a very trivial example, I did an interview some years ago, and the subject was telling me how the process where he became depressed, and the initial one part of this was a moment where he would wake up every day very early, but then suddenly he couldn't wake it anymore. So his body was resisting, but he didn't know why. So at this point, so there is a sort of organic irrational element within oneself that is blocking, so to speak, the activity of being a rationalized subject. The situation changes, however, when this concrete inner element is no longer recognized as an incomprehensible resistance to rationalization, but as necessarily linked to it, inasmuch as the individual acknowledges itself both as an object of calculation and as organically resisting to it. He or she may come to fathom the connection between these two dimensions. One may perceive in one's own life that every quantitative change to which one is submitted corresponds to a qualitative variation which one experiences. Quoting Lukács, "The quantitative differences in exploitation must appear to the worker as the decisive qualitative characters of his whole physical, mental, and moral existence. The individual thereby recognizes itself both as an object submitted to a process of abstraction and as a living being immersed in concrete life processes. One perceives the effects of abstraction in one's own physical being, identifying in one's own suffering the qualitative marks of a quantitative process beyond one's control. One realizes that one not merely has a body which resists abstraction somehow, but is a living, vulnerable body which suffers and experiences abstraction. Testifying rationalization directly in its everyday worries and pains, consciousness is now in a position to recognize, I quote, that beneath the quantifying crust, there was a qualitative living core. So one is able now to connect one's own sufferings to what is happening, its position, objective position as a passive object. And this allows in turn the limits to reification to be understood differently. Or just one important, it's important at this point that one recognizes oneself as a living being which is vulnerable, a material being which can perish, and therefore which participate in a collective life, so to speak, which is not only an individual living being, but is, because it's vulnerable, it's also open and connected to other living beings. This allows in turn the limits to reification to be understood differently. Once suffering is perceived as the effect of an abstraction process unto a vulnerable body, the resistances to this process, such as not being able to wake up early in the morning, may appear accordingly as one's own resistances, that is, as the expression of a body's living force. And of course, I'm thinking here of Menke's conception of force. One is now able to see oneself as the bearer of a concrete labor power or power, which not only resists rationalization, but is also at its basis. Reifying abstraction is now shown to depend on the very concrete matter it attempts to dominate. This alters the understanding of what power is. It no longer appears as the activity of a calculating subject, but as the manifestation of a living productive force that is shared with other beings, partaking in the same concrete life processes. Consciousness then comes to see itself as bound to a collective power that lies beneath those abstract forms and acts as their driving force. As Lukács puts it, the special objective character of labor as its use value now awakens and becomes social reality. So you see that the experience of consciousness is also becoming wider and more collective, not only individual and atomized. At this point, the split between the abstract and the concrete is disclosed as the product of history, and therefore as something that can be transformed. In fact, one can now recognize that the reified order was already undergoing change, that this whole path was already practical, even though it didn't appear as such. That collective living force comes to be recognized as such in the very process of its being collectively self-organized and set against existing reified forms, enforcing new ones. For instance, a strike can be understood in those terms as taking this collective living power and withdrawing from the process of domination, of abstract domination. So this living force awakens and becomes social reality through a dynamic by which it ceases to be the unacknowledged driving wheel of capitalist reification, this is Lukács' expression, and becomes the acknowledged driving wheel of a transformative praxis. Rational activity no longer appears as the act of an isolated calculative subject, but is now mediated by a living force that is collective because grounded in a shared condition of vulnerability. The emergence of a revolutionary consciousness is therefore a process which takes place as a series of unveilings. Behind the apparent activity of a calculating subject, one finds the passivity of a calculated object. Behind the passivity of this abstract object, one finds the vulnerability of a living being. Behind the vulnerability of such a being, one finds a living force, which may then become real activity, transformative praxis, to the extent that it finds expression by a collective self-organization and struggle in the creation of novel forms. Understood in this way, the emergence of emancipatory subjectivity does not involve the dissolution of distinctions between activity, passivity, vulnerability, and force. Rather than leading to the elimination of differences by an identical subject-object, this process relates them in a way that they continuously and never fully translate into each other, mediating one another. So, one can therefore reframe, that's my suggestion, reframe Lukács' arguments to navigate the impasses highlighted by Adorno. Rather than amalgamating the two horizons, idealist and romantic, this reconstruction presents the emergence of emancipatory subjectivity as an ongoing process of mediation between them, sort of pitting one against the other, so to speak, in practice. Now, just 1 second, how much time more or less do I have? Okay, so I'll move further on. And now, my idea is to interpret Adorno, part of Adorno's arguments with these categories, so to speak. So as I will argue now, Adorno's analysis on the authoritarian personality can be illuminated through the lens of Lukács, as I try to illuminate Lukács by taking into consideration Adorno's arguments on the non-identical, and just to stress something that I already said, I mean, the important role of the limits of reification, the material limits of reification as a sort of non-identical element that drives the emancipatory process. That's one of the things that I tried to argue before. So moving to Adorno. In his inquiries into modern authoritarianism, Adorno starts from a diagnosis of the tensions of reified subjectivity, as did Lukács. In Dialectic of Enlightenment, the psychic conflicts that Freud identified as typical of civilization are construed as emblematic of a refined rationality geared towards the domination of nature. This gives rise to an ego that, driven by anxiety, hardens itself to dominate both the external environment and its own inner nature. In this process, it ends up emptying itself of purpose and transforms into a rigid mechanism geared solely toward self-preservation. As stressed by Horkheimer and Adorno, this process intensifies the pressure to unleash repressed drives, leading to a rebellion of inner nature, which, however, becomes absorbed into the very system of domination. In this way, a defining feature of fascism, as also CHRISTOPH MENKE highlighted in his text that we will hear later on, a defining feature of fascism is its endeavor, and I quote, to place the rebellion of oppressed nature against domination directly in the service of domination. In psychological terms, this means that the ongoing frustration of the ego's efforts to dominate inner nature, whose resistance to being suppressed causes heightened anxiety, results in even more fervent attempts to control it. The aggressiveness provoked by such a frustration is then directed not only against others, but also against oneself. So now, while the Dialectic of Enlightenment pointed to the self-destructive tendencies of fascism in later publications, and this is my focus today, Adorno dedicated himself to understanding the stabilization of such tendencies in a post-liberal social order. In Freudian theory and the pattern of fascist propaganda, he delves into understanding what renders the fascist agitators' techniques effective in transforming people into a rabble, making them become largely de-individualized, irrational, easily influenced, and prone to violent action. These are words from Adorno. The amalgamation of domination of nature and revolt of nature, which we just saw is a defining feature of fascism, is here regarded as crystallizing into two complementary psychic dynamics. So my intention here is to try to understand this amalgamation, this mixture of domination and revolt of nature in sort of psychological terms as Adorno understands it in this text. In a first step, Adorno's essay explores how individuals may respond to the pressures of a society focused on dominating nature by relinquishing the very task of domination. Nature's rebellion against its repression by a coercive ego can result in an abdication of that very coercive ego. Following Freud, Adorno sees the bond that integrates individuals into a mass as of a libidinal nature. Dissolving one's ego brings about a sense of liberation, creating conditions for individuals to shed the repressions of their unconscious instincts. I quote Freud, which is quoted by Adorno. It is a pleasurable experience for those who are concerned to surrender themselves so unreservedly to their passions, and thus to become merged into the group, and to lose the sense of the limits of their individuality. End of quote. Here, there is no longer a subject endowed with a psychic agency capable of containing one's drives. It is as if one had become pure id, a set or disordered, incomprehensible, irrational drives. Placing themselves on the side of nature, so to speak, the members of the crowd assume a position of complete vulnerability. So there is, as if they had no ego anymore, just id. Fascism manifests here, therefore, as a revolt of nature, one rebels against the domination of one's inner nature by relinquishing this dominating stance. At the same time, Adorno highlights how fascism reinforces the domination of nature. Not only do individuals merge into the mass through the libidinal bond among themselves, they also establish a specific connection with the leader, a connection whose sexual nature remains suppressed. This inhibition is crucial for forming a relationship marked by subordination and obedience. Adorno notes how Hitler shunned the traditional role of the loving father and replaced it entirely by the negative one of the threatening authority. To the extent that this primarily libidinal energy is kept unconscious, it can be redirected and transformed into a source of obedience, similar to what occurs in the relationship between the hypnotist and the hypnotized. And I quote Freud again. The hypnotist awakens in the subject a portion of his archaic inheritance, which had also made him compliant towards his parents. What is thus awakened is the idea of a paramount and dangerous personality, towards whom only a passive masochistic attitude is possible, to whom one's will has to be surrendered, while to be alone with him, to look him in the face, appears as a hazardous enterprise. End of quote. So confronted with the ego's ideal pressure to dominate inner nature, the individual relinquishes this agency in favor of a group ideal embodied by the leader, to whom the task of controlling the id is entrusted. Thus, while the tendency toward the domination of nature is reinforced, this task is no longer carried out by a psychic agency internal to the individual, but is instead delegated to an external figure. The repressive relationship is reiterated, but now extends beyond the boundaries of the self. So you have a rebellion of nature from the mass and a domination of nature on the part of the leader, to which the mass is passive and vulnerable. Still, in a second step, Adorno highlights how one's transformation into a member of the masses goes beyond assuming a vulnerable position as a pure id in a passive masochistic role as an object of manipulation for the leader. Casting off the repressions of the unconscious instincts not only releases erotic drives that foster a bond among the followers and the leader, but also triggers destructive impulses against members of the outgroup. So the affective irrationality of the masses, I'm jumping a little bit here, implies not only a position of vulnerability and passivity, but also features an aggressive attitude aiming at a position of omnipotence. The simultaneous maintenance of these two positions is possible due to the aggressive nature of this reaction against the domination of nature. While adopting a passive masochistic attitude toward the leader, members of the mass establish through narcissistic identification an immediate continuity between themselves and the authority. Adorno draws on Freud's observation that in many forms of love choice, the object serves as a substitute for some unattained ego ideal of our own. By idealizing the leader and identifying with him, the follower loves himself, as it were, but gets rid of the stains of frustration and discontent which mar his picture of his own empirical self. The follower surrenders to the manipulation of the leader, yet simultaneously the leader is a part of them. This explains why the leader's image is not only that of an all-powerful primal father, but also an enlargement of the follower's own personality. As Adorno famously put it, a compositive of King Kong and the suburban barber. Follower and leader are one and the same. The omnipotence of the latter is also that of the former. Hence, from this perspective as well, the continual frustration of the ego's efforts to dominate nature results in an intensified reassertion of this domination. In being in continuity with the leader, the members of the mass share his position. They are not only manipulated, but also manipulators. So to sum it up, this part of the argument, the member of the mass is de-individualized in two ways. While assuming a position of complete vulnerability in a passive masochistic attitude towards a powerful authority, the followers simultaneously present themselves as active, sadistic, and omnipotent by establishing an immediate identification with that authority. Although in opposite directions, both dynamics result in a dissolution of the boundaries of the self. In the first case, the fascist followers undergo desubjectivation by positioning themselves to be devoured by the leader. They put themselves in the position to be devoured. In the second, desubjectivation occurs as the followers place themselves in the position to devour the leader. So they withdraw from the world, positioning themselves as powerless and passive, and expand towards the world, asserting themselves as omnipotent and active. So what I'm trying to point out is that this is highly contradictory, right? We have members of the mass who see themselves as utterly passive and vulnerable and utterly active and powerful. So these dynamics result in what Adorno called the end of psychology. What does that mean, right? Adorno argues that the Freudian concept of psychology is essentially a negative one, as it is defined by the prospect of its own overcoming. Freud defines the realm of psychology, says Adorno, by the supremacy of the unconscious and postulates that what is id should become ego. The emancipation of man from the heteronymous rule of his unconscious would be tantamount to the abolition of his psychology. So understood in this way, psychology is not located in any specific psychic agency. Instead, it is defined by the conflict between them. Or in other terms, it involves a tension between heteronymous rule and the possibility of autonomy. So for Freud, the end of psychology would take place when the ego fully absorbs the id in this interpretation. So which means that psychology is precisely defined by the conflict. In terms of the reconstruction of Lukács's arguments presented earlier, one might say that what characterizes subjectivity is neither activity nor passivity, neither vulnerability nor force, but rather their persistent tension, which posits the potential for their mediation. Fascism, however, is characterized, as we saw, by the tendency to suppress such a tension, insofar as it identifies vulnerability and passivity with force and activity. In doing so, it abolishes it. So fascism tends to identify everything with everything, right, in a way. In doing so, it abolishes psychology, that is, subjectivity, albeit in a direction different than the one envisioned by Freud. So in this way, the elements found in Lukács's account of revolutionary consciousness resurface in Adorno's analysis of the authoritarian mass. Nevertheless, they appear in a manner where their consequences are diametrically opposite. Although the structure of subjectivity persists, it unfolds in a way that leads to a desubjectivation. But where then can we find, and this is my last point, the potential for emancipation? Crucially, Adorno points to an aspect of phoniness within the fascist masses. And I quote, "Just as little as people believe in the depth of their hearts that the Jews are the devil, do they completely believe in their leader. They do not really identify themselves with him, but act this identification, perform their own enthusiasm." End of quotation. So why is this the case? As we observed, the fascist mass involves highly contradictory dynamics, making it extremely destructive, but also quite precarious. Similar to the hypnotized who maintain some awareness that despite everything, hypnosis is only a game, this is a quotation from Freud, the members of the crowd cannot help but notice, even if unconsciously, its contradictory nature, even while trying to posit themselves as both vulnerable and passive, and powerful and inactive. The members of the crowd cannot avoid sensing the persisting tensions between those instances. This implies that for the mass to sustain itself, there must be a continuous effort to suppress such a perception. And I quote Adorno, "If they would stop to reason for a second, the whole performance would go to pieces and they would be left to panic." And we might think the common strategy in debates with authoritarians where they don't let the other speak. It's not because they don't want, not only they don't want to let the other articulate their arguments, they don't want to hear the arguments, according to this view at least. So, however, this also means that the abolition of psychology is never complete. Even if only vaguely sensed, the conflict persists, and so does the subject. There is always a remnant of psychology, even amid the most radical processes of desubjectivation. And so, it is precisely here that the potential for the development of emancipatory subjectivity lies, namely in the possibility, given by the persisting tension between activity and passivity, vulnerability and force, the possibility of their mediation. This is why, for Adorno, the very intensification of the authoritarian dynamics of post-liberal capitalism could lead to their demise. I'll just finish the paper saying that, well, at this point, then, we might need to go back to Lukács and see how these tensions might unfold in an emancipatory direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Felipe, you have the floor.
Oh, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. It's also an immense privilege to participate in this event. It's very hard to speak after this brilliant presentation of Arthur. But anyway, I would like to express all my gratitude for the invitation to participate here in this event, and also for the exceptional organization we had until now. This paper is a work in progress. It's far from being ready. And I'm truly thankful for the opportunity to be here and discuss with such a special audience. It's also important to say that this is part of a larger project where I attempt to articulate a criticism of surveillance connected to the possibilities of resist it, if there is any. And in the middle of the way, I realized the need to come back to the concept of privacy. And this is my main goal here. So I would like to make room for some new perspectives on this concept, contrasting some key elements of its traditional understanding, and argue for a political importance of privacy in regard to social vulnerability. So at this point, I think that our communications have something to dialogue. My main argument, as I placed in the abstract, is to see how to understand privacy as a critical tool in breaking the cycle of mutual reinforcement between social vulnerability and political exclusion. A large body of literature is devoted to the growing risks of surveillance and overexposure. These risks, however, do not affect everyone equally, but have more drastic effects on groups that are already impacted by social vulnerability. The situation can lead to a vicious circle. In addition to making their living conditions more precarious, the unwanted exposure of social vulnerable groups can have a paralyzing political effect, undermining their ability to participate in political processes and fight against their own condition of social vulnerability. Privacy, in such contexts, can be seen as an important resource to avoid the mutual reinforcement between social vulnerability and political exclusion. This paper seeks to defend the political value of privacy from the perspective of social vulnerable groups, understanding it not as an individualistic value of escape from social life, but as a necessary resource for maintaining endangered solidarities and participating in political life. In other words, it seeks to reframe privacy as part of cultures of resistance, as one of the most necessary weapons of the weak, so that it can be understood not only as a protection for groups weakened by unfavorable economies of visibility, but as an instrument that allows them to counter its causes and effects. Privacy is a polysemic word. It has a place in everyday language as a signifier both rich and fluid, carrying interconnected uses, meanings, and practices. The notion of privacy can bring up things as distinct and seemingly contradictory as, on the one hand, a cold and self-interested individual seclusion, and, on the other, the warm and supportive atmosphere of a deep communion. Or the refusal to share sensitive information, including personal identities, sexual preferences, and religious convictions, while at the same time giving rise to trust and the letting down of one's guard. Given this plastic and polysemic nature, starting with a close definition can have exclusionary effects. In light of this problem, Annabelle Lever presents privacy as a composite or amalgam of claims, which more commonly include, I quote, seclusion and solitude, confidentiality and control of personal information, intimacy, domestic and familial association, end of quotation. But just as important as starting with a broad perception of the expectations usually attached to privacy is to understand how the philosophical and legal debate frames these contents around most rigid meanings and forms of justifications. I follow here Dorota Mokrozinska in identifying the more traditional and still hegemonic framing of the philosophical legal meaning of privacy in some characteristics based on early liberalism. First, the descriptive core of privacy has been consolidated as an individual claim for escape from social life. From its first theoretical formulations at the end of the 19th century until recently, and I'm considering here authors like Warren, Brandeis, Westing, and Schulman, among others, privacy has usually been presented as a claim, entitlement, or right of individual seclusion from social and political life. The right to be let alone, in Warren and Brandeis' words, either to restrict state or third parties' access to personal information, what is usually called as informational privacy, or to delimit a decision-making area within which the individual is not obliged to publicly account for or justify their actions, decisional privacy. In both cases, privacy can be described primarily as the individual's claim to social withdrawal. Secondly, this descriptive core of privacy as a social escape is usually justified as an individual value, linked to the conditions for the exercise of personal autonomy and the uncoerced enjoyment of self-achievements. In this sense, Clinton Rossiter expresses that privacy, I quote, can be understood as an attempt to secure autonomy if necessary, in defiance of all the pressures of modern society, with the aim of building an unbreachable wall that protects the individual against the entire world. End of quotation. Thirdly, the appreciation of privacy as an individual escape from social life needs to have a place in the world to be enjoyed, which brings up certain ontological presuppositions necessary to affirm its objective existence. The island of privacy, or the so-called private sphere, understood as an area of personal life that must be separated from public in order to protect intimacy, is more traditionally found in the household, in the domestic domain, and in family life. This theoretical understanding of privacy has been widely criticized, both for its false anthropological assumptions and the undesirability of its political consequences. As Mokrozinska points out, the classic liberal understanding of privacy has given it a bad name. I would also add that privacy, as traditionally framed, is commonly seen by social criticism as just a mask for coercive and exploitative relationships, being neglected or even excommunicated from many of the most demanding conceptions of democratic life. Under the theoretical umbrella of its traditional understanding, the protection of privacy tends to be considered a self-imposed limit by weak democracies against broader political claims for equality, solidarity, and social freedom. Important revisions to the concept of privacy have been recently made in the attempt to give it a social and political value, linking it to ideal models of democracy designed under the theoretical perspectives of political liberalism, neo-republicanism, or even radical democracy, as can be respectively found in the works of Mokrozinska, Roberts, or Lever. Differently, I intend here to defend the political value of privacy in non-ideal conditions, that is, to access its politically enabling role under socially unjust contexts to the benefit of overcoming blockages to the participation of vulnerable groups. Methodically, my argument departs from these proposals by reassessing the value of privacy in the field of effective, although often precarious and discontinuous practices of political activism. Moreover, the emphasis here will not be on the political value of privacy in general, but on its importance in overcoming inequalities in social and political participation. By highlighting uses and experiments of privacy as part of the everyday forms of resistance, I seek to access new meanings in the light of practices of contestation and dissent under asymmetrically unfavorable conditions. In a more complete version of this paper, I discuss different conceptions of vulnerability and political practices. Given the time available here, I can't go into these 2 points in detail. I would just like to point out that I argue for a relational concept of vulnerability, which emphasizes that the susceptibility of some groups to harm or suffering is linked to powers and privileges arbitrarily exercised by other groups, who can be held accountable for intentionally reproducing or negligently ignoring the conditions of social inequality from which they benefit. Furthermore, I specify the kind of harmful experiences to which vulnerability refers, linking them to social injustices that historically subject groups and individuals to forms of oppression and domination. Regarding the political practices discussed here, taking as a starting point the notion of everyday resistance as the one that allows a fruitful connection with the political meaning of privacy. James Scott's classic study of the everyday resistance of peasants in Malaysia gives an original take on this kind of political practice and its difference from what is traditionally expected as effective politics. Unlike public and organized action, undertaken collectively and aimed at fulfilling an agenda of conscious and common objectives, the daily resistance of peasants in Malaysia took on a different character. Veiled, silent, individual, spontaneous, and without a predefined agenda of claims and strategies. In connection with the model of everyday resistance, but also going over it, I would like to discuss how current demands for privacy connect with political struggles involving inequalities of race, gender, and class. And a disclaimer here, according to the time available, but also due to the unfinished state of my research, I have selected some comments from the first two forms of inequality and unfortunately had to leave aside my studies on everyday forms of resistance in the workplace. The fast-growing literature on Black privacy highlights both the lack of privacy as one of the main elements related to racial injustices and the need for privacy to resist them. As Pinto and Roach explain, I quote, Black privacy is something that has been refused by white supremacy and used as a mode of resistance by Black art, activism, and scholarship, end of quotation. On the one hand, many scholars, writers, and activists denounce the lack of privacy as the daily and pervasive experience of Black women and men, bringing to the fore narratives that historically link the tormenting dimensions of slavery to persisting vulnerabilities of Black communities in contemporary urban life. The degrading overexposure, the lack of a safe place against police monitoring and violent control, and the suspicions against any attempt at a close relationship between racialized groups. Considering Simone Brownie's work, Dark Matters, on the surveillance of Blackness, the massive narratives of overexposure and stalkering of Black people should not be considered just a sad coincidence, since surveillance is seen as an intrinsic component of racialization processes. From the branding of slaves' bodies with red-hot iron to the latest technologies of biometric identification, passing through colonial lantern laws and many other instruments of racial profiling, surveillance devices are responsible for the production of racialized bodies, marked by dehumanization, commodification, and exploitation. At the same time, Brownie adds that racialized people also become invisible in interactions that involve recognizing their agency as citizens, consumers, and active users of technology. In this sense, the problem is not only limited to overexposure, but involves a deeply unequal economy of visibility, which supervise people of color to reify them as degraded objects, while tending to render them invisible as full social and political agents. On the other hand, a growing number of works have defended the importance of privacy in struggles against racial oppression, even if, in the absence of appropriate legal guarantees, privacy has to be constructed through alternative means, such as collective practices of self-covering, artistic camouflage of protest contents, the anonymity through clothing as hoodies, masks, caps, and sunglasses, and technological learning to block or minimize the effects of digital surveillance. In No Privacy, No Peace, Urban Surveillance, and the Movement of Black Lives, Hay and Wainwright produced a genealogy of forms of surveillance directed at political activism against police violence, attesting that surveillance mechanisms weaken or destroy the ability of protest. They also put together strategies to better guarantee the privacy of activists as a main concern in recent cultures of protest. As one of their final conclusions, they defend that, I quote, the struggle against racial discrimination must have an anti-state surveillance component, what also means a political interpretation of privacy rights. A structure of unequal visibility also seems to be linked with the construction of gender hierarchies. Surveillance arguably has a central place in the normalization of gender roles. As Haile Koskela argues, women are overexposed when performing certain activities and made invisible when attempting to perform others. They are pleasantly observed, legally fostered, and economically exploited as caregivers, reproducers, and sexual objects, while neglected, discouraged, or excluded when exercising roles related to intellectuality, science, and political agency. Most of all, as she emphasizes, being a woman means, to a large extent, being recurrently and involuntarily targeted as the object of a sexualizing gaze. The gaze fostered by surveillance culture and its productive effects on gendered sexualized bodies are also felt in the encounters between queer and surveillance studies. Here, surveillance is related to the normalization of heteronormativity, the mockery and criminalization of non-binary people, and the promotion of state and social violence against gender diversity. In opposition to this, privacy has been evoked as an instrument of resistance against gender and sexual vulnerabilities. It is important to stress here a significant shift between part of the feminist critique which, for good reasons, denounced exclusionary configurations of private sphere for the purposes of gender domination, and another strand which, with increasing force, has come to defend privacy as part of the liberation agenda for women, trans, and gender diverse people. A large number of scholars and activists writing from different ideological fields have engaged in a revision of the second wave feminist critique of privacy. Without rejecting the critique of the traditional division between public and private, they refute that this critique should imply a dissolution of privacy altogether, but rather its transformation into a fluid, politically contested, and not or less oppressive boundary. They also dispute that the forced social marginalization of gender and sexual minorities into a rigid and unwanted private sphere should be considered justified by any democratic conception of privacy. And most important here, they connect the lack of privacy as a condition that shapes and deepens the vulnerability of groups marked by intersectional inequalities of gender, race, and class, defending its appropriation as a necessary instrument in the struggle for equality. I quote here a collective report of gender activists published by the Privacy International Association. Far from being an abstract right reserved to a mythical sovereign subject or a tool of oppression exploited by a patriarchal society, we aim to defend privacy as a concept which can be appropriated by women, trans, and gender diverse people and marginalized groups in their fight for equality. We write this report in the hope that those fighting patriarchy and intersecting systems of oppression will feel empowered to reclaim and reinvent privacy as a tool for their liberation. End of quotation. In the same direction as these claims made by activists, we can find works that reframe the role of privacy in historical processes of liberation. I was restricting myself here to recent studies that link gender oppression and resistance during the Brazilian military dictatorship. According to Renan Quinalha, in the middle 1970s, after most of the political opposition to the dictatorship was eliminated from the public arena, the authoritarian regime in Brazil began to focus on moral repression, trying to, I quote, accomplish the ideal of sexual morality propagated by the most conservative segments of Brazilian society and increasingly echoed within the state. End of quotation. Gays, lesbians, and trans people, especially those belonging to the lower classes, were removed from the streets by extreme state violence, being forced to live in private domains, under precarious conditions of marginalization and clandestinity. As Quinalha writes again, closed or not public spaces for entertainment and fun among homosexuals worked as a kind of refuge far from the reach of police raids, such as bars, nightclubs, and private parties. End of quotation. In this environment of forced marginalization confined to closed private spheres, impulses of resistance began to flourish in different modalities and organizational forms. Firstly, avoiding state violence and its surveillance apparatus was a necessary measure to survive not only as an individual existence, but as shared forms of life and sexual enjoyment. Rather than complete social isolation, the avoidance of the repressive powers of the state was able to create conditions for new forms of sociability, eroticism, and cooperation between gays, lesbians, and trans people, but also to create bonds of solidarity with other groups persecuted by state repression, such as feminists, Black people, and unionized workers. Beyond avoidance tactics, staying alive as deviant sexualities already meant breaking with the authoritarian utopia of expanding political control to the field of everyday customs. Finally, this type of resistance also allowed for the formation of a gay press and the first forms of associations and sporadic activism that, by the end of the 1970s, would propel the creation of social movements with a public agenda of claims and actions, even during the final years of the dictatorship. Even so, leaving the ghetto and going public required the maintenance of concomitant avoidance strategies to circumvent the repressive apparatus and censorship, such as the anonymization of authors and the creation of fictitious characters in articles and political interventions, the use of double meanings in the way sexuality was approached in popular songs, theater, and literature, constant changes of clothes that allows sexual identities to be hidden or made explicit according to the risks of persecution and effective chances of political performances. The transformation of a forced private sphere into conditions of resistance against the oppressive powers of the dictatorship seems to have been the way for vulnerable sexualities to survive in their threatened circles of sociability, break with the authoritarian purposes of moralizing and repress customs, and create conditions for more public forms of political organizations. To conclude, I would like to point out some ways how these experiences of resistance impact the traditional understanding of privacy. The conceptual core of privacy can now be resignified. The experiences presented indicate that very often the exercise of privacy propelled the maintenance of fortifying or even creation of spaces of sociability. In this way, instead of social withdrawal, privacy can be a necessary condition for maintaining endangered social bonds. Even so, social distancing still seems to play an important role in understanding privacy as resistance. At this point, I would like to suggest that the distancing required here is not from general society or the entire world, as defended by Weston and Rossiter, but from the mechanisms that reproduce social vulnerability. What is intended to avoid in those cultures of protest is not the pressures of society as a whole, but the arbitrary and undesirable glance of oppressive powers. The escape promoted by privacy as resistance is therefore partial and directed against the eyes and ears of the oppressors. Furthermore, this partial distancing has a Janus face, that is, the denial of knowledge about oneself as a positive or enabling side, the possibility of selective and voluntary self-opening. In this sense, the dialectics of privacy, to use an expression of Sandra Petronio, contains both moments of closure and disclosure. The claim to deny information about oneself goes hand in hand with the demand to decide when, how, and with whom sensitive information is shared or communications are constructed. In this way, privacy as resistance allows oppressed groups to avoid unwanted visibility in order to become visible on their own terms, to conceal for deciding how to appear. Furthermore, privacy as resistance goes beyond its individual forms of justification. It also keeps a personal and subjective importance insofar as it retains the individual demand for selective distancing and self-exposure. even though, as a consequence of the reformulations proposed above in its descriptive core, the control of personal information should not be taken as a strictly individual issue. To the extent that a large part of personal experiences take place through intersubjective interactions and sharing contexts, the control over closure and disclosure must often be decided jointly by means of common understanding and agreements. However, what is most important here is to acknowledge that far beyond a non-individualistic view of personal autonomy, privacy has a political importance, both in an instrumental and intrinsic way. Privacy can be justified as a condition for the effective exercise of political liberties, especially under vulnerable conditions. It can protect the rise of ideas and collective organizations before they become properly persuasive or sufficiently strong to be placed on the stage. In this sense, protection from publicity can represent a preparatory moment for building political practices such as protests and direct actions. It can also be a tool for the effective exercise of politics, not a precondition, but rather something concomitant with the public performance itself. In this regard, the avoidance of personal identification can be combined with other strategies that aims at the public recognition of political act, such as the display of skin color or symbols of collective belonging, the deployment of posters and chants with claims and charges, and the use of accessible venues such as streets, squares, or internet platforms. In both cases, as a preparatory moment or a tool for public performances, it holds an instrumental political importance. It promotes or facilitates political participation while mitigating the excessive risks of physical or emotional harm, preventing unequal burdens on certain segments of the population. But as the cases mentioned above illustrate, privacy seems to have also an intrinsic political value. As long as forms of social vulnerability are constituted by unwelcome overexposure, in other words, as long as surveillance can be considered constitutive of race, gender, and class oppression, privacy can represent a political act of breaking resistance, interrupting unfavorable forms of visibility that make oppression possible. In this sense, struggles for privacy can take on the importance of a rupture or non-cooperation with subjugation. As a final confrontation against its traditional framework, it's important to stress that privacy extends beyond the confines of the domestic sphere or family life, and shouldn't be limited to intimate spaces in any of its possible meanings. In fact, rather than viewing privacy as solely tied to specific institutions and territories, privacy requirements permeate the entire social fabric, even though these requirements are constantly under dispute. Privacy not only holds a political value, but its boundaries are also determined by political agency. While this idea is not completely new, it must be still emphasized that the agency responsible for defining them should not rest solely with legislators and policymakers. The considerations made above about privacy as resistance seem to demand a non-legalistic understanding of its social existence. Even without denying the role of positive law in giving way to privacy as a subjective right, privacy as resistance seems to require an understanding that goes beyond positive law and emphasizes its nature as a social practice. Especially in contexts of extreme vulnerability, where state and law enforcement appears insufficient to guarantee the protection of vulnerable groups or even works against it, the boundaries of privacy must be creatively constructed by everyday practices among social actors who struggle to determine which aspects of their lives should be shared and what should be kept invisible in order to resist oppressive forms of visibility. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you once again, Arthur, also both of you for the excellent presentations. And now I'd like to open the floor to any questions. Marcos. Can you have the mic?
Yeah, sure.
Agora. So, I would have a million questions for you, Felipe.
Well,
But Arthur, he touched my two guys, you know. He touched my two guys, so I cannot just not say anything. So I don't know if I understood what you mean, but if I understood something, the convergence point between Lukács and Adorno would be of their anthropology and not of fetishism. And I think that CHRISTOPH MENKE would agree with me on that, because we agreed in Paris 7 years ago. So in this sense, fetishism is a second order phenomenon in this way. This would be a way to forget about the identical subject-object, as you said. This would be my first question. Did I understand it right? So if I understood you correctly, that would mean unfolding both anthropologies, both Lukácsian and Adornian, and putting them in contact as such. And also Freud, by the way, that you also mentioned. So my second question is independent from the first one, though it's connected to it. Most probably I understood your account of the activity-passivity relationship, because I didn't see any dialectics in it. And this would be essential for both authors. Maybe I'm just wrong. But both in the case of Lukács, and I'm talking about history and class consciousness, not of Lukács as such, activity and passivity must include what we could call an active passivity. So this is clearly from Hegel's phenomenology. This is what Lukács says. This is what Adorno says. This would be, for me, the only way to overcome a simple or a mere opposition between activity and passivity. In the case of Adorno, this comes from an impulse that is rooted on spontaneity. So I didn't hear you mention that. This is so crucial for Adorno. And in the case of Lukács, of history and class consciousness, this comes from a delaceration of the subject. This is a bit different. This is a different kind of anthropology. But I think that active passivity may be said to be to both. And if this is what you mean, then I would agree. If this is not what you mean, then we can disagree. Okay.
Thank you, Marcos, very much for your questions, and I will answer in the limits, in my material limits. So the first question, I mean, I think it's, yeah, I would I would say for me, it's the opposite. I mean, I would say that what I tried to do, I'm not sure I made it, but is to put fetishism first. Diagnosis come first and anthropology second. So the idea is to see what anthropology comes forward in social experience, in subjective experience, and is an experience structured by fetishism. So that's, I did not make that sufficiently clear for sure, but that's why I try to present fetishism first as involving a process of where the abstract is naturalized, is concretized. So you have a process of naturalization, but this means that if what appears to us as concrete is actually abstract, then what's, let's say, really concrete, it's sort of, or not really concrete, but there's a lot of concrete elements that are missing there, that are not being taken into account. So we might describe this in terms of nature, but in any case, it's a nature structured according to a fetishistic social form, so to speak. So what I'm trying, in other terms, when I later talk that's why I also try to highlight, when talking about fetishism, how the structure of fetishism creates this sort of natural or irrational element, where nature appears irrational, something that is not graspable, that cannot be calculated. I don't mean that in anthropological terms that it cannot be. I mean that in this structure, it appears as such. I mean, the anthropological or ontological question, I address as long as I need in terms of my diagnosis. So that's so that's the first question. Then the second, yeah, I think, yeah, perhaps I mean, I'm not sure I fully understood, but so let's take the pick. I'm not sure what if I fully understood what active passivity means. I mean, maybe we're considering the same thing, indeed, because my intention here is, let's say, in the reconstruction of Lukács, to say that that cannot be transformative practice, let's call it real activity, without an acknowledgement of passivity. So that's what I would say, and going through not only passivity, but going through these moments of recognition of our vulnerability or character as living beings, and I think it's also an important moment where vulnerability, what is initially recognized as something that makes us weak, is actually a source of power. So that's why I like so much the example of, I gave the guy in depression this trivial example, but what appears initially as, I'm not able to work, I'm so inefficient or something like that, is actually that's where your body is resisting to this process. And so that's where your power may lie, so to speak. So yeah, and then with Lukács, about Lukács, I can certainly say that this has, I mean, exactly, because I mean, the laceration, it's so Zerrissenheit, right? It's so crucial, because I mean, it's this, what I tried to describe is a process of undoing that, right? A process of mediating, of finding the passive. Well, we start as bourgeois consciousness thinking that we're all powerful, active, right? And we find a moment of passivity in that, and then we end up finding a moment of activity in that passivity. So to make a long story short, about spontaneity, I don't know what to say. Maybe I would need to hear you more. But yeah, so I hope we agree. But let's see. No. Okay.
In a sense, I think you answered my question, because my question was very similar to the second by Marcos. I basically wanted to ask what happens to passivity if you add vulnerability and force. So, I mean, how is the relation between activity and passivity reshaped by that? Because it seemed to me when you started with Adorno's critique, a certain sense of the critique of reification, of the critique of Verdinglichung. I don't know if
reification.
Yeah, I know, but I mean the ding is not there. Yeah. The critique of thingness, of thingification. Yeah. So that critique is at the same time a critique of considering passivity as mere passivity. So because if the thing, if we need an affirmative conception of being thing-like, we also need an affirmative conception of being receptive or passive, because the thing is only there for me in a passive form, right? And I think you already answered that question, right? Because you said now that if we add vulnerability and force to the thing, to the activity-passivity distinction, we somehow split passivity in itself. It's a critical act of distinguishing in passivity between suffering something in the negative sense, suffering of violence, we could say, vulnerability. But force, and I think that therefore spontaneity comes in. Force also has a passive dimension. I don't have a force. It does not come from me, but I receive the force. So I think the force also does not simply lie on the side of activity. That's the disadvantage of schemata. I like schemata, but no, because then you always have to decide. I mean, the dialectical operation cannot be schematized there because the passivity is split then in vulnerability and force is split in between passivity and activity. So the splitting goes on, right? That's negative dialectic. No, so it's not really a question. It's really reformulating your answer, I think, to the second question.
I think. I mean, So I would say. I mean, that's the direction of my thoughts. Yeah, I say yes.
It's Leandro.
Well, thank you for the great presentations. My question is directed mostly to Arthur. It wasn't clear at all to me. If you can explain a little bit more about the connection between which is I mean I think it's really important. But the connection between vulnerability and collectivity. How can we go to the experience that the subject made of the reification, and how can we generalize this concept of vulnerability? Because I think collectivity is like I would say that is the most important moment in liberation. But that's the first part, and the second part is like I don't know if you know any of the arguments that Lukács presented in the ontology of the social being, and but because some of the problems that are in the history and class consciousness are find a solution, or maybe Lukács tries to present some solutions to the problems that he had in history and class consciousness. So my question is, if you know any of these arguments, or if this argument changed something in your presentation of the way Lukács conceived the relationship between reification and liberation.
I think should I answer?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Leandro. So the first question, I sort of went a little bit quick. So in that part of my paper, indeed, and well, the idea is that one connects the experience of being passive in a factory or something like that, with one's own suffering, right? And then by recognizing, but this means not merely recognizing one as a passive object, but that one is a living being, a body that is vulnerable, that is not only just a passive cog that does not suffer, but actually it's a living being that suffers, which means also a living being that needs to be taken care of to some degree, connecting. So, which means a conception of a notion that one is part of life, and being part of life is being vulnerable, is being open to perish, right, but also being open to perish, open to others, right? I have here in mind a bit debates on vulnerability with Butler, etc. So there's a little bit Butlerian element there. So it's collective in that sense. So it's not collective in the sense where most commonly is discussed, where collectivity implies deliberation and etc. It's collective in that sort of being part of.
Not collective agents, it's like all vulnerable. Yeah, we experience all a subject are vulnerable, but there's no common vulnerability as agents, as workers or feminists or ecologists. It's not collective agents. It's just we are all vulnerable.
Yeah.
It's that idea.
Yeah, at that point, yes. But then the idea is that when you move to the recognizing that part of your vulnerability involves a force, that force is also potentially shared with others. But then finally, when that force is organized collectively, then you do have that moment of constitution of collective agencies in the sense. And I gave the example of a strike. That's where you do have those moments together, so to speak. And about the ontology, I better not say. I mean, I really engage deeply with the history and class consciousness, and not deep enough with the ontology. So that's still a task to do.
Thank you both for the presentations. I have a question for Felipe. I especially appreciated the moment in which you problematized second wave feminism and its debate with queer strands of feminism. And I think I have a question there, and is about the relationship between your work and the idea of universality or the universal, because I think usually the idea of democracy is linked to publicity or inclusion or something like this. And if I understand you correctly, you are defending a certain idea of exclusion as something that would foster democratic practices or democracy itself. For example, I could think of the politics of working at a queer club door and deciding who's in and who's out. If you let everyone in, then the club becomes just like the society, and trans people are going to be discriminated against, etc. So usually in these places, people defend an idea of an exclusionary bouncer or a host that is deciding who's in and who's out as a democratic principle. Like, we're creating an environment here where these people that don't feel at ease in society at large can have fun for a night or be with their peers, etc. I could also think about the idea of the quote-unquote safe spaces, like youth-only spaces or women-only spaces, that also operates on an idea of exclusion, but with claims to democracy. Or so I would be interested to hear you about this problem of not including everyone, but doing this in a democratic way, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. So as I understand it, there are two different questions. They're connected, but two different parts at least. I would say that I'm not working here exactly in the level of universality. Yeah, so I think there is some kind of universal vulnerability of all human beings, but I'm pretty much trying to express or to understand another kind of vulnerability that's much more contextual, much more historically contingent, and refers to social structure. So that's what I say, that I work with a relational concept of vulnerability because it depends on many things, but especially unequal circumstances and the positionality of a group inside the whole society and so on. And I'm trying to explore the political value of privacy in this kind of situations. But of course, that I also have some concept of universality not present here, but it also means that I work with the conception of inclusion. So trying to answer the second part of your question, I wouldn't say that I'm trying to defend or argue for exclusion as something that fosters democracy, but you are right in the perception that one of the in one of the examples that I take here, exclusion is transformed into reactive political practice. So it can happen, and it's important to see and to understand how it happens. And I think that privacy is an important instrument for that. So the main thing here is that as I suppose I must be let clear here. So privacy can be understood as an instrument to foster re-inclusion, for people who are relationally excluded or marginalized. That is one of the figures of oppression in Iris Young's work, for example, that you know a lot. But yeah, don't know if I answered you, but yeah.
¿Podría preguntar en español y que Arthur traduzca? ¿Puede ser? Bueno, bueno, disculpen, pero no estoy en condiciones de hacerlo en inglés. Me gustó muchísimo la ponencia, Arthur, muchas gracias. Y me quedé pensando un poco en Lukács y en el tránsito que haces desde el alma de las formas hasta historia y conciencia de clase. Pensaba en teoría de la novela, digamos, ¿por qué no había aparecido en tu planteo? Ya que allí se repite, bueno, aparece el concepto de segunda naturaleza, y además de eso se repite esta estructura, digamos, de la contraposición entre el Quijote y Flaubert, ¿no? Entre la pasividad y la actividad. Y bueno, me preguntaba si no se podría pensar la solución que ahí ofrece Lukács, esta solución. Me hace cierto ruido la idea de mediación para pensar la subjetividad, ¿no? Y pensaba si la idea de ironía que propone Lukács allí no podría ser quizás más adecuada para mantener, más que para mediar, para mantener en una tensión o para mantener relacionados dos elementos que no pueden estar reducidos unos a otros. O sea, me preguntaba eso, si no se podrían pensar como un contrapunto allí. Y luego algo que me llama siempre la atención, ¿no? de que la solución que ofrece allí Lukács es una solución que supone, digamos, la introducción de un artificio, y que es un artificio estético. No sé qué lugar podría jugar esa dimensión estética y esa dimensión de un elemento externo que de alguna manera hace posible lo imposible, digamos, esa ironía, ese artificio, digamos, mediando lo que no puede ser mediado. No sé, perdón, es muy largo.
No. Can I sort of dialogue a bit with you? Is it okay if I speak English, right?
Sí,
yeah.
sí, totalmente,
So,
pero digo,
can
hay
you-
gente
can you
que
say-
no debe haber entendido la pregunta.
No, I just
for the
should I translate? Okay. Yeah, so Veronica is asking what role does the theory of the novel plays in this interpretation, so to speak, or in this perspective, since I consider the soul and form and history and class consciousness, and especially the role of irony in the aesthetic artifice, yeah. But that's exactly what I wanted to, and yeah, I mean, about the role of aesthetics, I can say something about the role of irony. That's why I wanted to hear you a little bit more. In what sense? No? I don't know. I think.
But you said something about it. I mean, that's important, right? Irony is a way of negotiating the relation that is maybe not dialectical, in the sense that it does not think that there can be some kind of subdation, but rather is up there, the force field. Kind of force field. I thought that was.
Quizás una dialéctica, pero quizás una dialéctica en suspenso o algún tipo de...
Yeah, I need to. I mean, I didn't mention irony explicitly, but it's interesting that it's being read in that way. I mean, in a way. I mean, we're talking about Lukács, right? I mean, not yet. Exactly. I mean, maybe that's an interesting point that an interesting way of consider. I mean, it's important to consider the elements as, yeah, exactly, not totalized, right? And constant tension. And in a sense, subjectivity is that in this interpretation. It's precisely this ongoing tension. Whenever there's tension, there's still subjectivity. And that's very important. I mean, in Adorno, and the way I reconsider Adorno, because if there's still tension, though, so desubjectivation is never complete. Yeah. Yeah, and maybe, I mean, I would say that going just about aesthetics, when I wrote the paper, I didn't write about this, but there are points where, you know, there are more arguments coming forward that I would need to, but when it's about translating force into activity, that's a moment where, yeah, I thought about, you know, Kraft from Menke, where aesthetics play and Spiel plays such a big role. But yeah, that's what I can say for the moment. Yeah, thanks.
Gracias.
We still have a few minutes available if there is any more questions. Oh, Ricardo.
Thank you. So thank you very much for both presentations. Very interesting. I was wondering here about the presentation of Felipe, because usually we will oppose privacy towards or against public sphere. But in some parts of your talk, I could almost draw a parallel between this kind of privacy that is able to create a certain sociability and what is called subaltern public sphere. And also when Gustavo raised his question, I was wondering in which measure or to which extent these are concepts that could be related or not. Is there a distinction, a criterion to define what would be privacy in this privacy of resistance and what would be an subaltern public sphere?
Yeah, subaltern public sphere. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so the first frame that I try to present here is exactly this one that you recover here. So privacy is usually understood as individualistic withdrawal from social lives, and especially is thought in a huge contract with public sphere or with the public itself. And I'm trying to stress, no? or to contrast this kind of traditional understanding, showing that we don't need to understand privacy in such individualistic terms, so it can also be a way to preserve or even to create new sociabilities under danger or under risk. And it's also not complete social distancing, so the distancing is selective, is most directed to the protection and to a counteraction against oppressive powers, especially related to surveillance and so on. And what brings us to the second part of your question, so the relation between privacy and public and or public sphere. Yes, I'm working here with the possibility to understand or to reach the experience of privacy in public. Yeah, so privacy can be a condition to be in public. Privacy can be a tool, an instrument, yeah, that circumvents, that avoids some kind of excessive risks or unequal burdens to certain parts of population to be part in the public. So they are not completely exclusionary. And I really think that this kind of privacy in public can be especially connected to subaltern counter-publics or counter-publics in itself. So because it's a way. Also, Fraser says something similar to this in Struggles Over Needs, that every kind of counter-publics needs some moment, first stage of separation to the big public, or understand that as a moment of privacy to get some force to organize their ideas, to better elaborate their forms of sufferings and so on, and then to place themselves in public arena. And this is one of the ways that I think that privacy has a political value in those circumstances of social vulnerability. So it can facilitate or enable vulnerable groups to reach the political. But there's another one as well. So as I'm trying to understand, surveillance is intrinsically connected to racial oppression, gender oppression, and also class oppression. So if we accept this kind of thesis, privacy is already breaking resistance. So groups understand themselves in the condition to non-cooperate with an unfavorable, favorable economy of visibility with that. Yes, we can think counterpublics as a way to understand privacy as resistance, but I still think that there is something else working here. So not only as a first moment, certain place to prepare ideas to be put into public, but privacy is already a condition to be in public itself. Well, of course, that in non-ideal conditions, and in unjust conditions of political participation.
Thanks a lot for both presentation. And Felipe, but would you agree that privacy can be ambiguous? Mm-hmm. Because it depends on privacy. I mean, what are the infrastructure of privacy that could have maybe a political consequence for I don't know, for emancipation? I mean, because if we compare, we have, I don't know, family is part of this infrastructure. And other communities and other social spaces, because it's difficult to see where the privacy begins, and it is not political, but everything is political, but it's not public, but it's also public. Yes, it's difficult. I can be in my room, but I'm watching TV. If I'm watching TV, I'm in contact with the public, but you know, and so privacy, the ambiguity of privacy is because privacy is not just emancipatory, it's also serves for violence and for oppression. So if I compare, for example, well, family is important. Yes, family is important, and maybe the church, but it depends for whom. Not for queer counterpublics. The family is not a good place for share experiences and find some resistance. And also, for sure, not religious communities sometimes and church. So, but it's important for Black women. So family and religious communities. So we have different infrastructures. So well, it's more complicated. I know that you are aware of this kind of problem, but I don't know if it's not just privacy for itself. I mean, oh, privacy, okay, well, sure, it has political consequences, it can be emancipatory. And just, Arthur, just actually a clarification question, but would you agree that what Felipe was presented is a good example to understand how I can transform vulnerability in force, because I agree that they are connected. I cannot choose between what is total reification on the one side and what is total agency from the subjects on the other side. They're mixed. I guess that you agree with it. Would I agree that I could find maybe a good example of this process and of different mediations? For example, if I'm thinking about political resistance in private spheres, and we have different examples, Felipe gave us some of them. So,
yeah. So can you
please?
So yeah, sure. This is privacy is pretty much ambivalent and not always emancipatory for sure. I don't present here a comprehensive theory of privacy, only try to shed some light to political usages, positive or emancipatory usages of it. But of course, it can be oppressive when it is forced, when it's coerced, when it's violent. And this is also what was also the object of second wave feminists. So this critique against privacy and exclusionary delimitations of social life between private sphere and the public sphere, and so it can be very oppressive for sure. And but it's not the end of story. So this is not everything, and it doesn't follow from the critique that we should give up any kind of protection to privacy. So especially today, when surveillance mechanisms are so present and widespread, privacy can be used as part of cultures of protest. So I'm trying to explore a little bit this kind of situation. But yes, I completely agree with you that privacy has this ambivalent character, and this oppressive side of it must be criticized as a concept of privacy, not compatible with any kind of conception of democracy. So undemocratic conceptions of privacy should be also addressed too, of course. Yeah.
Thank you, Julian. Yeah, I mean, as with Christoph, I mean, the easy answer is yes. Yes. So, I mean, then the question, how, I mean, I was trying to think, I mean, then we would also need to discuss a little bit, but I think one of my, I mean, because also one of the intentions of interpreting Lukács in this way was also to connect to other forms of struggle, to feminist struggles, to anti-racist struggles, where, and I was thinking here right now, actually, so, I mean, because the place of vulnerability and force, I mean, sometimes this involves the things that are most intimate to us, right? Our sufferings alone sometimes, right? I mentioned the guy with depression and so on and so forth, or the sufferings of women in domestic spaces, and so, or of course slaves and so on and so forth. But at the same time, as I mentioned before, experiences that connects us to life, which is also what's more general, right? So the question is how to do this collectively, exactly, how to organize these experiences of suffering and find the force in them, so to speak. So that's what I can say. I think that's the starting point, so to speak. Yeah.
So if we have no more questions, I'd like to invite you to join us on the coffee break, and then we'll come back at 5 p.m., right? To the Christoph Menke's conference.
No negativity? It's yeah.
Welcome back. Vigilance, someone talked about vigilance, yeah. I have only to thank Christoph Menke once again for accepting our invitation. The topic will be the crisis of liberalism. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's a great opportunity for me to visit the city, but also, of course, most of all, to get into conversation with all of you. And this is especially necessary for me with this paper. So first of all, apologies for those who are readers of my work, because you will see that it has a certain kind of repetitive gesture. So I'm sorry to bore you, but I do this, and that is what I wanted to say before. Most of our, not only, it's not an act of narcissism, but it's an act of self-interest. So because what I will present is something that, for two reasons, I've never really discussed with a group. So I just wrote it at some point, and I have the feeling that I need advice or criticism. Especially that is the second reason, because that is a question I want to continue. And it's the attempt at a certain kind of self-critique of, and critique here means not rejecting simply, but differentiating something I said in the Critique of Rights. There I use, but for the sake of not really abbreviation, but because I didn't really think about it, often use the term depolitization. Yeah, I claim that the modern legal order as an order of subjective rights leads to depolitization. And it's already by writing it down for the first time, I thought, okay, that is something I should think about, but didn't have the time at that time, or maybe also not the resources. But I think it's obviously not sufficient, because the legal order, we also could say the liberal state, also leads to a repolitization, is a specific kind of politicization that comes with the legal order of rights. And that is what I'm interested in. And I want to claim, as you will see in a moment, that this politics that is brought about in a certain sense as the counter effect by the liberal state has a certain kind of power logic, or one could even say authoritarian logic. So that this is a further aspect of what I'm interested in. Can we maybe, can a critique of right help us understand better how a liberal politics of rights, or the liberal state, is internally connected with authoritarian performances and exercises of power? And I mean this also in the way of asking whether it can, the critique of rights, and to what extent, I think this is a limited extent, necessary limited extent, maybe can help us understand the internal conceptual connection between liberalism and authoritarianism. And what I will try to do in the following is, because the paper is much too long, I will try basically to sketch the formal structure of that argumentative connection, and then briefly summarize, not reading it, but trying to summarize maybe two fields in which one can see how that connection could be spelled out. And especially, I mean, the question whether a productive diagnosis of that connection between liberalism and authoritarianism, of which I take that is part of our current problem, yeah, not the only, we have many problems, but it's one of the problems we have. So the question is, can the analysis of rights, the critique of rights, contribute something interesting to that, at least I think for me, pressing problem? Okay, let me start. So it was a long preface. Liberalism is a theory and practice of the public order that establishes an entirely new normative basis for the community, different from all orders that historically preceded it, and also differing from all that have sought to break its dominance, fascism and communism. This basis is individual freedom. Liberalism proceeds on the basis of individual freedom. It proceeds from the claim that the individual is free, that each person has the capacity for freedom. For Hobbes, the first liberal, freedom is, as he says, a natural property. According to Kant, the right to freedom is therefore innate, all natural, biological terms, not to forget, biopolitics. As John Rawls puts it, the person with whom the liberal order deals possess, as he says, the capacity to guide themselves. The liberal order proceeds on the basis of this assumption, that this is how things are, that the individual possesses the capacity for freedom, that freedom is a capacity, and that every individual indeed possesses it, is for the liberal order a fact which it takes for granted. Liberalism's base is not an end or a good, no telos, that could only be realized by politics, but a fact that it presupposes and wishes to ensure, securing and safeguarding the freedom that everybody supposedly already has is the liberal order's point. So I already need some water. In the following, I would like to show that liberalism precisely and through nothing than this, theoretical as well as practical presupposition of the fact of freedom engenders a non-liberal, indeed anti-liberal practice. So I think there are more connections between liberalism and authoritarianism, but I'm only interested in that question. Is liberalism only by that move, presupposing the fact of freedom, not already contributing to the production, to the emergence of an authoritarian form of power? The fact that liberalism turns into its opposite, indeed produces this opposite itself, as we now see again everywhere, is neither coincidence nor a sign of a merely insufficient realization of its basic idea, but the very law of its operation, the dialectic of liberalism. The reason for this lies in the fact that the freedom which the liberal order presupposes as a fact is actually a practical accomplishment. What is assumed by the liberal order to be given of its own accord must in reality be done or engendered. It does not have a positive existence, but is processual. Indeed, it is practical. The political dialectics of liberalism, its turn into its anti-liberal opposite, follows therefore from its ontological inversion of practice into fact, of its positivism, as Adorno would have put it, or its naturalism, as Foucault says. Since both the liberal order and the non-liberal practice are forms of governing, in the broad Foucauldian sense, we can also say that the liberal mode of government engenders non-liberal modes of government, by which the social and psychic conditions which the liberal order presupposes are, as a given, are fabricated. The liberal order is produced by and thus reproduces its own opposite. The manifestation of this inner logic of opposition is, as we already heard from Luciana, the crisis of liberalism. The crisis is the moment in which the dependency of the liberal order on its opposite emerges and the anti-liberal forces of government assert themselves openly. This can happen in very different ways, and it is an open question, which I will not even try to answer here, how to interpret the current forms of authoritarian liberalism in the light of the oppositional logic outlined here. But it's important to see that the authoritarian understanding of the anti-liberal is only one possibility. We'll briefly come back to that other aspect of the term crisis. For the crisis is not only the time when the inner contradiction of an existing order reveals itself, but also the moment of decision. In its original medical sense, the decision on the outcome of a disease. So it's not the crisis, not only the intensification of the disease, but the opening up of a moment of decision. Yeah. So will I die or will I survive? Yeah? The critical manifestation of liberalism's inner hidden opposite has accordingly, I think, a double contradictory significance, which defines the dialectic of liberalism. That the liberal order turns into its non-liberal opposite has a bad and a good meaning. We can also say it's a good news. Yeah? So this turnover can be carried out, for this turnover can be carried out in a reactionary and an emancipatory sense. The crisis of liberalism is fundamentally ambiguous, even contradictory. It reveals both the structural link between liberalism and authoritarianism, as well as the point of resistance to the liberal order or rule. If critique means to grasp the crisis in thought, then its task is also to lead to the point where this ambiguity comes into view. So that crisis is precisely the moment when we can also proceed differently. Okay, so as I said, I will basically outline the formal structure of the argument that the liberal order produces as its counter effect a different non-liberal form of government. And of course, first I have to say something about what is a liberal order and then what is a non-liberal form of government. And then I will, if I have time, briefly come to the two examples, but just summarizing them. So the presupposition of freedom, as I said, is liberalism's self-evident starting point. Okay, so that means that, oh no, let me just read this quicker than summarizing. According to the traditional liberal self-understanding, individual liberty, as I said at the beginning, exists first and by itself, and on this ground, a political order is established with no other task than to secure it. To the liberal presupposition of freedom corresponds the liberal reduction of politics to the sole goal of security, as Hannah Arendt has shown. So presupposition of freedom, goal of security are correspondent moves. One could tell the history of liberalism as the back and forth between a merely negative, restricting and preserving, and a positive, enabling interpretation of what the securing of freedom demands. The latest round in this debate are the ideological confrontations between the allegedly neoliberal deregulation policy, which is not really neo, it's liberal, on the one hand, and the social liberal attempts or social democratic attempts at regaining a minimal degree of state control of the various markets on the other. But below the dependence of freedom on the state for the security of its existence and reality operates another, in fact, opposite logic of dependence. So we could say the first move is to understand freedom depends on the state. Yeah, it needs a state to secure it, it needs a state to enable it. And then the FDP and the SPD, the liberals and the social democrats can have an endless debate about how this is done. But I want to say then, if the freedom depends on the state for its security, that also means implies an opposite logic of dependence, which alone can explain to what extent freedom becomes in liberalism the presupposition of the political, and what presupposition, Voraussetzung, means here. It is true that individual depends for its security on the state, but this implies that the liberal state has made itself dependent on individual freedom as that which is pre-given to it. And that has a double meaning. On the one side, it means that the dependency of the liberal state on individual freedom is its own act, through which it first emerges, or through which the state first becomes liberal. The state becomes liberal by making it dependent on freedom that depends on it. But if the dependency of the political on the pre-political fact of freedom is itself political, then this also secondly means that individual freedom thus does not only owe its security, but its very existence to the liberal state. Even more, it owes its existence as pre-political to the political order that makes itself dependent on that pre-political fact. Or is more simpler, to put it more simply, the pre-political nature of freedom is itself a political effect. The liberal state is therefore defined by a paradoxical subject position. The liberal state is the subject of its own subjection, of the subjection of politics to the presupposition of freedom, to the goal of the security of freedom. So that is my point. The liberal state makes itself dependent. The dependency on the pre-political fact of freedom is not a fact. It's an effect, affected by a certain definition of politics, what politics is and how it's structured. So we could also say the presupposition of freedom is its own deed, which immediately cancels itself and makes its own activity disappear as if it were a fact. The liberal presupposition of freedom thus contains an irresolvable ambiguity. Individual freedom is simultaneously posited by the state and precedes it. It is posited, that is meant to be the translation of the German Setzung, yeah, Voraussetzung. It is posited by the state as that which it precedes it. So it's posited as if it were not posited. That's dialectics. This is a contradictory logic of presupposition which defines the liberal state. On the one hand, individual freedom is a presupposition of the state. It is instituted by the state. It does not exist of its own accord or by nature. Individual freedom is a political effect. At the same time, however, the state, which therefore becomes political, presupposes individual freedom as that which it is not able to produce or regulate. The liberal state produces individual freedom as pre-existing or pre-given. So we could, in a certain sense, say, if we were Schmittians, we would say the liberal state produces its own downfall. Yeah, it produces the liberal state is the state that produces the end of statehood, because it puts itself in a secondary position. It's always saying, "Oh, I'm always coming too late." Yeah, there's always something that is presupposed. Now, the claim I want to make is that due to the dialectics, this dialectics of presupposition, liberal government is itself defined by a logic of self-contradiction. Yeah? So that this poses a problem for the liberal government, that initial logic of presupposition that it cannot really solve. The operation of liberal government splits itself in itself. It turns itself against itself. It creates by itself an opposite form of itself. Liberal government creates a different form of government that is non-liberal, indeed that is anti-liberal. So we can call this the paradox of liberal government. Liberal government results in non-liberal government. To understand this paradox better, we first need a more precise determination of its liberal form. So what is a liberal form of government? Yeah? So up to now, as I just have said, it operates with a presupposition of individual freedom as if it were not presupposed but existing of itself. And to understand this logic of presupposition in a more precise way, we can say that, I mean, what does it mean that, what is the logic of the operation? I think Luciana already had said something about this before. What does it mean that the liberal government presupposes it, individual freedom? And I think the term that we need here is that it recognizes individual freedom as valid. Yeah, validity in that sense is a generally modern conception. Nobody before 1800 had spoken about Gültigkeit, Geltung. Yeah, Geltung means the legalization of something pre-existing. It's a legal category. Yeah? It's a legal operation. Presupposing individual freedom can only happen by a certain kind of legal operation. And the legal operation is, in my view, that does this job of presupposing freedom as pre-given is the operation of subjective rights. Okay, so that means that okay, so one aspect of this is, and that is important, that in that sense, liberal government is a form of government that is normatively defined. Yeah, because it's a legal operation. Legality is a form of normativity. Therefore, liberal government, it's a normative form of government. Yeah, it's a government by and in the form of rights. So that means, and this is not only in a technical sense, one could say that no political objectives and ends are, in a liberal order, are valid independently of its normative determination by the equality of individual freedom in an order of rights. Yeah, so of course, liberal governments do all kinds of things. Yeah, they take care of the garbage, for instance, yeah, or they should. And of course, that is an end in itself, clean the street. But in the end, if you ask for justification, at some point, you come to a point where that is the right of the citizen. Yeah. So in that sense, even garbage cleaning is a normative act of government. Yeah? So of course, it's technical and instrumental and so on, but in the end, it's normatively defined. So therefore, that is the great step in the self-understanding of liberalism, is that liberalism defines state power as normative power, or as Rainer Forst would say, noumenal power. Yeah? The power exerted by the liberal state is nothing but the power of its normativity, and no power is legitimate here that cannot be, in the end, traced back to a normative power. At the same time, however, the definition of liberal government by the form of rights limits its normativity. Yeah, so it's normative through and through, it's only normative power, but it's limited normativity. This follows from the fact that this form of government expresses, as I said repeatedly, the presupposition of individual freedom. The normativity of liberal power consists in protecting, promoting, and enabling freedom, which to it is given in advance, or as I have said, it has itself pre-given to it. The legal definition of liberal government therefore excludes, it does not permit it to judge, criticize, create, and form, reform, or transform the very freedom of the individual. Yeah, freedom is pre-given. It's not a field in which normative intervention by the liberal state is allowed. For trying to do this would, according to liberalism, lead us back to a pre-modern traditional policy that tries to educate individuals and thus necessarily becomes unfree and repressive. This is how liberalism, from Kant, Humboldt, and Constant through Mill and Rawls, understands the paternalism, authoritarianism, or even totalitarianism of modern revolutions. Yeah, French Revolution for liberals is a regression to a pre-modern, a pre-liberal form of politics, like, of course, the Bolshevik Revolution, because they both tried to shape the understanding and practice of freedom of the individual. Yeah? They are Haidaic forms of politics. Yeah? So, like Robespierre always says, the idea of revolution is to create virtue. And this is for the, I mean, liberals are not in favor of the French Revolution, as you know, so they're critics of the French Revolution, because that means to deny the pre-givenness of freedom. It turns freedom into something that politics can intervene in internally, not only limiting it externally, but shaping it, forming it, educating it. And that is the no-go for liberal politics. According to its normativity, yeah, we'll see in a moment that precisely therefore it intervenes constantly in the spheres of freedom. According to liberalism, a policy that does not take individual freedom as a given but as politically shapeable, formable, leads back, as Joachim Ritter has said, maybe nobody outside of Germany reads him, back beyond the brink of 1789, and thus the divisions, as Ritter says, or separations, as Michael Walzer says, between the collective and the individual, between the public and the private, between politics and ethics that constitute liberal modernity. Liberal government is therefore normative power through and through, and it is at the same time due merely to its constitutive legal form the power of denormativization. Yeah, limiting that the depth of the normative intervention into the sphere of freedom. Now, if that is correct, the paradox of liberal government can be more precisely defined. According to the thesis stated before, this paradox consists in the fact that liberal government necessarily, as I have claimed, has to proceed in a non-liberal manner. As we have just seen, the liberal mode of government is committed to the form of equal individual rights. The establishment of this committed is the role of the liberal constitution. the claim that the implementation of liberal government must necessarily proceed in a non-liberal manner thus signifies that it is always already implementing, as Günther Teubner has said, in the shadow of constitutionally protected freedom, so invisible, yeah, below the constant talk about rights discourse. So in the shadow of that politics, the liberal politics of rights implementation, interpretation, and so on, in an entirely different government that does not adhere to this legal form. This different or other government divests itself of the form of equal rights. It takes place outside of and against this form, and it's therefore an exercise of power that is in a formal sense, non-liberal, indeed anti-liberal. Yeah? If liberal government is government by the form of rights and liberal government presupposes a different kind of government, then that government is by definition non-liberal. Government by equal rights turns into government without and even against rights. Since, however, the liberal model of government, it is only its commitment to rights which constitutes the normativity of political power, which makes political power normative. Government without rights, which yields state activity in the shadow of the Constitution, is at the same time necessarily non-normative, because the only normativity available in a liberal state is the one of equal rights. There is no other. It is an after effect and a counter effect of liberal government in the name of equal individual rights, but it is not based on its normativity. It does not have a normative form. It is government, this other government without normativity. But why, it could be argued, does the naturalized freedom that the liberal state presupposes as a mere fact require a form of government at all that does more than delimit the individual spheres of freedom against each other? What makes that other government necessary? That was the original liberal program. It defines politics as external to freedom. The goal of freedom is to secure individual freedom from the outside against the others, if politics is not to become illiberal. So the only intervention that is possible in that field of freedom is to delimit each individual freedom in such a way that that freedom of equal freedom for all is possible. Yeah? This is Hobbes, Kant, so the classical liberals describe what law does here. But that's exactly what's proving necessary, namely to intervene here. This is a conclusion drawn, for instance, I'll just give you one example, by German ordoliberalism after the Second World War from the experience of fascism. The insight is that freedom cannot merely be secured from the outside, but it requires inner regulatory forces. Now, this is what Böckenförde, maybe the legal theorist of this ordoliberal approach, claims. So the experience we have made that we cannot really presuppose that sphere as existing and functioning by itself, but it needs inner regulatory forces. According to this diagnosis, liberal government, by setting individuals free in the form of rights, also produces irregular effects by the enactment of freedom which threaten its very existence. Since these effects are but the side effects of the presupposition of freedom through legal entitlements, individual rights, they cannot be in turn remedied by creating new further rights, but are only reproduced by such rights in another way. So if it's true that the activity of freedom, the sphere of freedom that is set free by rights needs inner regulations, these inner regulations cannot proceed themselves by the form of rights, yeah? Because it would only be reiterated, the problem that these regulatory forces try to overcome. Therefore, liberal government, with this inner regulatory operations, must turn against itself. It must create a different form of government that governs freedom immanently and not through its legal entitlement. It must become a government in non-liberal form. It is only in this way that the liberal state can give an answer to the question that the ordoliberal tradition, which is in its German version, the attempt to think through the experience of the breakdown of the liberal order in the 1930s, has put at the center of its thinking. The question, the ordoliberal question is, quote, how will the state sustain itself on the day of crisis? Yeah, so this is thinking of the crisis of the liberal state that we have seen that has the form of chaos in the field of freedom, presupposed as naturally given, and making inner regulatory interventions in that field necessary. And the answer to that question, what will the state do, the liberal state do in the moment of crisis? The answer is that what will then sustain the state can only be non-liberal forms of government. Non-liberal here means, again, just to remind you, government that does not proceed in the form of rights. That is the definition of non-liberal here at the moment. Since, however, rights are the only way that on the liberal paradigm links governmental power to the force of normativity, non-liberal government, which is produced by liberal government, is a government without normativity, without commitment to equality of freedom. It's a technical government, an instrumental government. It is carried out, as I said, in the shadow of liberal normativity. And we can maybe, if we want to use a term here, I think we can return to Hegel's suggestion, to Hegel's conception of politics as internally split between the state and police. Yeah. So that's, I think, basically the same logic. Yeah? So the state in Hegel, as you might remember, is the sphere in which the will of all, of course, thinks and knows itself and carries out what it knows insofar as it knows. So it's a sphere of rational self-determination. Yeah, of course, in Hegel, not democratic, but who cares? Yeah. So, but the Hegel's insight is that this state needs to create institutions that operate in the sphere of civil society, which it has presupposes as its natural pregiven, and these institutions that operate internally in that other sphere is a different form of politics. Is a politics which he calls police. Yeah? So state as let's assume democratic self-governance in the form of rights, presupposed in Hegel the creation of another kind of politics that operates in the shadow of the normativity of the liberal state, of the state of rights, and operates as inner regulatory forces in the sphere of civil society. And so this is a becoming police of politics. I think that is the deep insight in Hegel. Yeah? So that politics necessarily, that it never can have the Rousseauian structure or form, but that idea of the common will produces a non-normative, presupposes and produces non-normative form of policing, yeah, of Verpolizeilichung, becoming police-like of politics. That is what I'm interested in. So let me briefly come to two examples. I mean, but I just will say 2 or 3 words on each, and maybe we can come in the discussion to a more specific discussion. So the one example that I briefly turn to is refers to the concept of civil society or bürgerliche Gesellschaft. So the sphere, the freedom that is presupposed as a pregiven is clearly unfolding into a social sphere, we could say, a sphere in which the different forms of freedom interact with each other, and that sphere is called civil society, which is not political, it's pre-political. But then, of course, and this is, I think, an insight that ordoliberalism, or German neoliberalism, as it's called, has taken as its starting point, is that sphere is not harmonic in itself. I mean, Marx already knew this, but liberals learned that also in the 20th century. And for ordoliberalism, for German ordoliberalism or neoliberalism, the crisis that made fascism possible is precisely the crisis of an unregulated civil society. And this is a very interesting analysis there. And the crisis is analyzed by them by analyzing what a monopoly is. The problem of monopoly for the German neoliberalism is not like for the Hayek type of neoliberalism, that it makes free competition and so on, and free markets impossible. But monopoly is a position of economic power that is so overwhelming that it becomes political power. Yeah, so monopoly is, if monopolies form in the field of civil society, in bourgeois society, economy, then this is not an merely economical power anymore. So the monopolies will necessarily, the lords of the monopoly, the capitalist monopolists, will become a political power. And that is their analysis why Hitler came into power. Yeah? So, I mean, they're in that sense very critical. Yeah? So it's the monopolists that ground fascism. Yeah? And therefore, the consequence from this is we need inner regulations of the social, of the bürgerliche Gesellschaft, of the bourgeois society. And this is what then in later theories has been analyzed in terms of social constitutionalization. Yeah, the constitutionalization, all the markets, these people say, are not, no market exists by itself. Markets need to be constitutionalized. And now, of course, constitutionalized even beyond the nation state. It's a constitutionalization that is not regulated by any nation state. I mean, the worldwide sport market, the worldwide digital market, all these markets are global. There is no nation state which, with its power and which is not with its normativity, that can regulate this. So we have to trust on the social self-constitutionalization of those markets. And this is what these people call the inner politicization of social spheres and social markets. Yeah? So there is a politics going on there. A politics of giving those markets a constitution. Yeah? But clearly, this politics has nothing to do with the politics of the liberal state. Yeah? The inner politicization of those markets is not driven by any kind of normativity. And the problem that endlessly comes up in these non-liberal forms of policing, yeah, these markets is the constant problem, as they say I mean, these authors say in a rather timid way, oh, there's a possibility of corruption. Yeah, so of the re-emergence of the monopolies. And of course, we could say this in a more direct way, that in the constitutionalization, the policing of the markets, there is no equal right of everybody participating, but this is done by the powers to be. Yeah? So it's Google and Apple that police the digital markets. It's all kinds of political powers or even state powers policing the sport markets and so on. Yeah, so this is policing taking place. Politics is here actually taking place. It's important that we, I think, understand it as a form of politics. Yeah, to give rule to market is politics, but it's non-normative politics. Yeah? It's politics as power politics, independent of the normativity of the liberal state, but presupposed by the normativity by the liberal state. Yeah, you see the dialectics here. So that is not something that the liberal state could directly do itself. That would contradict the pre-givenness of freedom, but it needs to presuppose that it's done. Yeah, getting things done. Yeah, that is what the liberal state must assume. Okay. So that would be one first example in which one, I think, could develop this idea of a dialectics of the liberal state, presupposing its own opposite, and not being able, presupposing other form of politics which is not able to control itself. A second one would have to do with with the problem of normative subjectivation, on which Arthur already has spoken. And that is, for instance, something that Böckenförde, whom I mentioned before, has put at the center of his critical analysis. So sometimes, I mean, these ordo-liberals are really interesting readers and theorists of the present condition, I think. And the problem here is the following. Böckenförde, when he asked this question, what supports the liberal state in the moment of crisis, means this, what kind of subjectivity is available? Where is the liberal subject that will support the state, the liberal state in the moment of its crisis? And what can the liberal state do about the existence of liberal subjects? Because, and the problem is simple, a problem you also find in Habermas, but the problem is very simple, because the way in which the liberal state, by the form of rights, addresses us is as subject of free choice, subject of interests. Yeah, this is how the liberal state, what the liberal state tells me. Yeah? By giving me rights, he treats me, she treats me, I don't know what gender the state has. It treats me, they treat me. Yeah, that is the solution nowadays. They treat me as a subject that can make choices and has the right to make choices, property and contract, and as a subject that has interests in education and health system and so on. And these interests will be then taken care of by the liberal state. But it does, in the form of rights, it does not treat me as a subject that autonomously wills the equality of freedom in a legal order. So there is now, the legal order itself cannot produce a subject that supports the legal order. Yeah, so that is the gap, one could say. It presupposes that there are autonomous subjects that say, great idea, the liberal order, but it always treats us in a way that we never can, they're never addressed by the legal order as supporting the legal order itself. One could also say autonomy is not a possible content of a right. Yeah, that is very clear in Kant. It's presupposed, but never inherent, is not a content. Yeah, I mean, there cannot be a right that tells me that is a right to autonomy. That makes no sense. Yeah, it's a meaningless right. We can discuss about it, but I'm pretty convinced by this. So that means the liberal state, in being liberal, cannot educate its citizens, yeah, to being good citizens, to become fans of equality and of freedom. Yeah, so that is beyond the power of the right, and I think that is a conceptual argument here that these guys make, and I think because education would mean that to present the idea of equality of freedom as good for the citizens, as something that the citizens themselves evaluate as being good. Yeah? But that would mean that the liberal state itself is able to promote an idea of goodness. But the very idea of individual rights says goodness is up to the individual to decide about. Yeah? That is very clear in Rawls. Yeah? So the capacity to decide about what is good, that is up to the individual. So we have the liberal state privatizes the idea of goodness and can therefore not promote itself as being good. That's not possible. It would be paternalism, yeah, in political terms. I mean, what Kant always says, the horror, yeah, the most horrible thing for a good liberal is that the state becomes paternalistic. Yeah? And that is consistent, I think. So then there are, I think, there are only two solutions here. No, maybe more, but it's two solutions I can see. Yeah. No, maybe I even could see more, but let me present two. The one is simple. I mean, the one is, let's say, the more traditional way, which Böckenförde also mentions. Maybe we could say that is the the conceptual place of the conceptual place of culture. Yeah, so I think, I mean, it's interesting to understand why liberalism is also a theory of culture, and in what sense. Nobody spoke about culture before liberalism. Only since the 18th century, culture becomes so relevant. Why? Because it's the field in which the processes of subjectivation, normative subjectivation, happens by themselves. And the liberal state is always saying, oh, happily, there is a sphere of culture where these things are produced which I cannot produce. You know? So it hands over the production of its own support to culture. But then, of course, Böckenförde says, okay, but is this reliable? Yeah? Is culture a reliable sphere in which we can rely on the production of liberal subjects, that are that say equality of freedom is good? Can we really rely on that? And so obviously we can't. Yeah, we cannot rely on culture. And to rely on culture also means, obviously, and that is not something that Böckenförde says this in the moment when I mean, in Germany in the 60s, people found out religion is becoming irrelevant. Religion is not really producing normative subjects anymore. It's not a relevant instance or agency of agentur, yeah, of producing subjectivity anymore. And then he says, who will take over that role? Yeah, and okay, and that means, in a sense, but I think the more dangerous point is the real dangerous point here is not only that culture is not reliable, but in the liberal state relying on the cultural agencies of subjectivation, it indirectly, of course, relies on the perpetuation of traditional power instances like religion, like, or the church rather would have to say, like the traditional family. Yeah, so like certain instances of education. So the liberal state always relies on these instances existing and exerting their normative power and producing authority, producing normative subjectivities. But I think the other problem, and that I think brings us closer to the problem of the authoritarian character. I mean, let me try to say this very briefly. So, because I think I can do this because Arthur also already mentioned the decisive point. So let's assume the liberal state tried to intervene in the processes of subjectivation. Yeah? So not leaving it to the traditional agencies, noticing that this does not work anymore, but directly intervene. How can the liberal state intervene here? I mean, if my argument is correct, it cannot intervene normatively, yeah, because it does not have a concept of goodness to promote. Yeah, that is not what the liberal state can do. So they can only, in that sense, prescribe and inscribe its own normative order into the subject as if it were a fact, a habit, yeah, as in mere facticity. I think that is what Adorno, one aspect of what Adorno says when he speaks of the immediacy of the operation of social powers. Yeah? So they don't operate in a normative sense by promoting a certain kind of goodness in a certain kind of education. That is for liberals a nightmare. This is China. Yeah, this is cultural revolution. Yeah, that cannot be done. But it can exist on the sheer power of that order. But that is then sheer immediate power, right? And so if I want to say, I mean, if the liberal state tries to itself promote its own order in the sphere of in the dimension of subjectivation, it can only do this by imposing itself as a non-normative power, as a facticity that subjects have to subjugate. And I think that is the structure that, not yet entirely, of course, but that is the presupposition for, or let's say, a decisive moment in the explanation of how the authoritative personality comes about. Yeah, because the imposition of a power as in an immediate form, in a natural form, in a factual form, in a habitual form, is has as its counter effect, as its necessary effect, what Adorno describes as ego weakness. Yeah, so because ego in the ego subject in Adorno is the instance of synthesis, as he says, yeah, between a normative demand that comes always from the other to me and my own drives and impulses and so on. The ego is nothing more than the interplay between the two. Yeah. So, and ego strength in Adorno does not mean repression of the one or the other, but synthesizing. He even speaks of harmony in certain contexts, very Schillerian, one could say, yeah, of these two sides. Yeah. So, but if that can only be done, yeah, there can only be an ego in that positive sense of a power of synthesis, of negotiating, one could say, between normative demand and bodily impulses. If there is a normative demand, yeah, if the demand has a normative form, yeah, makes a claim on me, but if the demand comes in an immediate form, as Adorno says, as sheer power, there is no possibility for negotiating. There's no possibility for synthesis. The ego is dead. Yeah, and the authoritarian personality. I mean, I think this is also how you understood it, right? Is in a certain sense the end of the ego. Yeah, the opposite of the ego, and as an effect of, I would say, of that conversion of normative power into factual power. So that would mean, I mean, let me add two things and then I come to the end. The one point which I find interesting here, and I think also that Arthur said this, I think it's important for Adorno's interpretation of the authoritative personality, authoritarian personality. It is not the latest version of repressive subjectivity, of a repressed subjectivity. Let's say, as one, at first, I always read it like that, yeah. So till I came to these remarks by Adorno on that book. I mean, we were quoting basically on a text that Adorno wrote later. In the moment of publishing the book, he already distanced himself by these unpublished remarks, which is a fierce critique of the book. And he was very frustrated that the other authors were not keen on publishing it in the book. Yeah, so he wanted to publish as a I don't know, as an introduction to the book, but the basically criticizes the whole book. Yeah. So in that remarks, yeah. So he, when he makes that point, yeah, that power here has changed its form. I think he also wants to say we are not, let's say, anymore in the field of Protestant ethics. Yeah, as Max Weber has described it. Yeah, Protestant ethics is a normative form of repression. Yeah, so it's a super ego, and that is a normative claim that represses me. Okay, yeah, that happens all the time. Yeah, so and that can be worse or less, more liberal, more tolerant, or more repressive. And the authoritarian personality for Adorno is not the excessive form of that. Yeah, so that would be a misunderstanding. It's rather a break with that. Yeah, it's because it means that the power that with which I'm confronted here has not the form of the super ego anymore. It does not demand anything from me, but it just said, this is how it is. Yeah? This is what not what you should do, but this is what one does. Yeah? So, and that is the change here. And the authoritarian personality in that sense is, in that sense, a post-normative subject. Yeah, I mean, one cannot even say that anymore. That I find interesting. I think it's a dangerous thesis, yeah, because it seems to foreclose also the possibility of, for which Arthur was asking, namely of liberation. Yeah, but I think it's as a maybe it's a thought experiment or driven to the end, which I find interesting. The other question I would like to ask here for discussion is whether on the same, in the same schema, assuming that Adorno is right, that the problem of subjectivation which we face is not anymore it cannot be grasped anymore by the concept of repression. I think Adorno and Foucault agree on that. Yeah? So repression is not the right term anymore to understand the distortions of subjectivity because power has become factual. Whether we cannot also understand why there are other variants, yeah, that of subjectivation that are not do not have the same form as the authoritarian personality. For instance, just an example, I mean, the way in which Deleuze has described the post-disciplinary control society, yeah, operates on the same basis, yeah, because what does control mean? Yeah, control means, if I understand it correctly, but this is how I would like to understand it. Control means means self-control, sure, yeah, it means, but I control myself not in view of a norm, of a normative demand, but I control myself in view of what is normal. Yeah, so it's a society of normality. Yeah, so I want to be, yeah, normal. Yeah, so that is the control. Yeah, so I want to, and normality is a measure that is not normative in the same sense. Yeah, it's something that comes to me in it's a state of affairs. Yeah, and in that state of affairs, I want to be a functioning element in it. Yeah, but it's not that there is a demand and to which I can have a certain kind of normative relation. So you see my point. I mean, maybe we could understand Adorno as giving us here a very productive idea of analyzing contemporary forms of subject formation, of forms of operation in the field of subjectivation, which is not, which cannot be performed by the liberal state itself, which start with the with the naturalization of power and the denormativization of power, but which are not authoritarian in the kind in which he described it, because it seems to me that this is outdated. Yeah, I think that the authoritarian personality is not cannot be directly applied. I mean, although I think the idea of the authoritarian rebelliousness is the most productive point here. Yeah, I mean, I always think of Trump when I read these sentences. Yeah, I mean, the craziness, yeah, the fury, and so on. That is a very productive idea. Okay, let me come to an end, to the end. So I think, as I said at the beginning, I come back to the beginning, and the question is, which I will close is just 2 minutes, that where does this critique, or where would such a critique, if it could be developed, and what would be the outcome? What would be the political outcome? The analysis of the liberal order aims to expose, as I said, its self-contradiction. The liberal order defines the goal and mechanism of legitimate politics as the equal entitlement to individual freedom, but in its shadow, as I said, the liberal order must create and implement another form of government whose forces, logics, and dynamics it does not account for, since they contradict its normativity. The liberal order presupposes what it suspends. Some could say, in that sense, the liberal politics is a politics of exception, yeah, of making an exception from itself, yeah, of creating spheres of activity which exempt from the liberal normativity. So through its logic of presupposition, the liberal order is itself the suspension of its normativity. So just to repeat, the dialectic of liberal normativity consists in producing within itself, and therefore in its shadow, I like that metaphor, a permanent policy of exception from liberal normativity. Simply put, liberalism affects its own negation. This critical observation leads to the decisive political question. This cannot be the question as to whether we should negate or affirm liberalism. Yeah, I think that's not the question we are facing. We discussed this already before, ne? I mean, with the question of critique and apology. For if liberalism is its own negation, if that is true, then the affirmation of liberalism is the affirmation of the negation of liberalism. Yeah, that follows from the definition. I mean, if liberalism is itself already its negation, if I affirm liberalism, I affirm its own negation. And the negation of liberalism, which is up to the task required by its object, is its affirmation. It's the affirmation of the self-negation of liberalism. The question is therefore not whether, but how the negation of liberalism is carried out. The political question that results from the critique of liberalism is the question concerning the right way and the proper form for the negation of the liberal order. Yeah, do you see the point? I mean, if I were right, the negation of liberalism is not our problem. It does it itself constantly. Yeah, so there's no necessity or no possibility to negate liberalism if it already negates itself. Yeah, so we just have to refer to that negation and ask ourselves, what do we do with that self-negation of liberalism? Yeah? The critique of the liberal order aims at bringing the non-liberal practices of governing that are supposed by that order from out of its latency, of the shadow, and turn them into the matter of a political decision. So I think that is our task, yeah, to try to make a decision about that non-liberal form of government. For just as the normativity of liberalism combines two specifications, namely normativity and non-normativity, so too does its negation hold two contradictory forms. So there are two possible negations. Liberalism, as I said, is an order that connects the idea of the equality of freedom to the form of individual rights. That I would say it's the initial trait here. Liberalism is both the idea of equal freedom and the idea of individual rights, and it connects them and says they are the same. Yeah? That is the initial move. For liberalism, both are the same. The critique of liberalism shows, however, that the form of individual rights affects the suspension and undermining of the idea of equal freedom. So the crisis of liberalism is the separation, again, between equal freedom and the form of rights. Therefore, also the negation of liberalism can be directed either against the idea of equal freedom or against the form of individual rights. Yeah, these are two possible ways in which we could react to the crisis of liberalism. In the first case, the negation of liberalism leads to forms of government which are unfree and unequal. This is the effect of the inner or self-negation of liberalism. It turns into authoritarian forms of politics and subjectivity. The second strategy of the negation of liberalism, on the other hand, is directed against its basic form of individual rights and operates in the name of a different politics of equality and freedom. So it frees equality of freedom from the logic of rights. This is where the criticism of liberalism leads. It leads to the struggle between two opposing forms of non-liberal politics that is fought out in the shadow of the liberal constitution. While the existence of the liberal order depends on the outcome of this struggle, it cannot at the same time contribute anything to it. So the point is basically the decisive struggle about the liberal idea of equality of freedom is the struggle in which the liberal state itself cannot take place. We have to do it for it. Thank you. Sorry, that was too long, but yeah, I got driven away.
Yeah. Of course, I would have a ton of questions, but I understood that the position of chair is just to
take notes.
to take notes and see who will want to put some questions. I'm very happy to go back to Adorno and the philosophy, right, of Hegel. Paragraphs 245 and 46, when the police comes unduly to help the state. So who wants to begin, please?
I can give it to you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I wanted to ask a question on the point that came early in the talk. So not the complex issues that you discussed now in the final stages, but rather to understand better the step or the connection between the liberal state and non-liberal forms of government. So why is there this kind of necessity? And you also kind of hovered between calling it non-liberal forms of government and anti-liberal forms of government. Anti-liberal seems rather strong to me. So if I imagine a liberalist, a liberal theoretician, they will want to resist that. So maybe they.
Okay.
Yeah. Not. I mean, if it's a question of word, nothing hangs on it. But I'm wondering. So here's what I think. So could it not be the case that a liberal position would take the view that I need to make a certain kind of normative presupposition, like the one that you described, this kind of normative presupposition to start the game in the first place. But having that normative presupposition in place also allows me to define a criterion for this other kind of government that you're describing, but one in which it is precisely not, it is in your technical sense, it does not take the form of individual rights. So the kind of structure that I do there does not take that political form, but the criterion, the normative criterion that I have introduced is even stronger than that formal structure that is part of liberalism. So the kinds of regulations that I do in the terms of policing or in terms of giving the market the right kinds of structures and so on, they are all guided by securing the presupposed individual freedom in a certain sense. So all the kinds of things that I do not take the form of individual rights. Yeah, so that's not the kind of political structure there, but it's all governed or it's all oriented towards not undermining individual freedom. So some kind of policy there of normalization or standardization that would undermine that would be not liberal. And so they're therefore anti-liberal, excluded. But this kind of criterion can still govern us or guide us in this other kind of thing.
Good point.
It doesn't have the form that you are describing. So it needs a supplement, but the supplement is still oriented normatively by the very idea of individual freedom. And so
I see the point.
I just want to say, see how much pressure does that put on you?
Good point. Yeah. May I answer directly, because all these questions I'm sure are very complicated and also a little bit not really of the kind that I maybe would be able to answer them, but maybe just to say what one would have to do in order to be able to answer it. I think what you just described is, one could say, the Hegelian solution. Yeah, because it's not only Hegel's theory claim is not only that politics doubles in these two forms. So the state presupposes civil society. We need inner institutionalization, institutions, hineinscheinend, he says, in the sphere of bourgeois society, police. So that is not only what he says, but it's also clear that he thinks that the state can indirectly govern the police. So I think that is in a certain degree, I think, what you suggested. And I think what makes the concept so also theoretically and politically attractive, one could say, up to a certain point, that seemed to have worked in, let's say, Western European history. I would say that this is maybe the French model in the 19th and 20th century, the German model, well, not before 33, but after 45. So was exactly that model, right? So that the state tried to control the inner regulatory forces of bourgeois society, so that even if those forces themselves cannot be oriented in the idea of equal rights, because these are forces of administration, instrumentally working, and so on and so on. They at least delimited in their modes of operation and so on by an overpowering state that always insists on its priority. Yeah. So, but yeah, you see, I mean, I think that this is a model that Hegel has theoretically tried to develop, and that one could say empirically was this. I mean, descriptively could analyze to a certain degree what ordoliberalism, for instance, neoliberalism, effectively had tried to implement. Yeah, and then the question would be, I mean, I would have two questions here. So to the Hegelian model, I would have the question of how that. I must say, I never really understood how he thought that this prevalence of the state with its normativity over its zwilling, over its sibling, or it's what is zwilling? Its twin, yeah, its twin existence, its second existence, in the civil society, how this can actually be enacted, yeah, how that prevalence. And I think if you remember Marx's early critique of Hegel's philosophy of the state, it's precisely about that relation, yeah, so that the state-police relation and therefore the state-civil society relation. And Marx says, and I always found it convincing, but one would have to discuss this more in detail, that there is no theoretical argument how, I mean, for structuring the relation in such a way that this prevalence is really, yeah, guaranteed. Yeah, and that would mean it depends on other on other forces. Yeah, so that would be one question. I mean, for instance, what one would have to start by asking, what does Hegel mean that the state shined hinein, so reappears or what, yeah, as police, and therefore the police is always only the second instance. Yeah, what can that secondariness guarantee? That would be one question. And maybe my Hegel understanding is not well enough at that point, but maybe that one can show. No, I don't mean it in an ironic, so I don't know. Yeah, and the other maybe political question is, why did this model break apart? Yeah, because I think it's obvious that it has collapsed. Yeah, maybe an intermediary way of, I mean, a level between the merely conceptual level and the diagnostic level would be to ask whether not from the beginning there is a certain ambiguity in the operation of the police in Hegelian sense, because the requirement that is that it's the internal regulation. Yeah, it needs to intervene in those markets I have mentioned before internally. Yeah, so needs, and therefore Günther Teubner describes it as the inner politicization of those markets by the actors of those markets themselves. Yeah, which immediately raises the question of monopoly, corruption, and so on, and power positions. So it seems to me that the requirement of an internal regulation is the point where the tipping point, yeah, where the loss of control by the normative state in a certain sense begins. Yeah, and maybe that control verlust, yeah, that loss of control, yeah, can be made invisible or can be less catastrophic at certain moments, but it's somehow consistent, yeah, a logical consequence, I think, of the whole arrangement. So in that sense, neoliberalism, which is not the end of the state, yeah, it's the end of the liberal state, maybe in the control, but it's the beginning of policing, lots of policing, yeah. So it's the beginning of the preponderance of the police, yeah, is maybe in that sense is a moment of truth, yeah, where the unsustainability of the old model shows itself. But that is, as I said, not really an answer, but just some thoughts. I don't know if they already thoughts, but some aspects of maybe a possible answer. So the one question would be how to establish that asymmetry or that priority of the normative state. How could one think that? and the other, what do we make of our experience in the last 20 or 30 or 40 years, so that this model, I think it has collapsed, doesn't it? I mean, it's not in place anymore. And the return to that model is not on the agenda anywhere. And maybe it tells us something about the contradictions of the model. Yeah. So maybe the nostalgia for returning to that condition, even in Axel Honneth's books. Yeah. So there is a certain nostalgic moment there. Yeah. So it's not helpful. Yeah, because it's avoiding it. Maybe not it's not a necessary development, but showing us something about the contradictions of that. It was, yeah, you see.
So my
just
question is
just one thing. Well, we have already reached the time.
yeah.
I would propose 20 minutes more. That's okay with the organizers and
so
with you.
I'll be brief. I promise.
No, it's no problem. It's just because Cebrap closes at 7, so we have to get out before 7. So I propose 20 minutes. I have 2 questions, 3 questions. Okay, 4.
You want to collect some?
Okay. So let's do 2 and 2. Okay. Please.
I try to be brief. So you said like at one point in your talk, and you were kind of like, it was kind of like just a short comment, but I think it was also important to you that you said, well, this is actually dialectics. You were talking about the workings of this positioning that positions something as presupposed or something like this. And when I heard you explain this workings that I don't want to call logic, I thought, well, that's what you describe is something very similar to what Derrida would call like supplementarity. And then you said it's dialectics. And I was really confused by that, but you also like didn't really include it in the talk, so it was kind of an off comment. But I was thinking that doesn't it make a lot more sense to describe it in these terms? Because if you do, then you arrive at like the possibility of there being something like a closing of this liberal politics, where there is, like Derrida would talk about the closing of metaphysics, where there's no more force that would drive beyond this closing. And I think that is also in many of your other texts more the way you describe things. And so I was a bit confused by this comment on that's actually dialectics, or that is the real dialectics. Maybe you could try to explain that a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you. Leandro?
Well, thank you, Professor Menke. Very briefly, maybe I was thinking that maybe there's a profound misconception in liberalism about how the society is constituted. If that's not the problem, because liberalism presupposes that there's just only isolated individuals, and then through aggregate will, you have to produce social order. So liberalism has like a big problem explaining social order. So you need to conceive like normative instances that produce this social integration, so to say. So from the beginning, for example, for Durkheim, social integration is from the beginning normative. There's no just individuals. You need like those big instances, because the interplay between individuals produces chaos, not just social order. So I was wondering if there is no like a misconception like at the social ontological level of society with liberalism.
Yeah.
The 2 person, then you're.
Okay. Briefly, that's very interesting. I mean, the moment, I mean, Oliver, so the moment, at that moment, I was just thinking of Hegel's analysis of the dialectic of presupposition. Yeah, so that is a dialectic analysis, which says I make a presupposition, so then I presuppose something else. I posit something actively in the position of not being actively, yeah, but being by itself as given. Yeah, so and that is a contradiction, one could say, into which Voraussetzung is entangled. But of course, then he says, okay, the moment I've understood this, I can go on. Yeah, and I don't see any possibility to go on. The other question is, what is then our instrumentality, or what our instruments, yeah, to analyze if we want to cut off this idea that we can go on from there beyond that logic. And I think the logic of supplementary could be very helpful, but I think it would be necessary to have then in that field of the logic of supplementarity, the distinction, which I find very important, of two different ways of enacting that logic. Let's say as something that is mere fate, as it happens to the liberal order. I mean, so the liberal order proceeds as if that supplementary logic did not exist, and it's therefore always in crisis. Yeah, and an alternative way of enacting that supplementary logic, yeah, which is not merely a potentially destructive crisis, but which is also not sublation, but a certain kind of affirmation of that supplementary logic. And I think Derrida is interested in that, more in the second question: how can we affirm and affirmatively enact that logic of supplementarity? But we also would need the logic of supplementarity as a critical instrument. And you see, I don't exactly know how the readings the logic of supplementary in a critical way and reading it in an affirmative way, how that could exactly be distinguished in Derrida. I think he's more interested in showing that both are forms of supplementarity, which I find very helpful. But I also want to say, and here it's a failure, and here it's a possible success. Yeah, and how to draw that distinction is my problem. But reading helps maybe, so I would read Derrida there. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, so it's the problem of social order, and I think, of course, the whole at least the whole history of sociology up till Parsons or so, maybe even Parsons to a certain degree, is the insight that social order is normatively constituted and self-constituting, and then with the introduction of systems theory, that is somehow lost. Yeah, this insight. But my question is then, what is the form of that normativity that constitutes, or by which social order constitutes itself? And I think it's not the normativity of rights. You cannot constitute an order by an order of rights. Yeah? The order of rights comes always later. And the question is if that is true, but assuming that it's true, is the question whether this late coming poses a problem or not. Yeah, so that's basically my question. I could say, if we accept that that social orders have a self-constituting logic, and that has a certain normative dimension, and then we have a politics that organizes its normativity in a form that is structurally different from the social normativity, namely the legal normativity, does this not necessarily create a problem? Yeah. And because that deprives the politics that ties itself exclusively to the form of legal normativity, of productively intervening in the self-constitution of the social order. And the self-constitution of the social order may be, or is certainly normative, but it's not equal and free. Yeah. So I mean, the normativity of the social order, or the normativity by which social orders constitute themselves, is not, I mean, it's not beyond criticism. Yeah, only because we can call them Sittlichkeit, they're not, I mean, they're not exempt from criticism, but we should criticize them. Yeah, and we can criticize them as participants of this order, but not politically anymore in the liberal state. Yeah, so the question could be also, what would be a politics of the normative constitution of social orders? And I want to, I mean, to repeat, I mean, want to say, not by means of equal rights, but that would have to be a different one. And I think the leaving that place open, yeah, is the problem that creates the crisis of the liberal state. Yeah, because leaving it open means the church will do, the family will do, the culture will do, and so on. Yeah, and they do, but in an authoritarian way most of the time.
Yeah, my question, I think, is connected to that last point, because I was thinking the possibility of emancipation, liberation, etc. And in the middle of your presentation, so I was thinking, the form of modern rights demands discipline, and then I was thinking, so an example within the education, for instance, right? And forgetting about emancipation, you have different contents you can discuss, progressive contents in the school, but nevertheless, according to that argument, the form is still discipline, right? Then by the end of your paper or your presentation, before that, so the question would be how to discuss the form within those spheres, right? How to discuss the form within education, within the schools, within the family, and so on and so forth. That could be an liberatory, emancipatory politics within those spheres. And it seems to me that by the end of your talk, there's sort of an openness to that, because then you discuss two different forms of non-liberal politics. And then I was wondering whether that struggle, because throughout your paper, you say, well, liberalism is not open to this non-liberal authoritarianism, but it's actually reinforcing it. But I was wondering whether the same couldn't apply to the other side of the problem, whether also liberalism doesn't need to produce, whether for justification or even for its own reproduction, liberal forms of subjectivation. And I understood what you're saying now is that we're coming to a point where this is no longer the case. But I wonder, yeah, maybe that could be some source of optimism. I don't know, but yeah. Shireen, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have a, I guess, simple question, which is not a philosophical one.
It's okay. I don't know if these are philosophical questions.
But it's sort of a, I'd like to know a bit more about the relationship that you would posit between what you are talking, the level of your reflection and sort of crisis of liberalism in, say, in politics or so, you know, outside of the sphere of theory. And I was sort of wondering about this when you said that the liberal state cannot educate its citizens. And I was sort of, what popped up in my head was what happens in schools, in politics classes. What happens in Germany, we have this institution, Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung. It's sort of the federal agency for public political education. So we have all sorts of political education institutions that one could say don't do political education in the sense that, for instance, say, a party would do in its political education program, but that try to foster liberal ideas in people. And then maybe what they do, or sometimes they do it, might go in the direction of what Thomas was asking. They tell or they try to teach people that in order to be free in a democratic system, we need particular presuppositions and we need a constitution, all these kind of things. And also we need to be active citizens, otherwise the entire system doesn't work. So this kind of political education is being done. And in a way, you know, I was wondering why, I mean, you say it's not possible. So maybe Germany, for instance, is not a liberal state, and I'm fine with claiming this. But if we claim it is and it wants to be, my question is, on which level is sort of your, are your considerations with respect to these kinds of practices that are happening and that might even happen because liberalism isn't without contradictions, as you say, right? So maybe I'm wondering whether on the ground, I mean, of course, there are tremendously there are tremendous problems on the ground, sort of in everyday politics and the way politics go. But is it the same problems than the theoretical conceptual ones? Or in which relation are what is the relation between your conceptual problematization and, say, empirical problems? And of course, it's not trivial, I guess, what you answer, because if the connection isn't there really, then, to put it bluntly, what's
the point?
Yeah.
Point blank.
Yeah. You try to put it nicely, but yeah. Yeah.
No, I was impressed too, but I mean, I am impressed.
Yeah, thank you. I think the two questions are connected, if I'm not mistaken. And indirectly, I think they're also connected to the first question or first point by Thomas. I think to a certain degree, I would say that maybe that these examples show us that the effective working of a liberal state implies a certain going beyond its liberal form, but in the other direction than the authoritarian. Yeah, namely saying that we need for the existence of the liberal state a discourse of the question of goodness. Yeah, so what is not only what is right, but what is good. Yeah, and that can be done authoritarian, also by imposing a certain idea of goodness, but that could also open up a sphere of emancipatory politics where we would think about what a good community would look like, what a good way of life would look like, right? But that would not be imposing the idea from outside, but on the contrary, would be the only form, I think, how normative subjectivation can take place, that people accept something as good. Yeah, of course, I mean, that takes time, as we know from children. So, but of course, we would say we only educate a child by presenting it with a certain idea of speaking, of thinking, of behaving, and so on, that at least has a chance eventually be recognized and appropriated as goodness, as being good by that child, right? And so these therefore are processes that have an emancipatory logic, because to appropriate something as good means at the same time to make yourself, in a certain sense, a competent co-discussant about whether it is good, right? So I think that still exists to a certain degree. Yeah. So also in liberal context, but I think in the strict sense, it's not a liberal practice. Yeah, I mean, of course, only if we accept the narrow definition or that the liberal politics has tied itself to the form of rights. Yeah, so I mean, you can start with a different definition of liberalism. So, but this is my starting point. But I could also say, kind of politics of rights. Yeah, if we don't want to use the term liberalism here, so could be disputed. Can it manage solve the problem of crisis and so on and so on? So that would be another way of talking. Yeah, and no, I would say you're right. I mean, so we have let's say the attempt to solve the problem in the authoritarian ways, either by relying on authoritarian forms of education and subjectivation and all these agenturen agencies that we have, churches, families, and so on. And we have elements of a different kind of, let's say, an emancipatory discussion about education, formation of subjects around an idea of what is the goodness of equality of freedom. Yeah, so one could say. I think that both exists historically, at least. Yeah, and maybe the solution to the problem that Thomas has raised had something to do with that as well. Yeah, so that the Hegelian state, for instance, not only doubled into police state, but also into tied to Sittlichkeit in that sense, and that could be democratized and so on. So that would be one way of operating here. I think a further question then that would be, I mean, if we come to the question of our situation, right, is the weakening and the mechanisms of weakening of that alternative, alternative normative subjectivation to the authoritarian one, both of which are non-liberal, right? And that has to do, I think, I never really started to think about this before, but I think that is the point or one aspect of Luciana's argument, that maybe that is in part happening by a wrong juridification of those institutions, destroying these institutions by dissolving the integrity, by making them instruments of individual rights. I mean, for an education, so if the school is redefined from the perspective of the individual right to schooling, then the institutional logic, and I think, who said this before? What's the other one who was on the podium? Yeah, you, sorry, I didn't see. What's your name? Ricardo, yeah? You said this, I think also, yeah? So then if I turn those institutions into mere means of realizing my individual right to something, then the institution is dead already, because then there's the market, of opportunities and possibilities of satisfying that right, So that would be a way also to see how neoliberal abuse of the concept of rights is used in order to destroy, let's say, institutions of a possibly emancipatory form of, for instance, normative subjectivation. But then that is not an answer yet, but I think, I mean, that is something I got from our first panel, and as a possible way of analyzing it. It's not the only one. I mean, the one power about which we haven't spoken yet as all is, of course, the most powerful economization. But let's leave that aside for a moment, if we can. Okay.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have to leave. Not to be locked up here. Sorry, I was a little bit late, but